Just awaiting January non-farm payrolls numbers coming out right now. In fact, 188,000 expected. A big jump there, 517,000. The number comes through, guys, on a bill versus 188,000 again for January non-farm payrolls. Unemployment rate to the downside as well, 3.4% versus 3.6%. That is a huge beat for January non-farm payrolls. Again, 517,000 versus 188,000 expected. Oh boy, that is going to cause some shockwaves here for the overall market. Sharif back in the building today. Welcome in to what is going to be a pretty exciting day here, guys, with all things tech. Back to the downside, a huge miss right across the board for Amazon, for Alphabet, for Apple as well. We'll get into all of that and more. If you're just joining a little bit late there, January non-farm payroll is causing a huge move in the overall market here. 517,000 versus 188 expected. So a big move from positive territory back to the downside for futures. It is Friday, February 3rd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Wow. The overall market, taking it pretty heavy here, back to the downside. Let's maybe jump right over to the guys here and get into what is happening, guys, because that is a big miss for what the Fed specifically is looking for jobs here. 517,000 to the upside versus 188,000 expected. So a huge move down here for futures.
That's a huge miss. I'm gonna get some out here on Amazon. So, anyways, that was a gigantic miss. You don't really see, you don't see them miss by that much, and the market's not gonna like that with unexpected surprise there. And then 3.4% on the unemployment rate. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, yesterday was pretty interesting to the upside, wasn't it? That was a lot of fun while it lasted. I'm not saying it's over, but sheesh, that was that's changing things a little bit. I feel like this poll that we just had, which is 65% saying yay for a free-for-all Friday, might get a few upticks in the next couple of minutes here. We'll see what happens, but you did have down on earnings was the big three. I'm talking Amazon, Apple, and Alphabet. Maybe even Starbucks wasn't very good. Ford had bad earnings. Qualcomm had bad earnings. So it's not as if things were roses anyways. But going into it, like this morning, I used the term melting up. Sean corrected me that things melted to the downside. He's absolutely right about that. But I couldn't think of a better term. Everything was melting to the upside this morning, right into resistance levels. And, well, here we are. So when I looked at the big three, I felt Amazon felt to me like they had the worst quarter, and based on valuation, should be the weakest one after yesterday. That's where I wanted to go. But wow, let's see what happens on this rebound, because usually you get whipsaw action and then we settle things out. Did not see 517,000 coming on that number at all.
Yeah, much better than 187.
517.
So, I mean, of course, the stock that I own the most of, Google, there is net hiring. Everybody else is firing everybody, and there you go. 517 versus 187. So we already rang the register, spun some of this around already here today, as we just took a dollar. We went short on Apple. So, I mean, we just took a dollar. First, we took 35 cents. So we shorted 150. You know, it's on the sticky note, 150 short. We took that. Then we got 149.50 there. And then we just got it right back at VWAP there, 148.50. So we took about $1.30 there on this name. Let's see if it can, continue to fall through. I like a 151 break long today at some point. Let's just see what the market wants to do. There is the NASDAQ here on a big pull down, obviously. Started to bounce back a little bit there. So we'll see if it can hold some of this number there. And again, it's, more jobs you would think would be better, but it doesn't fit the mandate of the Fed, because if the economy is exactly, if jobs are coming back in, then hey, maybe they can keep on raising rates more and more and more. But here goes Apple right back down to the downside. It's trying to collapse all over itself one more time here. So let's see if we can test this 147 bottom. We're already short here. It's going to be a wild ride, man. We have Google on our mind. Google didn't drop that much there, though. Google only dropped from 104.20 to 103.50. It's Apple's. What's Amazon?
Amazon's
How
down
much did you take there?
$1.20
$1.20
right now. So
okay,
it's moved
similar.
down was about $2, but like right now it's $1.20. So, why
Google
is
held
Google
up the
so
best.
So why are they so strong?
I don't know, but I mean, there's been a huge run up here. To answer the question, no, I don't think this is a free fall Friday by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll see. Like I was saying this yesterday, what does free fall even mean? You were up 3% yesterday. Right. I think you'd have to go more than 3% down today just to recover from yesterday. And that might happen now. I don't know. With that number, good on you if you're short. I think yesterday was a pretty easy time to get short. I mean, you had a huge move up there and then heading into a Friday with those big numbers coming through. I mean, what were the chances that all of them were going to beat, let alone pretty much none of them? So yeah, you've definitely been rewarded here today. Let's see what happens off the open as the NASDAQ still above 12.6. We'll see if it can hold 12.5, and then we'll do some more macro after that. But on the 30-minute, you're coming right in here, right into 12.5. Let's see if it can hold that on the NASDAQ, and we'll go from there. But yeah, so far, so good if you're short, and we are.
Well,
so
I'd say free fall could be here.
Free fall could happen. I mean, if we take this bottom out right now, which we're going to, you hit that 2% mark even before the market opens up. Let's see if people, I mean, we don't even have sellers coming in yet, right? So, like, what about if you were long Google? Like, people might have made money on Meta.
Well, that's the issue, yeah.
Going long on Meta, rebounding from Softy, all that kind of stuff. If these stocks don't rebound here today, then yeah, I mean, who's going to buy them? It's been such a, the thing is you have, that has to go bearish now.
Exactly.
I didn't even see that. I mean, now we're $2 in the money.
I feel when I touch it, it's always a bit of a jinx, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just going to,
I've got the good feels here.
When I switch it, it's been, I'm all for my last.
I mean, the market's taking out bottoms as we speak right now. So we've got I'm going to go get the cannolis in a minute.
I was just looking for those.
Yeah, we're going to have coffee and cannoli soon. Thank you for everybody coming up with those super chats there a couple days ago. I've already asked Luca. He wants, was it soprasata and black olives? Yeah. Well done is his call for pizza. Okay. So I'm going to get that ordered when we're done with the show. I've got the beer in the fridge. A little too early for that, but it's always some kind of beer o'clock at some point.
It's noon somewhere.
It's noon somewhere. So those guys will be kicking off the drinks early. And we'll do it late, and the cannolis are going to be coming on board very, very soon here. So,
yeah, buddy.
Yeah, treat yourself. It's Friday. It's been a monster week. It's been a great week, and we look to do more damage here in this market as it continues to fall, bouncing off 12.6 right now. ES is okay, 41.50 right now. So we'll see what that's doing, down only 1%. It's the NASDAQ that's down almost 2%. So ES holding up, NASDAQ not so much, Brendo.
Yeah, pizza party Friday here, but maybe not for the overall market. Perspective, though, is key. As you guys were saying, if you go out a little bit or zoom out a little bit on the market, I mean, huge couple of days here to the upside. So when you take into account what we've done over the past couple of days, this move down, I mean, okay, maybe needed. As I was saying, Sharif back in the building today. It's going to be an interesting day as far as how things respond to this. We were talking just before we came on here as far as what happened back on Wednesday. Fed Chair Powell took to the mic, remember, and said specifically, there's still too much strength in the employment market. Here we go.
He mentioned it a lot. I don't know how many times it was, but there's always an analysis of what he excludes and what he includes in the statement. He mentioned it a lot, but he also mentioned that you shouldn't really emphasize all the analysis on one data point, and today is just one data point. He cited the JOLTS number that came out earlier that day before he had his interview. So interesting to see what happens. Obviously, the market not liking that, and staying super tight is the job market.
Yeah, coming off of just a couple days off of that announcement, the quarter-point hike from a very hawkish Fed Chair Powell. We have to wait now 2 weeks until the 14th. We get CPI on Valentine's Day, if anyone's keeping score. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account of up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. And the program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code on screen there. TTV will get you 10% off So if you missed it, if anyone's just joining, a lot of people still coming in here, this is what we're dealing with. 517,000 versus 188,000 expected. The prior, remember, was 223,000. So we're heading to the upside in a big way right across the entire board here. Add this on top of big tech missing to the downside. I mean, Apple was showing some sort of strength here in the pre-market. Could be in for a little bit of a slide here today.
Yeah, Apple is the epitome of efficiency, and that was really emphasized by Tim Cook on the call yesterday and as all the other board members. So I think that analysts and the market in general are looking to Apple to be the one to bounce back the most. I have most concerns, though, about Amazon and how Google are going to fare, but Apple, not so much.
Yeah, let's see here, guys. What do we do with these big tech names coming off a sweep, I guess, to the downside as far as missing expectations?
Yeah, I don't think all misses were necessarily alike, right? Like if you looked at Apple, like, okay, down the end of the spectrum, I know, Sharif, you were listening to Ford's call. Ford had a really bad quarter that's exacerbated by the fact of how good GM did recently. But Apple, for the most part, if you take out like some of the Foxconn issues, it probably wasn't that bad. You did have a bad look when it comes to iPad and iPhone sales. However, we were talking about this earlier. You still have a good services number. That's what you love about them, is they get pretty insulated by that recurring revenue. So,
Rob,
if you think about what happened yesterday, it was such a ridiculously strong day that all you've really done, and you haven't even done it here, like you gapped down. Okay, you get the madness that happens after 4 o'clock. Try to ignore that for a quick second. And then see, all we've done is go back to where we were in the morning yesterday, and it was doing a gradual rise back up. So where I think you probably have trouble is the top end of the range in yesterday's trade. It's actually not really that awful. If we were below, if we were priced below yesterday's open before Meta took everything and the market rally took everything to the upside, I think you'd be having more doom and gloom here. But the fact that you're still above yesterday's support says that the post-Fed move to the upside hasn't even come back in despite these misses. Now, that doesn't necessarily make sense to me from a fundamental standpoint. Like, I don't see why, like Amazon. I mean, Amazon's a little bit weaker, I suppose. Like, you look at where Amazon is. The other reason I favor Amazon is just, so when you look at yesterday, you were getting to yesterday's support level, right? And then you broke down beneath it, and then you're shorting below it. Like, I just feel like Amazon looked weaker. I thought their quarter wasn't as good. But for something like an Apple, you're still holding above there. You found that support. Meta itself, which I got into Meta on support at 185 and was out essentially like that. I'm like, wait a minute. That number was not what I was expecting. I had 2 dip buys out. I canceled one, and then the other one I just punched out the second it filled. And I feel like that's going to be the way to go when you have a number that unexpected. I didn't think it was going to shock the market like that. But, I look at Meta, and it's sort of the same thing. Like, it's still above some support levels. It's given up a lot, obviously, like you can see. But where it broke out, like, we sat down saying 185 Meta was the only level. Thank goodness. Whatever. Yesterday was crazy on Meta, but now it's right back into that same thing. Like it's almost like nothing even happened. So you get concerned that it could be a free fall when you start eking below some of those bigger numbers. You've got to always zoom out to put things into perspective. And as impressive as yesterday's move was, it's like, okay, we're still above the breakout temporarily, and the actual gap to fill on the Meta is huge, and the actual gap to be filled potentially on Apple, like we never actually threatened beneath that 147, where you had a $7 gap on the Fed number there. So, it's really not all doom and gloom. I know 1% doesn't look very good, and that was a shocking number. But those earnings, I didn't think they were great. Right now, the market's actually taking it pretty well.
I sent Rob to go get the cannolis. I don't know if he's eating them. Oh, there it is. For the hot dog thing there. So there's that one, and there's also the one of me shooting hot dogs. But we're going to get it on the board. There you go, Irish Mac. You guys wanted the hot dog back. It's back. We'll see if we can fire off some of those as we go. I don't know. I said, Rob, you mind going to go get those cannolis? The cannolis,
what you didn't say to everybody.
They're 20 feet away.
And what you didn't say to everybody, though, is so Sean brings them in, and then he sits it down right here, opens it up so we could take a look at it.
Only you could.
Well, okay, so I can take a look at it.
I don't think Brendan's going to have one. I don't know. He says that once he looks at them, he puts on 20
He better
pounds.
believe he's eating one of those. This is for like last 35 minutes. I've been thinking about eating a cannoli now,
They're
and it's
so
like,
good.
are you kidding me?
Oh my
Here we
God,
go.
you did them like that? No, I wanted them in the box. Oh,
Oh,
well, that's
word?
fine. All right, let's go. Here comes
what's
Rob.
up? See what's up?
I wanted to open them in the box. So these are, no. It's all good. It's all good. Because we're not going to be having them all now. We're just, Neil and I are going to have one. So these are from Messina Bakery, the best bakery in Toronto, and freshly made this morning. Thank you to Francesco for putting them aside for me.
Francesco, you're the best.
So yeah, let's take one. And then, yeah, they're not super healthy, of course, but I got the smaller ones
cares?
there. So,
cares?
all right, let's try one. I mean, they're honestly, man, they're so good. I mean, come on. The
my
crunch.
gosh.
You know, you got the crunch on here. This is Friday. Look, you don't want to eat too much pastries, especially you look like a guy like me, but damn, these are good.
I hate to do this.
And
I know you guys are like, you have to watch us, enjoy this, but trust me when I tell you, this is absolutely delicious.
They're fresh, they're made every day.
And you guys know I love pastries. I'm in heaven right now.
These are the best.
I
They're
know it's
absolutely
not
amazing.
breakfast. Who cares? It's
All right,
delicious,
Rob, come,
baby.
Rob, come take one. Pass these to the boys.
Yeah, make sure they get
Go
some,
put
too.
them up there, see if Sharif and those guys want one, and then we'll throw them back in the fridge. But thank you so much. Those are so good, Rob. Have one for sure. Fahad will have one. Sharif and Brendan. There we go. Let's go back
They
to the
do look
shot.
good.
Let's see these guys.
There it is, delivery. I'm gonna have to pass, but
Really? Oh, I'm gonna have one. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate
I mean they smell
that.
amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a couple things. I'll let Sharif enjoy that, and we'll bring in Michael Noss from Trade Ideas, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, to have a little discussion this morning about downside potential here, Mr. Noss. And I have to give you credit here because you sent me this before the jobs number came out, so here we go. A few things maybe showing signs of cracking before we even get this number this morning. You know, obviously coming off the earnings last night from the biggest of the big when it comes to tech, not great either. Talk a little bit about why we maybe want to be careful here.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for telling everyone I sent this beforehand, so it doesn't look like I'm just writing something up as the market's tanking. But yes, it looks like we may have some stuff over the next couple weeks that are a little bit worrisome to me. So this is going to just be more of a technical talk as opposed to a talk about an individual scan. I do these every now and then. I've had a pretty good track record so far. You know, we talked about gold, and then we talked about in December how I thought the market was looking like we could have a little bit of a move. So the first chart I actually have is the one that I showed in December, January, December. And my thesis there was basically just looking at the fact that the individual stocks, which is just represented by this black line, seem to be outperforming the overall market, basically showing me that the big tech was kind of lagging behind. However, little stocks that make up the overall market were pushing higher. And the idea being that this was a quote unquote stock pickers market, right? That we were seeing a bull market under the hood, even though at the time on my next chart here, the SPY was kind of looking like this, and it was, you know, a little bit under the 200-day moving average, and it was basing near its lows. Just a head one chart there. Just was kind of looking a little bit bad at the time, but this kind of under the hood type of thing was showing that, you know, there was some problems or some things to be promised about overhead. So at the time that we were looking at this, market was around 380, moved to about 413, 414 or so from there. And the reason, and we call this breadth, right? So yeah, this is what the chart looked like at the time. We call this market breadth, and it's basically just saying how many stocks are making new highs versus new lows, what's going on inside the market, because often these indexes can be weighted a little bit weird. So we have a scan for this intraday, which I have on the next chart here, that we look at, and this is something that I look at all day long, and it basically does just that. It shows me how many stocks are hitting new highs versus how many stocks are hitting new lows. The bar chart on the very left-hand side of that basically just shows you a percentage. So as the time I took this, we were having 63% of stocks are making new highs and 37% were making new lows. This was obviously before the number came out. If I look over at my screen now, it's completely opposite. Now we have about 70 to 80% of stocks making new lows. So as we're making new highs on the daily chart in the SPY, I said, okay, well, what's going on under the hood? So if we go to the next chart there, I looked at the high that happened kind of mid to late January, and 400 of the S&P 500 stocks were over their 50-day moving average. And then I looked at the high that we made yesterday, and 300 of 500 stocks were over their 50-day moving average. So it's showing me that as the market's pushing up, actually less and less stocks based on this moving average are actually performing better. And this to me is kind of a symptom of the fact that the market move that we're seeing now may be caused by the big tech names, right? We know Meta's been on a run and all of these names, but with the earnings we saw yesterday, selling these, and the fact that, you know, things are looking a little bit weird under the hood, that has me just a little bit worried. So if I'm right, I've got 4 stocks here that I'm going to take a look at, and we're just going to go through if the market seems to sell off, which it may look like today. This is just from a scan that I have that are stocks that have already broken down support and now they're coming back up to test it. I think these may give us some low risk shorting opportunities from the swing side. So the first one here is end phase. The level line marked is about 225, 226. So for this one, if we start to pull off 225, I'm going to take a short in that one. My stop will be over 225. The next one here is BGFV, which is a sporting goods company. This is about $10. The level I've noted here is about $10. So if we're below $10 on this one, I'm going to be short this name. If we rally too far above $10, that will be my stop loss. Note how this one's been very relative weak to the market. Next here, we have Herbalife, HLF, which I was actually shocked was still a company when I found it on the scan. $20. It's, you know, broke down $20 a while ago, a couple months ago. Now it's rallying up to $20. I'm looking to short if we fail here, and then that $20 is the ultimate number to play off of. Last but not least is ACMR, another one that's relatively weak to the overall market, and basically holding below its downward sloping 200-day moving average, which is the moving average on the chart there, and about $12.50 a share. So if this starts to move off of $12.50 a share, that's my short, and wrong if we get back over.
Michael, how are you? Good to see you again. I got a quick question for you. So I was reading part of the CMT materials, and we got to gaps. And one of them is called an initiation gap. And I kind of want to get your opinion on this here on the NASDAQ. I know you just made the bear case, and I totally get that. But I want to ask you, basically, when you're looking for an initiation gap, are you looking for some sort of continuation after that here? Because yesterday, I think we made one on the NASDAQ, not so, though, on the S&P or the Russell, I noticed. So what's your take on that?
Well, first of all, good work. That is an initiation gap, which is basically a gap that takes you out of a base or out of an area of resistance. So that is one. Generally, yes, you're going to look for some sort of continuation. However, because that's the NASDAQ and we didn't see it on the SPY, that's why I think it's kind of important to zoom out a little bit. So that initiation gap on the NASDAQ would make sense because you're going to have Meta or Facebook being a really big weight in that NASDAQ index, where the overall market is, you know, a little bit more diversified in that. So you're seeing that in the NASDAQ, and you may see some continuation there when it comes to the tech names. But the overall market, and you noticed a lot of the names that I was looking at were retail and energy and that type of thing, look a little bit more bearish to me. So if you want to get real fancy and you want it to play a pairs trade, it may be to actually be long big tech names if it's holding up, and then short some of these little alternative names like, again, retail or gas or something like that.
Great stuff. Michael Moss will be in-house coming up here in a couple of weeks. Make sure you check us out the 15th, correct?
16th and 17th, I believe.
16th and 17th. So we'll have some time set aside that we can do a more extensive maybe Q&A with some of the viewers and answer some technical related questions. Until then, have a fantastic weekend. Trader TV 20, guys, will get you 20% off at Trade Ideas. We'll see you again next week.
Thank you very much. Talk to you then.
So when he comes here, Michael's probably going to want to find that cannoli place and have one of those. Cause
You're still loving those.
Well, whatever, man. It's
when
delicious.
we were gone, Neil's like, damn, man, good thing that plate is gone, or else it would be the whole damn thing. So I'm glad you
It's true,
enjoyed
man.
it.
It's true.
Those were so good. But so those are the mini ones. You can't. If you had a big one, we'd have to cut them because that's too insane. But
Want to bet?
The best, yeah, you probably would
Bet?
have to cut it, but yeah, let's go round 2. Sharif, how many did you take? Someone said they saw you take 2, and I was like, wow, Sharif, right there. But no, we're gonna make sure. I gotta make sure we save some for Luca and Sharif.
Oh, of
on
course.
the midday show.
Yeah, I mean they deserve it. So.
For that one, and then if there's of anything left over, well, I'm trying to give them away. So that was good. I only got a dozen of them, but they were so good, right? They're not too sugary.
I'm in a good mood right now.
Thanks, Michael Nas. He'll be back in the building next week. Should be great. There's Luca coming in there. So yeah, we're gonna have a great day today. We've already talked a little bit about Apple. We will have a full rundown coming up for you guys very, very soon.
Yes.
But that's Michael Nas for you. CMT, going to give you new ideas, different things to look at, add different tools into your box there, figure it out, man. And that's what trading's all about, especially on a day like today. Like if you've been bullish, obviously the last couple of days, you've been hitting the long keys, right? Disable your sell keys. Today might be a completely different story here. Both of us, you're still on Amazon, I guess. I'm $2 in the money right now on Apple short 150. That we put that out on the sticky note. And look at Apple right now. It's just bouncing around 148, man. I mean, this thing could hit the ground right now. And then you're going to see a 147 is the next area of support. And then you're going to go down to 145 again. So right now, there's the Apple 150 short. I mean, look, I take this trade whether or not it's 930, whether or not it's 823. Like whenever this move bumped up to there, I was waiting for that 150 short. We got it. It's in the pocket right now. Here's that 150 that I was sort of concerned about. I said let's hit 151 long. And now that I see this, maybe it has to take out 150. May not get up there. That's just the area of concern if we do float up. We may or may not try another 150 short. We have it in right now. As this market keeps going down, that look, so this is before the jobless number. It wasn't jobless claims. What was it exactly?
It was non-farm today.
Non-farmers payroll, that's what it was. Unemployment rate is now at its lowest level since 1969. What? Unemployment rate, U.S. unemployment rate, lowest level since 1969.
About that recession.
Those books feel cooked for some reason, but we'll wait to see on that one. But look, we were cruising back up. Like we were basically, in the hour before that number, we made back 100 points on the NASDAQ. And it was down 0.5, 0.6%. Then all of a sudden, boom goes the dynamite straight to the downside on that 517 number. And here we go, man. Now we're 230 in the money on this Apple short. If you didn't sell yesterday, you still can sell today if you're nervous. I mean, this is a huge run for a lot of these names. We are going to go over them each specifically in a minute. But right now, 144 right there. I don't know. I mean, you can look at this however you want. This is the daily for Apple. It's well off the bottom. Look, since this year, let's just say since the 6th of January, there's really one significant red day right there, and that's down about $2. You have another one here 2 days ago. Yeah, it was bad. We saw that market. And then now today, you're going to engulf all of this. And, if you get back over to 142, something like that, it really wouldn't surprise me. Look, 142 gets us back to the beginning of this week. So I don't think it's all like, oh my God, what's happening? It's just the market is reevaluating some of these levels. So, yep, when you put out a number like that, you miss on iPads, make on iPads, miss on Mac. And then Tim Cook says some nice things about the iPhone. It's kind of mixed right there. We're going to see what's happening. But yeah, not a great quarter there. And both Neil and I are short to start off the day. We want to thank Surge Trader, but our positions will be showing up. I'm short there 150 and you're short Amazon.
Yeah, I'll quickly go over it if you sort of missed this morning. Amazon, not good earnings. Obviously, they're all bad. We'll talk specifically about them, but quite frankly, when you miss operating margin, they guided 0 to 4 billion, which was, I mean, if you think it could be 0, that's not going to be a good look. But you look at what support at 109 yesterday. Huge monster support level and late afternoon resistance. So when it was there, it's like, okay, well, this is the obvious spot. If you're giving up the support on the strong day, there's a huge gap to be filled. Now the actual gap from bottom to top here, 105 was the post-market low. If it breaks out, I think it's in trouble. I'm inclined that if we get a rubber band action here at the open, I might take it out and look for a re-entry to the short side. I wanted to point this out before we even get to it. Nordstrom's, Ryan Cohen takes an interest in Nordstrom's. They're 22% short. This is like, where's the drop? Find me, there's probably a few. Find me some stocks that did not drop just now on that number, and then I'll show you like signs of relative strength. Does not budge one iota. The pre-market high sits at 27.70, excluding that stupid wick there. And then look at the daily chart. you've got this lower high. So it's not the 52-week high. That's, yeah, technically not the 52-week high. But look, the lower high, 27.70. The 52-week high sits just above there at 29.50. If this isn't like screaming an opportunity for a break long, I don't have a ton of long setups that aren't waiting for dips at this point, given what just happened. But this is one that could be a nice breakout trade, just for the obvious reasons, right? Like it'll have some meme status today potentially, and it's showing relative strength. Didn't even drop at all in this last flush.
On the week now. Just having a look at a weekly chart, guys. So the NASDAQ and the S&P still very positive on the week. It's going to have to be an absolute disaster of a day for it to be a negative week. The Dow is now red on the week. So we'll see how things transpire here. Let's talk a little bit of analyst moves here for you this morning. There's a ton, an absolute ton on anything that reported. So just be aware of that. C3 AI back to the upside, notable name, obviously, with everything AI happening. Nordstrom's we'll get into a little bit more. Cardinal Health to the upside. Boeing, Ford, Meta, Upstart. Yeah, wow. All downside moves. Again, multiple negative moves on Meta, multiple negative moves on Ford from different analysts this morning. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market after that number. Arun changes things a little bit. It's been obviously a very positive month so far, very positive couple of weeks, even before we got into January. But was this just sell on anything kind of a move?
You know, when it comes to these non-farm payrolls, the only thing, especially around this time of year, I think seasonality. And it's happened before where we've had blowout numbers and market reacts. And then when we get to the open, it's, you know, everyone gets to realize exactly what it is and we do a reversal. So given I've seen that in the past, I'm just going to wait until the open. Yes, it's a sell. Yes, it's in the right area for a sell. The only thing I worry about is this going to be reversed at the open because of seasonality. So I'm going to wait for the open. If this market does not bounce at the open or does not come right back up into the 50s and 60s, then I think obviously the sell is on at that point. We're in the right zone. Remember, I've been marking off that 4,100 to 4,200. We kind of trapped some people there north of 4,200. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday by hitting that twice there. But now we are coming off. We are in that right area for the sell to get going. Just going to wait for the open. If this market does not bounce, shorts are on. Against first level, I'm going to use is 41.65. So if we can bounce up even just a little bit and then fail that, then I'd like to use 41.65 if we can. And we are going to actually make a move, a much stronger move. Let's just say we do rally at the open. What I want to watch out for is how strong is this rally north of 41.80. If this rally gets all the way to 41.80 and it kind of peters out, at that point, the short's back on out there as well. So longs are going to be tough to find unless this market actually gives you a very strong move. And if it does give you a very strong move, you're going to be looking on the short side anyways. So a couple levels I'm going to keep an eye on. 42.20 above the most recent high. That'll be kind of our escape point. If we get above there, clearly the charts all change and we are very positive on the long-term chart. Flip side of that is if we break underneath 4,100, specifically 40.75, I think the chart looks pretty bad in terms of setting up a nice sell on the weekly as well. So wide ranges, depending on how we open this market, there might be a couple shots here on the short side, given that the market's a sell. If it's a very strong rally at the open, I would just hold off and see how far it wants to go before it actually slows down. If it does not slow down, clearly the longs are back on and we might be taking those highs out today. So just wait for the open and then we'll see how that goes after that.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Yeah, it's Sharif and I were just talking about that chart, just sitting here looking at that chart. You know, the trend is still very obviously to the upside. If you haven't done so yet, shout out to Fahad, anyways, for a brand new graphic for our watch list, guys. You can hit that QR code, scan that QR code, enter your email address, and you can have that for free every single day. It's as easy as that. We do all of your homework for you. Just shows up in your inbox daily. So hit that QR code if you haven't done so yet. Enter your email address. You can have the watch list for free. Thanks, Fahad, for that. There we go. Let's get into what we need to know heading towards the open here. Under 30 minutes to go. We'll start with Apple. We'll go through these individually because there are a few pointers that we need to understand about each individual one. Here's the headline on Apple this morning, forecasting another drop in revenue after they reported drop in revenue in their December quarter. So not only was the December quarter not great, going forward into the current quarter looking about the same.
Yeah, I'll take the silver lining here aspect of things, Brendo. I'm going to say that Apple showed two good areas where it's improving. 2 billion daily active devices. So if they can better monetize those users, they can obviously increase profits. Apple services up 6% year over year. That includes like the App Store, iCloud, Apple Music, and now being beta tested by some of the Apple employees is Apple Pay. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and remember, this was the quarter when they were having so many production difficulties over in China, which they also said have been resolved as well. So maybe some things to lean on here a little bit, guys, for Apple.
I mean, I like looking at silver linings. There's definitely nothing wrong with that. I think there was good things to look at, and you figure some of the stuff from China is going to be behind them at some point. Just looking at it from a technical standpoint, if you're bullish, then hey, last week's high, you still have 147 quarter in there. That's where we broke out from yesterday. That actually was supported just now on that little dump. Well, dump, is that the right word for it? Who knows? The 200 period, however, is at 148. So it's got a weird sort of, to me, like no man's land between 47 and 48. So, okay, fine. Like you found support on the push down on the number. We actually didn't break that 47. However, when you're beneath 48, then some people will look at that saying you just failed the 200 period moving average. It almost feels like, unless you're in the trade, so that's the thing, like Sean's in the trade at 150, you're sort of in the money. So it gets to that point, all you got to do is sort of let it ride. I don't know that I want to enter when it's in this range. If it's back above 148, then I think, okay, well, you can play with the 150 level. Maybe it shows strength off at 48. If it's through 47, I think things can get potentially pretty ugly because the gap fill to post market is $5 more to the downside. And that's right around that 141 support from last week as well. So, it's kind of in a no man's land for me on Apple. Just from a longer term perspective, out of the big three that reported today, I would say that Apple definitely looked, well, yes, certainly at least to me, looked like the best of the three reports. Whether that's going to end up reflected in the price at the end of the day, the market's going to decide. But, it's a big area, this 47 to 48. I want it moving away from that price, and wherever it trends in that direction, I would just be following that trend. If it's beneath 47s, looking for shorts back into 48. If it's above 48, then maybe it looks like it wants to hold some strength into the open here. I'm talking Amazon for the fade. I'm undecided on Alphabet, and, we're going to get to all of these, I guess.
All right, yeah. Which one are we talking about now? We're talking about Apple,
first.
okay? Because I was going to give you the lower spot there on Google, but yeah, for right now, look, we just bounced off that 147. We talked a little bit about that there. It was the bottom of 147 that we made already earlier this morning. I'm not going to worry about anything that happened yesterday. That's why I don't look past like 4:30, because it doesn't matter what happened yesterday's bottom. Tim Cook, the release came out, they had their conference call. Now we analyze what's going on this morning, because there's enough volume in this name that we can look at some key levels. So this 147 held right there and just held again. So I feel like if you break that 147, that's going to be your short indicator, and then we just go to the downside. But I mean, look, we're not gonna. You can call up other shows and all that kind of stuff to find like the analysis, the people that are running through the books and have looked at this and looked at that. Neil and I are actually traders, so we're gonna sit here and talk about some key levels that we like and where we think the stock possibly is going to go. And then you guys can look back at the quarter and say, oh well, they missed on this and missed on that. But the good thing about it is that the Mac they missed. Right? And so this is my thinking here for a longer term spot, was if the MacBook missed, they do have a refresh on that right now. So that'll probably pick up in the next quarter. And then you also had a beat on the iPad, which was refreshed. So that makes a lot of sense. But for today, you're down 2%. It was an absolute monster yesterday, as we saw. Everything yesterday started off at 142. We had that long, ripped it all the way to 151, right? We didn't have it all the way up there, but that was the high yesterday. So for me, even if you come back in, look at this level right there, 144. That little level there could be held. So that's something to look at. And then if you're going to look at an ultimate bottom, let's just look at this 142 area. So I'm going to hold this short. Possibly, I will take a 147 breakdown short. I hope it doesn't happen right off the open, because I'd want to see it hold. The reason why we had yesterday, and like I said, we're going to talk like a trader here. The reason why let me see if I can just move this over actually, so you can see a little bit better. We didn't have the 142 here. Sorry, where was this? Is yesterday right here. So where is yesterday? Right here. So this right here. Yeah, sorry, it was 142 the day before. It's 147 yesterday. So yesterday it was this bottom, but we didn't have it until 10:15 right there. Right, I was zoomed out too far when I was talking about 142. But right there, 147, 148 yesterday, that level right there could be held today. It's not, but that, you see how yesterday that was the bottom early, then it came back and retested that bottom, then we went long. So, you know, just fumbling out on the levels there, but what I'm talking about is, let's see if we retest that level and hold. So that's what we're trying to wait for. Is there going to be a bottom in Apple? Because I know there's strength in the name. It's just obviously it got hit on the quarter. So wait to see. There's yesterday, right? Wait to see if we have a bottoming out area that we can support. It's just like on the short side. We know that 150 is a key level. So if we get up there, we can short it. Then we can get out if we break through 151 up here. Wait for key levels today. There's going to be nothing more important than that.
All right, let's go on to the one that could arguably be worst off going forward, according to their forecast. Anyways, you and I were just talking about this chart. Not looking great, to say the least, for Amazon this morning. Kind of sitting here around this 105, 106 area, looking like it might want to fall off a cliff. It was this line right here. So they forecast operating profit that could fall to zero in the current quarter. The number was kind of funny, though, because they put between 0 billion and 4 billion.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a window.
Not much, Brendan. Come on, let's give him a little bit of room here. But this is the one I see as being the worst out of yesterday's three. Silver lining, again, they had a 19% year-over-year increase in digital advertising sales. They're slated to take market share away from rivals like Google and Facebook. Not really sure how that's working out, but cloud really decreasing a lot more than expected, Brendo, and that's the big margin one.
Yeah, AWS has been their shining star for a long time, but you know, Microsoft coming into play now a little bit more and more and more. So what do we do, guys, here with Amazon? Which one of these is going to be the weakest of the link?
I felt it was Amazon based when I read the reports. I was like, well, when I went through, I'm not reading that crap line for line. I'll leave that for other people. But when I looked at the reports and sort of saw the data, it just felt like it was these guys, especially with that guide. And they always guide in ranges. But when it's that wide and it was 3.7 last year, that tells me it's kind of like an I don't know. And then when they're saying it's uncertain and we can't figure it out, it could be zero, but it could be just what everyone's expecting at $4 billion, that operating net income. So look, at the end of the day, I like it technically because it broke support and then it gave you a chance to short the support, and it's filling in the gap. Now, if it doesn't crack 105 here, you could see a retracement to 109, where I'd be shorting it. I'd probably short it to 110 today, like allow it above that 109 with some room to go, and then we'll see what happens. If it makes that big of a recovery, I'll be a little bit surprised. If you want to go silver lining here, that employment number, or the payroll number, I mean, what that says for the economy in a positive standpoint, maybe that makes retail a little bit stronger today. That could give a reason, I guess, for Amazon to go up. I'd rather express that trade, hopefully going long at some point in Nordstrom's, or maybe finding something else to express a potential long trade, because you know it's hard to say you're going to have you can't have a recession with a strong job market. Like at some point. And I know like you get the signs of recession first, and then the job market always lags. I understand that whole point. I think we all get that. But it's like, you get a number like that, I almost feel like it has to be revised down or something, because that's almost too strong what we saw this morning. But I like Amazon for the shorts. I'm going to be getting back in at 9. I might trail out of this if it bounces hard off that 105. And if 105 breaks, well, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you're already short there, Amazon. What I wrote down here is like, so you're not only that, if you're going to look a little bit even further on that, yesterday we touched, I don't know if it's going to show it on here. I don't know if it's going to, let me just call it up on my e-signal chart quickly. It hit the 200 period right there of 114.67. So basically, let's just call it 114 flat. That's the 200 period right there on Amazon. So that's never a good sign. We've already crossed over through the 50 period right now. So that was a good bump to the upside. You see how we sort of respected that 50 period. We came back in, tested it, then went back up to the upside. So just if you're looking more on a bigger scale right there, huge move up. Like, that's why I'm kind of surprised that you're only down 5.7%. It is the worst of the bunch right now. It's the lightest position for me as far as big cap tech goes in my own portfolio. I told you Google was the largest, then Microsoft, then Apple, and I have to find out. I'm not sure where Amazon is and all that. It's much lower. I have other names higher than that, maybe even a Tesla position at this point. But yeah, look at this, right into here. This is a key level, man, 104. Like, we're almost there now. Like, so you're gonna give back everything yesterday and the day before, most likely. And let's just watch out for that 104, just in case we get down lower. That's 102.50 there. And then, of course, you're going to look at the magical number of 100. So don't be surprised if Amazon really comes out here today and drops it down, right? I know that our guy Fahad yesterday, you missed it, Neil, he was talking about Amazon Prime benefiting from the lack of password sharing and the fact that Netflix, you do have to do that.
Yep.
So maybe there are more people flying through to Amazon, but that's not going to take effect till the next quarter. I don't think they much talked about Amazon Prime, but we'll wait to see. AWS. Look, I like the name, but it's just some of these names are just so far off the bottom.
Oh, the other thing,
They're
valuation.
priced for perfection. That's valuation.
Of the three, like Amazon trades at absurd value. I don't know what it. Obviously, to just off the earnings, I know it was the P was close to 100 before, so like that's insane.
Yeah.
And
What
so
is
like
the
that's
PE
another
now?
reason why you could have that one be flushing. Like, we'll double check in a quick.
I'm gonna double check it right here.
Because
I'm gonna
obviously
go-
it updated last night.
Shout out to Michael Noss, who I don't
Sean
know
screen?
if they. Yeah, Fahad, come over
Come to
here
Sean
and we'll
screen?
show this. So shout out to Michael Noss. He's already been on our show today. So you're going to see right here the PE, 96.
Yeah,
So I don't know if that's updated real time or not. You know, you might get it updated once it opens up. But right now, down 5.7%. There goes Amazon to the downside. Nice volume already, man. 4.5 million shares. So that's going to be a really good one here. Let's wait to see what's happening. But obviously, we're not worried about the short float there on Amazon. But 9:15. Just a quick check because we're on my screen right here. Let's check out the market on open imbalances. So I'm just going to say something one more time. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I sure have. And, yesterday there was not one sell on here except for HBI. So HBI, again, what is HBI?
What is that stock? Why is it a sell every day?
I should know what that is.
It's Hanes.
Oh, Hanes brand.
Oh, they had bad news the other day.
The underwear sale's not going great right there. So, as everyone,
They should be
what's their
recession-proof.
pants right now, that should be a buy. People are going to have to go out and buy some more of that, the bag holders. But, so today, just look at this. Sell, 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 sell. APE is a buy, which is irrelevant because we already know the story with AMC and APE. Not that it's irrelevant, but AMC could be a sell on here, and I don't see it. So that's good for AMC shareholders for sure that's a buy. Then other than that, everything else, sell. ET Phone Home, that's a buy. There's Shopify with the sell, Neo with the sell. Everything here coming in as a sell. So, the last time we had a huge buy yesterday, the market was up 3.5% before obviously giving some back there at the close. And now today we're opening the day with all sells. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it for what it's worth. But that's the market on open imbalances. But Brendan and Sharif, as you guys know and as our viewers know, it doesn't get updated till 9:25 for the NASDAQ. So we'll see if the NASDAQ wants to NASCrack when those come out. How's that?
I liked it. Oh, someone in the chat, I missed who it was just there. Good point about Hanes. They just dropped their dividend. Not a good look. That's why they're going to sell. They're getting crushed, by the way. How you screw up selling underwear, man?
Now they dropped something in their pants, too, on that one. All right, over there to Brenda. Let's go.
All right, quickly, guys, speaking of the NASDAQ, this HSCS just popping up once again from a couple of days ago. Another patent announcement for Heart Sciences. Back to the upside, looks like a Korean patent. So a huge move here. HSCS, this was a former runner going back to last week, I think it was. So heads up on that one. Let's talk about Google here, Alphabet. I'll drag this over and we can have a look at this. Headline for Alphabet, disappointing on ad sales. They pointed specifically to YouTube, once again, 2 quarters in a row, worth noting, and also said going forward that's going to be a soft spot for them.
Yeah, they're definitely having some issues finance-wise and cost-wise. But what I was looking at yesterday was the emphasis that they had on AI. And here's what they did. Basically, their DeepMind, their artificial intelligence subsidiary, DeepMind, is categorized within their other bets category, which includes things like Waymo, the self-driving company that they're trying to rival Tesla with. they're moving that and they're going to put it as Alphabet's corporate costs, which shows that they're really going to emphasize this as part of their core business. They're also going to introduce a chatbot called Apprentice Bard on the Google search that's going to be coming very soon, and it's going to rival ChatGPT in its likeness. They're also focusing on Lambda, their language model and dialogue applications, to incorporate that with the ChatGPT, like the Apprentice Bard application. So I see some good stuff coming from Google, and they're definitely jumping on the AI bandwagon, being there already. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you knew it was only a matter of time. It was just how they were going to jump into that arena. So I just wanted to note as well, I mean, if you go back to the Fed day, this was one of the strongest going into the close, if you remember, on that day, and then we held that all day yesterday, even though it was kind of a sideways day. But, I mean, this move down, guys, if you zoom out a little bit, not that bad.
Well, like Amazon, rejected the 200, below support. It's not that bad relative to where it's come from. However, you know, you look at where we broke out yesterday, aftermarket at 105, you broke out from that 105, and suddenly, you know, we ran up there. This is pretty much exactly like the Amazon chart, because I guess if you just short that 105, you're now sitting a couple of bucks in the money. And if you break the low here, you have room to 100. It's hard to be bullish on this thing unless we're reclaiming the 105 level. Maybe there's a dip buy at 100 today. You know, it's Friday. Hey man, if you start heading to the downside and you break this 103, you're not going to get to 100 today. You know, so like I think Amazon's a little bit weaker. I thought it wasn't quite as good, but you get that another sign of the recession coming. You know, ad spend's going down, and that's obviously going to weigh on Google a lot, or Alphabet a lot. So you could see that 100. I know I'm very likely to try a bid at that even dollar, just because that's how I roll. We'll see if it gets down there. We shouldn't talk uncertainties. If it gets down to 100, I'll look for a bid there. If we pop back up, that 105 actually does look appealing to me. If I'm taking that same trade, you know, the 109 to 110 on Amazon, then, you know, it sets up exactly the same on Alphabet at 105.
I just want to give everybody an update. The Italian scalp demon is definitely approving of those cannolis. So
I mean, how
just
could
to
he
give you
not?
guys an update there. So it's we'll go 2 for 2 with the Italians. We got Neil over there representing Antigua, liking the, well, we're all representing Canada, of course, but.
Look, man, if you're a human being, you will like that cannoli.
Okay, good. I like
you could
that.
have no taste buds, and you're going to love that cannoli, as far as I'm concerned.
I like that. So if you got COVID and you don't have any taste whatsoever,
you still
the best thing you can do is eat cannolis. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with that statement for sure. All right, Google, you know, again, it's not good. It's not great. It's not horrible, I don't think. But down 4% again. You know, it's the same talk about all of these stocks, man. Everything was priced out to beat yesterday because of Meta, and everybody got a bump because of Meta. And then today, some of these companies come out and say there's sort of their own problems here. Ad revenues coming in a little bit here. I still think they have huge tailwinds with AI, this ChatGPT. They're going to come out with something, and they'll probably keep it like, you know, Microsoft will charge something for it. They'll come out with something for free. Everybody will move over to theirs. You know, this is just AI, man. It exists. A lot of companies, I don't want to say every company, many companies have it and use it, and it is a thing of the future. So I feel like there's that. Google still is sort of the threat of the internet, and I mean, they have so many things going for them, but at the same time, when you miss and you're this big, and YouTube misses as well, shout out to YouTube. So it's not, you know, it's not priced out for perfection, and now you're coming back down, right? So if you're going to look at a daily chart, that's right, our daily chart doesn't look great because of the split. But here's a huge move back up, right, on the daily, and you touch that 112. Did we actually touch 112? I don't think we did. But I don't know. In all that chaos, maybe we got up there. Let me see. No, we didn't get even close. So we had touched 108 yesterday, so that didn't happen. We touched up here, but you can see, though, it's a huge move up just in 2 weeks, heading into earnings. So no surprise that this comes back. Here's that 102 level that we're talking about. So, you know, you come into here, you go back to October, 102. Obviously, when we broke it, we started spiking up to the upside. So this is a level that I want to test, and I'm going to hold the 102 long all the way to 100, to where we'll average into that 100 trade. And then if it breaks back down below, then we're getting out of that one. Apple's been dancing here. Apple's bounced off 3 times, 4 times now off this 147 level. So, you know, maybe that 147 holds. Now you're all the way back to 148.30. I don't know what your Amazon's doing, but for right now, man,
it's just chilling.
Apple's just chilling as well. Yeah. We have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left until the imbalances load up. Okay, Palantir's probably
NASDAQ,
pulling
yeah.
back as well. Yeah, the NASDAQ imbalances.
Wow,
Actually,
Ford.
Palantir's actually not coming back that much. Ford's gotten higher, right? Ford was
man.
only 800,000. But look, it's kind
we're
of
talking
chilling out
Ford.
right now and not doing much. There's Justin. What's up, Justin? Yeah, so Ford right here, Snapchat right here, Palantir right here, but we don't have the NASDAQ ones. So I'm going to throw it back to Brendan. We'll talk a little bit about Ford because that's up next, and then we'll see what these imbalances do in just a minute. I'm expecting a flush in these NASDAQ names. If you guys are long right now, watch out for 1 minute. Forewarned.
All right, a few minutes to go here. Let's get through a couple more. Ford, you saw top of the list there, 1.2 million to sell. Here's why. Q4 profit down 90%. Wow, Sharif.
Holy. Yeah, Jim Farley coming on CNBC yesterday and talking about the 100,000 cars, yeah, that they didn't build in Q4 that they missed out on, citing lack of productivity, also citing margin issues, Brendo, saying that they have some of the highest outputs and some of the worst margins, not specifically saying that he's going to resort to layoffs, but saying that they have to institute cost-cutting measures elsewhere.
Coming off GM's report, not a good look for Ford. The rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas, a comprehensive stock scanner used by active traders to quickly and efficiently identify trading opportunities daily, featuring tools like the innovative stock races you see the guys using every day that will quickly identify so you can act on potential trades. Check out the link below for a 20% off discount. Trader TV 20. Guys, what do we do with Ford today?
I feel like it might be leading some races to the downside on some of these. But I'm not going to take a 13 break on Ford. A lot of times you look at that, it's like Ford, every time it reports, whether it's up or down, when it gaps up and you take a break out at the top, it seems to never work. And when it breaks the bottom, it's sort of the same thing. So, look, I look at like 1350 looks like the line in the sand, short in front of that. However, there is another potential opportunity today, and that's if the market rolls over. GM has been a really great long a couple of days. We did have, off the 38 level breaking out. Yesterday, breaking out at that 40. If it cracks 40, this is one I know where I want to dip by this. You got this 38.5 to 39 area, and if things get ugly and we see a free fall Friday, then Ford's bad luck, I think, can be good fortune for GM. So I'm going to be looking to pick this one up if it dropped far enough. If it actually holds the 40, holds 40, and the market catches a bounce, I'll be willing to engage 40. But I want to make that decision after the open. If I see support come in, buy support. I'm willing to sit in front of 38.50 regardless of what happens, but the 40 level, I don't want to get run over if we do get a crazy move to the downside at the open here. So I like GM for some dip buys, but I'll be patient in the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Chillin'. It's so cold. Justin, the man that looks like a Nordic warrior, is wearing a toque.
Inside.
So that's it. Come show everybody so they can see. You haven't been on too much lately. There's Justin right there.
Yeah.
There he is. Yeah. It's only minus
What's on that
30.
toque?
It was right now.
Okay.
Great brew pub in Denver, Colorado.
I'm just gonna.
I like it. But I don't know
if
about
anybody
the
can see
indoor.
this. I don't know if you can see it. It says minus 30.
It's freezing.
Oops. Right.
It's oppressive is the word I like to use.
Right there. Minus 30. Right there. Feels like. Feels like minus 30
It's unnecessarily
Celsius.
cold. Unnecessarily cold.
And you know what it's going to be on Tuesday, Neil?
8 degrees.
8 degrees.
Actually, I didn't know that. I checked.
Plus 8.
Holy crap, we're going to
So
the
plus
downside.
8 is like 45 or so, I guess, Fahrenheit, because 32 is 0.
105 is about to break on Amazon, so I'm guessing.
All right, let's go.
Imbalances.
Shoot,
go
we
back
didn't
to
even
the
do
go back to the
Damn.
imbalances quickly.
They came out a while ago. Actually, I said flush incoming. Let's go over to Apple here. Not really, man. I see Google with a small sell there.
Where's Amazon flushed?
I
Where's
have
Amazon?
forewarned everybody, but there is no forewarning necessary because I can sort it. We're done. We don't have to. All right. I mean, we can go back to Brendan if you guys want to talk about Cohen here, but let me just find out Amazon. I'm scrolling down. I wish I could do like in. Do I know the alphabet here? LM, here it is. AMZ. Look how many names there are. There's only 7,500 names. AMZ, there it is right there. No, it's a buy.
Amazon's a buy
Yeah,
bounce?
right there. Here's Amazon with a buy.
Don't give me a reason
there's
to
the
put a
flush
trailing
down.
stop.
Watch
Oh,
out
God.
for 105 right there. But all right, Brendan, Ryan Cohen quickly on JWN.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise right across the board. Here's the note, picking up a large stake. Still building is the key. And he's taking target at the board. He wants to replace some of the board members.
Yeah, there is this individual by the name of Mark Triton who he forced out of Bed Bath & Beyond, former executive at Target. He now sits on the board of JW and of Nordstrom. And Ryan doesn't really like Mark, so it looks like he's aiming to get him out and maybe replace him with someone more friendly.
Just watch 4-day lows here, guys. What do we do with JWN here?
Oh, I didn't even talk about.
I'm going to go for the break. It just doesn't break the lows. I thought I would be shorting this in front of 27.70 first and then going long. But when it doesn't budge after all of this move to the downside, I just feel like going for the breakout. And it's 27.70. I'll do the daily chart thing again because I shorted earlier. And if you're just tuning in, it's not a 52-week high. Apologies, I might have tweeted out. 52-week high is at 29.50. The lower high is at 27.70. It might be a distinction without a difference. Either way, it's a big level. And if it gets taken out to the upside, I'm looking to go long. It's 22% short interest. It's probably gone too far in any reasonable fundamental standpoint, given the way the market is going today. But that doesn't necessarily matter to momentum. I'll have a relatively tight stop on. We have less than 30 seconds to go. So the last thing I will say is it's a buy and bounce on Amazon. It broke the channel to the downside and is finding a bid at 105, which was my first concern, because that's where I would have thought the first dip would come in. You might see me trail out of this so that I can get shares at 7 or 8 if it does come back up. I do want to stay net short, but I'm not going to give this $2 all the way back. I'm not throwing that away. We have Justin on the bell. We got Ford at the low of the day. Wow, this is going to be crazy. So it's going to be a wild Friday, and the poll sits at free fall 68%. We'll see in 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Justin.
Let's do this. Okay, so right now we are short Apple. I do have a bid down here at 147 in case it wants to test that bottom one more time. Otherwise, we'll wait to see what happens. See about some more short up here, but I really like this 150, 150 to break long if we are wrong on this short. So right now we've got this Apple in. Here it comes ripping back up to the upside, kind of as expected. Let's put on a little bit more shares as we get up to that 150 area, and we'll just see, but it's not going to be for a long time here. If it takes out 150, we'll regroup on that one, but our top is 151. So we'll hold it against 150 now as we're getting ready to get some more short. The market's trying to go back up to the upside, baby, but we're still down that 2%.
Yeah, the other one I want to the short side is going to be Alphabet. I forgot to point out Alibaba. Alibaba, 110, 110, 110. 120 was nonsense. 110 was nonsense in the afternoon. If there's any pop, I got to short it. Doesn't look like there's going to be one, so I'll try to get into it. And then Intel just now. The chip names, we totally forgot to talk about them. Looks like Amazon's trying to come back into the upside. I don't want to give it too much further, but Intel showing no bounce off 29.50. If that comes up to 30s, I do like shorts there. No break on Carvana, by the way. Absolutely nothing. So it looks like that long is going to have to wait. Here comes Google. Google bounces even a little bit. I think that 105 can come into play for the shorts. It did not break the low of the day, so a little bit of strength in Google. And then Ford, that was the one I said I wouldn't take a 13 break. It's like, well, the day you don't do it. It's just already flushing through that 13 level. Ford in trouble, which means I could get GM longs.
Yeah, we were looking at the same kind of thing there with everything, man. We actually reshorted Apple right here at 40. We're still waiting at 150. I don't know where's my offer there. It's 149.90. So here we go. There we go. Now we're into the short. This is not a big position. You know, I'm very nervous about what this market's doing, but there's the short. So we're back in it. We're short now 149.70 on Apple. Yeah, look, it's up to the high side right now. We'll see if this can hold. We have 150, 150 on our mind in case that does break higher. I really like that Google break long actually at 105. So let's wait to see. I'm just going to wait for it to happen. There's 105 right there on Google. Let's give it a second to go. There goes the market. Hallelujah. Wow. Big time movement to the backside right now on this market. Amazon taking out 107 now, Neil. As that one's starting to go, I'm just saying that because I know you're on it. I'm only in Apple right now as this market's starting to go. I should have thought about some longs that might be, not earnings related. Maybe,
I thought GM was a long, but
AMD.
it never came to 40 to the downside, unfortunately. It's actually breaking 41, so it is relatively strong. But you just said the name. You said it. AMD, NVIDIA, these are the two names that I think can be a bit of a jailbreak here.
I'm going long
85 is
AMD.
a good one. I actually was liking NVIDIA earlier, so I see you punching there. NVIDIA did a wick bottom here. I like wick bottom setups because that gives a 210 for a potential entry point. Let's see what happens. I mean, it gave a huge wick bottom to 8s there. If I can pick up 10s, I like the rebound here, and I got to find a way to get into some GM at some point. Maybe I'll just take the break here at 11s. Brendan?
Early halter here, guys. Little tiny float, just halted to the upside. Reshape Life Sciences, not the first time this thing has gone, but RSLS, big move up there, just halted on volatility.
Boom goes the dynamite right now. You guys want the bangs. If you got that hot dog one, we can put that at any time right now. We don't need to. Actually, let's save the hot dog. There goes AMD, a nice move to the upside. We did take out a little bit there, but not a lot. Let's see if AMD wants to go. I'm going to give it back to 87 flat. If that breaks, see ya. Apple is now going downside right now as we are now in the money. Let's take a piece out here at 149 and then hold the rest. You know, we could wind up stepping down here on AMD and getting hit a little bit, but there's a couple good outs for us on AMD right there. My best out. Well, my worst out is 63 off of a 50 long, right? We're long at 50. And then we got some 74s and some 77s. So far, so good on that one. Let's see if Apple comes back in. We're going to take a piece out at 149 right there. And then we'll wait to see after that. But for right now, here comes AMD right back down. So the market tries to bust out. We have a good long name. I will average in around 87, but a break back below 87, and we are gone out of AMD, guys. Let's not try to be like a hero here. We don't need to be like that. We can just watch these trades. Our best trades always tend to happen after. Oh, we're slaying the dragon. I like that one.
Where'd that one come from?
I like this, man. Fahad bringing back the old school, man.
Old school, baby.
This guy's on fire over there. Shout out to you, Fahad.
Yeah, I love that one. GM, I might just take if it holds 41 here, I might not wait for 40s and just look for that 41, showing all kinds of relative strength. I just took Intel to the short side. I always do this. It's like I'll be long NVIDIA or AMD and then short Intel. I don't want to ignore what's happening over there in a couple of other names. One, reporting next week. We'll go to Brendan in a quick second. PayPal, it was showing a lot of weakness. However, it is setting up for a little something at 87 even. If it fails that could be interesting. Oh, I'll also have to fail. NVIDIA just broke 210, so I'm out of that one. There goes my one long. Brendo.
A little Australian genetic company popping back to the upside. There was an offering, guys, on this Gene, Gene, 5 million registered direct offering. They had a cancer headline or cancer-related headline that had them way up here this morning. The offering comes. Now we're back to the upside for Gene.
Okay, so we just got stepped down again there on AMD. So we tried it, man. It didn't work out. There goes AMD. Tried. Broke through. Don't tell me now you're going to break back to the upside there. All right, so it is starting to tick downside. We're just going to wait. I mean, AMD we thought was strong. We took out a little bit of profit, but it is a flush down the toilet on AMD. So there it goes. But that's, you know, we've tried it. We'll try it again on AMD there once we get that bottom. There's a pickup of Apple at 149. So good trade there. We're short at 60. We'll take a piece out there at 149 flat off that 50 reload. We talked about that coming in. Look at the NASDAQ here. Let's just slow down a little bit. NASDAQ makes a move back upside. We'll check JWN as well in a minute and Tesla. But NASDAQ just made a high. They're not anywhere near where we were in the pre-market, of course. But these are some of those bouncing spots. We did not even come close to retesting some of those bounces up there. So let's see what happens now. Of course, now the market's going to go back upside. I'm going to take AMD right now at this bottom and just see if it can work out for me again here at a bottom tick for AMD. I hear the professor's talking about Meta a little bit here. Flying upside, yes.
Meta and Tesla, the two strong names from yesterday, are both flying. So Meta is breaking out again.
That was a name.
So Tesla, Meta, those are the two. 185, all kinds of support. It actually held 183. A dip to 185 for sure. And this 189 break that just happened, that can be in play. I'm going to already be on the, if it comes anywhere near 185 again, I'm just going to pop on that bid. Everyone knows how good that was when it reversed, and we'll see if we can't get involved. Oh, then that break's not, sorry, I might have said 189 there. 190, the afternoon high, it needs to get through. So I want to look for a pullback first. Tesla is the other one. It's like Intel's going down, but that's why my NVIDIA was a fail. So the one long I had, already a failure. Tesla trying to get back into the 191 area. If it breaks this, that could be off to the races. But I want to see it above resistance. If it's beneath it, I don't care. I'm going to buy dips because this is, as far as I'm concerned, we're still a negative move to start the day. And I have to see us above resistance before we take a breakout style trade. Carvana is trying to squeeze. Don't forget what happened in the afternoon. This 14.5 to 15 area was a wall, and there were huge sellers down there. And that was shorting into the all afternoon. If it gets back up there, I'd be looking for a fade, actually.
All right, so wow, AMD is real damn weak, man. We just did the trade that we probably should have waited for right now, and that was a look at that bottom, right? We had that pre-market bottom there on AMD. I'm gonna try to take some out. I mean, we just screwed up on the long. We talked about that, and now we're back in it. We're just gonna play it off that bottom right there. When you said NVIDIA started cracking, I should have just Got out
It
of AMD
levitated to the
immediately, but we still
downside
got out of AMD. Everything's fine. It's just I'm back in it against that bottom. If we break that bottom, then we're out. 86.20 or so, we're going to be out of that name. Let's just see if it wants to go back up to the upside right there, but definitely messed up on that one on AMD
Meta?
waiting for that. It is red right now and going lower. We tried to pick a strong name. Meta was the great one.
Meta is absurd.
Meta, I'm beside myself because when we were saying let's look for a strong name, we should have just gone right back into Meta. Like, do I not remember yesterday? Like, it's absolutely unbelievable. Meta taking out that 188. I said 188 was key. Should have done that, but we weren't looking over there. So, you know, you're going to miss some of them. And then we did that on Meta, or I did anyways, or we both did, I guess.
Well,
on
yep.
Meta
I mean,
for now. Apple's still dancing around this 150. Maybe this, I mean, what AMD is getting killed here when everything else is bouncing back. So,
is it really?
Yeah, we have the wrong stock, man. AMD downside there. Thought it was, there it goes, man. Thought it was strong. Not. Everything else ripping here, not AMD. That's the short, it looks like, guys.
Yeah, it must be because I'm short Intel and it's literally not moving.
Yeah,
so
I don't,
I'm in. You say it all the time. I'm in the wrong one, man. I always go over to AMD. Sorry, I always go to Nvidia and Intel. Intel for shorts, Nvidia's for longs. I got to change that. So Meta broke 190. I missed it, but I was able to pick some up there. I had to go manually on it. This is ridiculous. I can't. I'm gonna bank it. This is crazy. I feel like it's going to do some kind of a pullback and way up. The way that this sold off in the afternoon, I'm a little surprised, and I'm very wary of how aggressively to chase this move. So if it's going to give a quick like $1.50, just take it and then move on to the next. Yesterday, taking pot shots in the longs was the safe way to buy the highs. Continuously just go up, buy dips, and then buy every single break. But I don't understand how Intel goes ex-dividend next week. I guess there's still some buyers left into this one. So I got to give this one to that 30 level. If AMD is flushing and NVIDIA didn't work, the fact that Intel is putting me under pressure here is already annoying. I'm going to go with a tighter stop on this because Intel and Snapchat were my two worst trades in yesterday, and I feel like I'm being stubborn, always wanted to short the pops on this.
Yeah. We saw it on the upgrade side of the board this morning. AI, guys, C3 AI having a good day so far. Already 4.5%, just took out that pre-market high. RSLS, Reshape Life Sciences, 450,000 share float. Second halt now for RSLS.
Oh man, now wow. I was just saying, like now, of course, it's ripping. Our friend here, AMD, starting to go back up to the upside a little bit. I'm going to pass on AMD until I get a better read on that anyways. Let's short a little bit more Apple up here. I mean, our out's 151 there. If it breaks back above 150, 150, we want to go long on Apple. So let's not forget about that.
151 already.
Yeah, it's already 151 proof right now. So these markets, like those of you that were hoping for a free fall Friday, like I know Prad's not here today, but good luck on that one.
That's why it's not working.
You know, it's not a free fall at all. It actually battled almost everything back, but we're still down. We're still down. So there still is something there for anybody that's looking for the short. You could start to look at this right back upside right now. After we tested that long, we would have made everything back, but we didn't. So we'll move off that right now. Yeah, let's check out Carvana. That's another name I see in the
flying.
chat. That's wow, flying around again. $13 up to 14. There goes Apple. Let's go back at Apple. So Apple just touched 151. We're actually flat on Apple today, literally flat on it. You know, we took the profit. We just got out right there at 151. Now let's watch out for a 151 blast back up to the upside. Meta as well pulling back. We'll wait for that one to break through 192 now. But Meta on a little bit of a pullback, and there goes Apple. Darn it, man. This is the trade that we wanted. It's a long in Apple. Here it comes in 151. Maybe it's not good. We'll test it. The way it's trading though, man, I mean, I think we break this. So we just stopped there. Maybe it's a short. If you took the short, good. You're probably banking right now. But right now, Apple, I'm watching that at that 151. That might have been the short spot right there.
Yeah, I thought we'd get to 109 for the short on Amazon. It doesn't look like we're going to, but CVNA just turned around at that 14.5. I'm on the offer, they're 30s, but look at Tesla. Tesla's getting right into this, well, close enough to that 195. Oh man, this is super strong. I don't want to be fighting Tesla too much, and I'll show you what's going on over here in the place that we did want the long on GM at 40. I think it might start coming back in where I can get a bit of a dip buy. And Ford is still beneath 13, so this looks pretty weak on Ford. You know, the market gave a huge bounce back. Ford did not reclaim that 13 area, so on the way back up, this feels like a place. I know it's a bit of a wick bottom, but this feels like a place to try to be short in front of that 13. Maybe not give it too much room, but short in front of that 13 for myself. Carvana, which I was just talking about, it did just get to 1450 and turn. That's the area in the afternoon we had the last short. I'm going to go back to it again. And I'll check Coinbase in a second. I just want to get into Carvana. Coin and SI, I did want to be involved in those two, but wow, too much happening here. And by the way, Meta should have just reloaded 190. Got to be on the 190 bit of Meta. Brendan.
More earnings movers. Bill.com, big miss, big move down aftermarket yesterday, but trying to claw its way back to the upside here for Bill. Still 21%, but trying to test this pre-market high.
Ford. Okay, so
all right, I'm going to test a little small trade here on Meta, man. I mean, if Meta takes out 192, let's just try to go long on that. I'm still waiting for 188, though, to come through on Meta. Right now, just back into there. That was a level that I sort of liked and missed on it, so we're going to have to wait for Meta to come back through. Apple's still hanging out on the high side. The only trade that we've made so far today of any significance was a long in AMD that didn't work. So we're going to now wait. Here it comes back up to the upside here. Mullen apparently taking names right now. Let's go over to Mullen here. 44 cents. Nice move upside for Mullen.
Seriously?
Okay, yep. Here comes Apple right now through 151. Nice trade on Mullen, guys. I know there's a lot of you that have been holding that. Congratulations on a Mullen trade right there. We'll drop down some money for the Mullen traders as that continues to move upside. Watch out for 50 cents. Every time you get to a key level, you got to watch out for that. AMC also back to 650 right now. Good level for AMC. Up 5.5%. Tesla 193. Yeah, man, names are rocking here. Let's see what this market can do. Amazon back up to 107 as well. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for some key things to break up here. Amazon's more like a 109. We already have the Apple trade coming through as well. There's Amazon right there bouncing off that period. 108 right there, the 50 period on the minute chart. So that's something to look at too. 109 though for Amazon is sort of my target to short. What's up, Brendan?
Just seeing a few people mentioning, guys, GameStop and a BLK stake. So heads up on GME. BLK is BlackRock for anyone who's wondering. So heads up there.
Well, we know that. Okay, so I'm in the Ford right now. I'll get to GameStop in a second, some of those others. I'm going to have a tight stop in there. We've played the bounce. The break was a better play. You know it. It just didn't take the break today, and now I'm going to regret it. I'm going to get on this. I am on this bit of Meta. I should have rinsed and repeated this trade the first time, but I'm just looking at this 190. It's actually giving you 189 change or so, like 75s or so, every time it comes back down here. So it looks like the dip buy is around 190, and then a double top breakout. I mean, it's setting up. Like every single break was good yesterday when it made a double top setup. Tesla's pulling back. 195 looks like the break. 190 looks like the dip. I want to be on the bid of that one as well. And if you're watching said GameStop, I have my eyes on Carvana, so I don't know that this is going to be the trade for me because I'm looking at the Carvana levels. 25, I know, is a big one on GME. If it gets there, then it gets exciting as far as I'm concerned. But with Meta flying, with Tesla going crazy, Amazon is not getting my re-entry price, but it's also not really threatening the low. So I'm kind of holding the fort on Amazon, looking for the dip on Tesla here to 190. Either that comes first or the dip, or it's going to be the break on Meta.
All right, wow. Yeah, we're rocking here with Apple. Apple's a nice trade right now. This is what we wanted, man. We wanted this. Let's go, Apple. We got it, man. It's a good trade here. Breaking through now 152, hopefully breaking through 152 on Apple. It's what we're looking at, and we've got it. There goes Meta as well. We're taking a 192 fill on that one, but it's more about this Apple trade. Look at Apple right now. Take something else out here as we're just bouncing us 152 now for Apple. Did someone say Apple was red today? Nepa, Apple, upside here for Apple. Nice move. Let's go Meta now. We just took a 192 break on that one. Let's see where we go. I'm going to put an offer at 193. If it gets back up there, good. We still are waiting for that 188 dip buy, but hey, we're out of half of Apple now. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna take one more piece out here. Let's take another piece out right there. We'll take another one. Let's go Apple. Back up to the upside. Let's go Meta. Let's go Apple. Let's go everything that Neil has as well. Let's go.
Congratulations. So Meta doing Meta things. See, at least today we're not short Meta. See, we can learn. We can learn. We can do better. But I'm going to ring the register on the way to 193 because we've just chased a $10 move to the upside. I swear, look at it. That's $10. It feels a little bit crazy when you see that. I just took some out in front of 193. We'll let it go. See if it goes on that break. But there is something I got, which is at least a little bit of a concern because, hey, it's a short that's not Amazon. and that means it's Carvana. So I'm into Carvana. That's that 14. It's actually a 1460 double top, not letting it through that. Hard stops. You don't want things squeezing on you. I understand the short was good yesterday, but that was yesterday. Today is today. Because if it wants to hold up, fair enough. I'll try scalping it down, some 14s out, maybe down into 13 even. But what an incredible, Meta is an absolute monster the way it's been trading. Oh, and by the way, Tesla over here, remember I was like, yeah, we're about to get a dip down into 190. What dip? You see a dip? I don't see anything. I see up at 195 for the break on Tesla, which is about to happen right now.
When you dip, we dip, I dip. Right now, here we go. Apple, we're trying to get some more out here on Apple, but at the same time, I kind of want that break higher, but it just failed there a couple times. So we took another out. We only have 40% on board now of Apple, looking to get some more out. We did ring the register with my guy over here, so we'll spin that money thing one more time. I know it's annoying. We're going to get some more in there, but now Apple, Meta, we both triggered this, man, on Meta. I don't know. Your long is better. We both in the same position. So there goes Meta. We both took a piece out. Now let's let it fly, man.
I'll tell you what happened.
Where was yesterday's high? 197.
Which one?
We'll take that 197 right now. And Apple coming back up as well. So it's the only two that we've got on board right now. It's Apple and Meta, and they're both longs. Who thought we were coming in for a long today? Not I, but there it is, and we talked about that 151 break. There it is. AMD can go to hell and back. Look where AMD is, right back to its high, man. We would have really clocked out on that stock, but unfortunately it did test that bottom. I am so much a better trader starting at 940 and on.
Well, that's the opening range, man. Like, it's one of those things. There's a reason sometimes you tell trainees you don't have to trade the open. And look, at the end of the day, I'm going to pay myself out, scalp the first move. The first move on a breakout, I always want to take something out just in case it gives a failed break. And Tesla's getting top heavy at 95 here. It's running out of steam a little bit. It's very different from the way Meta broke because, hey, we weren't really taking the same type of top end break when you look at yesterday's levels. This is a little bit more clean at 190 and then again at like 192, I think. I don't see any reason we're not headed to 197. And that poll, I know I voted for Tesla to get to 200 before Meta does. But Meta's really catching up a little more rapidly here. Amazon refuses to get back to 109. I'm waiting for it, but there's another wick top there. If the market rolls over, Amazon is your weak puppy at this particular point. CVNA, that did not take very long. Have an out. Have a stop. Don't be Leroy Jenkins. Have a stop out. Don't be ridiculous because look at this. The second I'm out of Carvana and stop, it's $1 higher almost instantly. Ooh, Alphabet just got to 105. That was the other level I like.
Look at Meta, by the way.
Meta's up like, what the hell? Meta 195?
Let's go!
Wow.
Right now, man.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, man. If you ain't having fun now, I apologize because we sure as hell are.
Wow.
Meta right now, $3, and blasting off goes Meta. 197 coming through. Meta right now, hopefully. Let's wait for that. Hopefully it does come through now. Meta blasting off. All right, Google took 105. We're in this name. We got to watch out for Amazon now. I'm going to cancel that 109. No, thank you. I don't want any part of that one. We'll wait for that now. But there's Google new position. Apple also blasting up. We got a great out on Apple, 152.40. That's 90 cents given to you on that name. What's up, Dada? There's Brendo making an appearance one more time. All right, let's just keep on going here. Amazon, Apple, new position is Google, though. We got to attend to this. We don't want to be punching everything at the high, so let's take a little piece out here for a little bit of an L right there on Google. Let's just see what's happening right now as it's touching some high spots here.
Yeah, Google. I got out of Google when it broke the top there, short in front of 105. You probably saw it, short, and then very, very quickly we're out of it. Amazon did not give me the fill, so it turned here, and I was sitting just like 5 cents higher, 10 cents higher, something like that. So I might have missed the opportunity to get in. Tesla just pulled back. I think I just got trailed out of Tesla there on the way back in. I should be short Alphabet.
Yeah.
That sucks. I should 100% be short Alphabet. I definitely missed out on Amazon, but I should be short Alphabet. I'm going to go back over to Ford. I have to update some things here because Ford stops out when it breaks 13. Look at it just race toward the high. It's insane how quickly these stocks are moving. So have your stop, then regroup. I'm not touching it in the middle. If it gets to 13.50, then I like the shorts again on Ford. So if the market wants to rally, yesterday the way to survive it was to wait for the key price levels. That's what it was all about. Now Meta just made its dip at 195. I don't feel like I want to race out of this stock yet. If it takes 95, I think there's $2 more of room. So just sort of getting out here doesn't make sense. I've probably scalped it way too heavily earlier on. And just going back over to some of the chip names, are you kidding me, Intel?
Look at Apple.
At least I'm not short this one. 1350 is a big one on Intel. And look, there's no way I'm not going to be trying to short off these tops. If you're enjoying it right here, do 2 things for me.
Yes, sir.
1, hit the like. 2, hit the subscribe so you can be in this chat, because I see some science being dropped in the chat here from our members and our viewers. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and enjoy the ride. This market just went top to bottom.
Oh, hell yeah. I hope you don't really mean you want to short Google, because here goes Google right back up to the upside, man. We're long at 95 right now and still going. What's up, my paisan? Dominic is back in the building. I just saw Dominic talk about there. What's up, Dewey? Thank you so much. I missed your super chat there, Dominic. I don't know where it went. Where was it? Where was it? It was $5 for something. There it is. Neil burned by Carvana. Okay, well, whatever. We're here trading it. Thank you, Dominic, for coming through, man. Carvana has been a good trade there. And don't get it twisted, guys. We will make numerous trades all day long. So,
I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
This is burned by Carvana. That's what a short's supposed to look like. If you take a loss, that's what it should look like.
Yeah. You don't want to be in there
all
forever.
day. Not bang, 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 and then you're taking a hit, because that's how you ruin your day. You will be wrong in this business. The question is, what does it look like when you're wrong, and do you accept that fact? Back above 195 on Meta. Tesla trying to reclaim 195, because let's talk about what actually matters here. The trend back to the upside. Watch out here, because I got trail on Tesla there because I felt it was a little top heavy. We just got top to bottom on the NASDAQ, so I don't want to be buying tops on anything that isn't absolutely flying. So I don't want to reload this Tesla to jump back in unless I'm dipping down into 191 or we're getting the market breaking back out. And if you're talking about breakouts, I'm not going to ignore you, CVNA, just because I got out of it. The squeeze is on in this name. It just got up to 15 even. I know Meta's 197 is the level on Meta. Like I said, I didn't want to get it out when it was failing 95, but 197, like this is, it's here. We're here now. We're here now. It's 4.5 in the money. Do I believe we're getting through the high of the day? I mean, I don't ever believe it. One thing I've learned, though, especially being able to get 90s and 92s, if it fails here, there will be a way back into the trade. So it just touched what was my target and pulled back. So I'm trailing out. I'm ringing the register. I'm taking it. I got no issues. We started at 90. We added at 92. We're out at 97.
I like
well,
that.
96 and a quarter off of 97. If it goes higher, fair enough. But I'm going to stick to my style of trade. The futures are at resistance as well. So if you don't want to ring the register, that's absolutely fine, because this could absolutely still fly.
I mean, bang? I mean, I don't know. What else you guys want? Right there. Look at Google, man. 104.90. Thank you. Nice move upside for Google. How about Apple? That's $1 in the money. How about Meta? That's $4 in the money. Google $1 in the money. Apple $1 in the money. Meta $1 in the money. We are really rocking and rolling one more time here today. We were patient, man. We waited for that 105 to break. Bang, upside right there. The Meta trade. Wow, 192. Okay, it just touched 197, but let's not be silly. I know Neil took that out. Yesterday's high, of course, in Meta right there, 197. We just touched it on the knot. We got $5 in the money, but now it's come back in a little bit. That's a good trade for us. And then how about Apple? We make the money a little bit short. Get hit out at 151. We talked about that. Then we got hit out a little bit earlier in that 150, 151 flat. Then we take that 151.40 break from yesterday's number, and boom, to the upside right there goes Apple. I thought they had a bad quarter. Nah, $1 in the money right now for Apple, $1 Google, $4 Meta. Let's just keep this train rolling, man. Everything is all good. The only thing that we did screw up on, and we're going to talk about our losers as well, was AMD. We had that one early, man. We got dumped out right there on that low of the pre-market. That really sucks, because right now we'd be in the money and making even more of that cash. But unfortunately, we can't have them all. That's a loser there, AMD. Thank you, everybody, for watching Trader TV Live. Guys, we're doing it again, live, every single day. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the Met. Regardless of what happens here, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Wick top, final parabolic move up, get out of dodge, allow it to sort of pull back in here. Because if we're going to get another long and we're going to trend up all day, well, okay, maybe it's not 91s. I'm not even convinced it's going to be 95. When you pop back into yesterday's action, if you looked at like the parabolic move and the stop, it was actually pulling back a couple of dollars each time. So I want to see it start to level off. It would feel logical that it would be 93. But if it doesn't get down there, I want to find a place to get back into the long at some point. You know, it's way too strong of a move to completely ignore. I don't want to ignore you, GM. I like you, GM. I missed you because I was on Meta and then Tesla a little bit later, but GM just got right back to the high. So this was the one I kind of knew I was pretty confident based on. They had a great quarter. There's no question about it. So 41 looks like the jam here. If it does a double top 42 break, I'm here for you. That top is technically 42.06, yesterday's high. If it breaks that high, I like GM taking out the top. I'll check back on Carvana in a quick second, but I want to acknowledge everybody who was like, Mullen's doing really well. I'm not long Mullen. That's why it's going up. So there you go. Congrats. It actually held 41 at the open, which is a pretty positive sign. Higher lows now. I would just be thinking about shorts at 50 cents. That's just me. That looks like a pretty solid level. And I don't want to go. Look, we talked about Nordstrom's. If it took the top, Nordstrom is actually flushing. I'm canceling my top break because it's actually $2 away from that top. And if it gets there, I probably don't want it. So I'm going to walk away from that one and go back over to Tesla, which is flushing right now.
I mean, what an amazing run here. Like, what is going on with Google right now? Like, it is just holy extension upside. Google is just absolutely ripping, and we just took another piece out there at 106. Like, you know, off of this 104.76. Like, okay, we'll do that. And Apple. Yeah, 153 right now. Yeah, we talked about Free Fall Friday. We did a hard pass on that. But right now we are rocking and rolling back up to the upside on a lot of these names. Great out on Meta. It's come right back in to 194. We got to look for some reloads on Meta. I don't really know where. I do have a bid down here at 188 for Meta. So that could be something. We were just staring 197 in the face. I didn't have an offer, but that was yesterday's high. You got to play off some of those levels. So that was a good out for sure. We do have a number coming out at 10. Okay. So let's go over to Brendo.
As you mentioned, the manufacturing side of this ISM number yesterday that came out this time yesterday. In fact, today we're going to get the services PMI number. So ISM services PMI coming in about 5 seconds here, 50.5 expected on this. So we'll see if this moves the market higher. 55.2, so 55.2 versus 50.5 for the ISM services number there. That's how everything is shaping up so far as the markets are concerned. Back to 0.95 for the S&P, 0.64 for the Dow, the Russell, all three of them still in the red. Same story for the NASDAQ, but we are trying to head in the right direction, as the guys have been mentioning there. If you're with us right from the start, had you covered right across the board with Amazon, Apple, even Alphabet, Nordstrom's as well if you missed it. Ryan Cohen currently building a stake in JWN. Here's Ford, guys, on a nice bounce as well. There was a flush initially, but a huge buyer at 1280 has this thing back above 13 already for Ford, guys.
We were just trying to confirm. Can you just confirm that? Because Neil and I were talking about what current stake maybe he does have there in Nordstrom. Because, just some people in the chat that are wondering about that, whether it was
building
new
a stake
or what he's doing, if he's cooking up some stakes. I don't know. But right now, okay, a nice move down in the market. We just touched pretty low there, man. We went right back to the 50 period. We didn't do anything about it because we were just sitting here waiting to see what this market wanted to do. But meanwhile, guys, Apple's $2 in the money. Meta all the way back right now. So maybe this is a little buy area here for Meta, but 192, if you slip up through there, then it is going to be another pullback in. So here comes Meta right back to the downside now, as we just enjoy every other stock, but we're going to have to watch out for Meta here, coming right back into 192 one more time. I'm going to try a long at this point one more time.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I was looking for a long, and now I'm asking myself, can it even hold this 92? You don't want it giving everything back. Like, it was a good exit point, I do feel. And if you're checking on Tesla, I said 191 is where I liked it. That's at 193. So Meta's actually pulling back a little bit more. I want to get some right here on Meta. I'm just going to pop on the bid. Apple's holding its highs pretty well. Amazon's starting to come off. So the question becomes, can Meta hold this bid? If it gets back to the top, it's got $5 to the top. I think even a lower high puts you at 3. So if it does pop back into like 103.50-ish, I think that's an area to probably take some out there, and we'll see what happens. Ford, I'll get to Ford in a second, but I want to see what happens right at this 192 level on Meta. Amazon was never a good reload, and I want to get to Coinbase in a second, but I might be giving up this Meta. It's not holding 102s. I'm not giving it back. Like, maybe I should have shorted that level, but I learned my lesson shorting Meta yesterday. and the long was so strong, so I don't want to be overly aggressive. I'm catching this on the way down, which is not the right way to get back into it. You want to see it level off. You want to see it make a higher low, and that's the way to join the trend. On the other side of the coin here is we never got the fill on Amazon, and this just looks ridiculously weak. So if we're double topping on the futures, I'm going to get inside here on Amazon, which will be 108. Like 50 or so. So if we do pop back up, I will actually get my reload on Amazon. I don't want to get out of this one. This broke support as far as I'm concerned. And when the market came back, it was the one stock that couldn't get above it. I know I want to be short this name until it proves otherwise. And it is not proving that to me. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
So just more on that Nordstrom, guys, with Ryan Cohen. So I just read through a few of these. There's no actual number as far as what he has now compared to what he is looking to build. But this sentence right here, building a large stake in JWN and plans to push the upscale retailer to shake up its board. So that was from the Wall Street Journal after the close yesterday. So I'll keep digging, but I don't see any numbers yet, guys.
No, well, that's the key thing. Building a stake means the intention to add more. But they've got some weird poison pill thing going on. So you feel, okay, I want to know a little bit more about that. That's one of these things from a longer, like I wouldn't swing it unless I knew a little bit more about it. So remember I sort of said, way too aggressive on the way down, let it show signs of making a bid. Okay, well, it showed signs of making a bid at 92. So instead of just catching it in front and looking for the whole move up, show signs of consolidation, join move up, scalped where I got that first entry out to make sure we pair sales off and get the money back. And then if you go up to 95s, I like it there at 95s, and I'll get the order just like I had last time, sort of getting at a lower high idea for Meta, so we can ring the register and be pretty happy about it. Apple did not budge back down. You still long Apple? Because
oh, yeah.
So Apple didn't really pull back much. Now up 1.7%. Meta pulled back probably because of how hard it flew to the upside. And Tesla never really got to 191. So I had a top rate there. The dip buy was probably the better idea. I'm going to wait around for 191. Let's be patient, because if you put in lower highs, you still double top the NASDAQ. And that's at the end of the day. So let's be patient. The longs were fantastic. I'm not chasing. If you're watching AMC, this is right back to pre-market highs. This would be the support area, hey, where you can buy a dip, risk 5 cents to see if it can break the high. I don't mind that, but I also prefer going long APE over AMC, because I do think that's where the arbitrage is. And if AMC wants to bounce, APE has been going down today. And I feel like that same bet on APE, I might take a shot at it here. You're risking 5 pennies.
Yeah, we were, darn it, man. Meta just went to 193 for us, and we didn't take it out. We were waiting for that 194 level again. So if this breaks back down below 190, 150, we're going to be gone out of Meta, guys. So I don't, it was a great run up. Neil had that great out up there. We should have respected yesterday's high. I just thought, hey, why not see 200 today? I don't know, a little bit of, like I said, I always say this, but rose-colored glasses, right? Like, you think that the stock's going to go somewhere, and that's what trading's all about. You take your shot, and, it's sort of like you make your bed, and like my kids don't, but, and then you lie in it, right?
My kid doesn't.
I don't know, whatever. As long as their room is somewhat clean. I went up there yesterday, and because it's my kid's birthday, he still had his loot bag full of all the little things in there. And I was like, bro, what are you doing? Get rid of that. But okay, what's up, Brenda?
Not a bad day yet for AI, guys, but I was going to mention Big Bear. Here's AI, first of all, setting up possibly for another push to the upside, just holding on to 24. But BBAI, Big Bear AI, remember, just broke 4. Huge volume spike there for BBAI.
So Meta's putting it to the test. I did take that shot on APE. And again, it's just, we'll see what happens with it. I like those shot plays, risk to reward. But Meta is trying to bounce again off of VWAP here. So it scalps them out 193s. And the question is, if it makes another bid here, this could just end up being a wick top, where you've broken like 91, 92, fade the highs, break back the low, and then you're back at 182. So I do feel like this is the last shot that I want to give it on the way back down. So we're kind of screaming here. So I'm not going to fight it too far. You don't want to give it all back, but I've given about a quarter of what we had on the way to the upside. And someone said in the chat, hold on to Amazon for dear life. Yeah, I think I'm going to absolutely do that. That 105 is a big level. It gets there and bounces. I'll scalp out of it, and then I should be a little bit more aggressive, taking some more shorts there. Tesla still can't get above 195. That might turn into a short off of the NASDAQ highs, but I just got the reload on Meta, and I'm looking for that one little pop. Just give me 192s, and we can get that scalp trade there, and I might have to accept 93, 94. This might not be as good of a long as we thought. This is that decision point. If Apple can hold the highs, I'm a little surprised Meta wouldn't bounce off VWAP nicely here. And thank you very much, DJ. Hey, my high school buddies call me DJ. That's my nickname. Has nothing to do with music. But Baba, I'm canceling my 110 because it got close and no cigar. It's now breaking the lows. Sometimes with Baba, you just want to be in the trend. So next pop, I'm going short Baba. I might even just take it back up here to 107.50s. I knew I wanted this one short today and got distracted by Amazon and Meta as good as they were.
Yeah, don't we always? Okay, so I'm going to look at, thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for everything coming through, man. Over 5,000 on the votes. If we can get some likes happening there, that would be great. Lee, appreciated as well. Okay, Google, I was debating the reload here at 105, but I'm going to pass on that for now. The stock that I really like here that really hasn't gone yet, I mean, it's sort of gone, but it's kind of just hovering out here. You guys may know it as my favorite stock, and it's going to be Mr. Softy. We'll look at this 262 level. Wow, you like the long. This name's only down 1.3%. It is coming back in right now, so that's for sure. I feel like you could almost buy some of these dips off this level, 260.50 or so. So that's something that I'm going to look at right now for this, right in there, 260.50 coming through here on Microsoft. Maybe that 262.5 was the high there. Let's try to buy some Softy right now. This is going to be, I mean, that Meta's kind of just moving around. Let's see if we can get some Softy down here at the bottom. There we are. We're now into a long on Microsoft. I'm going to try to give it to, I mean, what does that break there? 260.50? That seems a little bit low, but, you know, that's something that we wouldn't mind trying there. 260.50 in case it's wrong. But there it is, instantly in the money. This is what we're going to do it. Give me that 45. Oh, we just missed it because we were talking too much and looking at our chart. But we'll take 50 cents if we can get it. There it is right there. Let's go. Awesome. There it is. Thank you, Microsoft. We talked about it being my favorite stock. And there it is right there with a nice little take on Microsoft. From that bottom, we just take 50 cents right there. Pretty clean on that. Sorry, 40 cents. We got out at 45. Nice move downside there for Softy.
Yeah,
or
nice.
upside, sorry.
Oh, yeah, nice move for Softy. Meta doesn't want to do it. I got my stop for GM, but it's still coiling up here. I like the fact the market pulls back and you're actually holding the high on General Motors. So I'm still going to go for the top end break. Nothing's really changed there. Tesla's right back now to 195. It looks like it's trying to make it. Looks like it's trying to make a shot at the high. What is that wick? I got to zoom in. That's annoying. It's like trying to take out that high, but I'm seeing lower highs again being put in. This is setting it up for a potential short trade. I know. Looking for a short in Tesla is probably suicide, but I would want to stop at 196. So I want to see the over-under, like break 95, kind of get a little bit above, get the short in there so that you actually have a reasonable price, and then you know where your stop is at that 96 area. APE's in the money a couple of cents. I'm risking about 5 to 6 cents on APE. So until it actually goes that much, I'm not terribly excited about it. Nope, Tesla didn't give me that over at 95s. Let's go back over to Ford because I like GM long, I like Ford short. Hit enter twice. Ford is barcoding, but low off the lower high. So I'm canceling my 1350 short, and I'm just going to short this consolidation here. We already tried it at 13. If it's going to be 13 quarter, this isn't SSR. I can get on the offer. I should be able to get a fill. Yep. I can actually hit the bid for something, I guess. Why? Oh, I didn't get a fill. This is not SSR.
What was it? What stock?
Ford's not short sell restricted.
No, it shouldn't be unless it was 10% today at one point.
No. Did it hit 10% down?
Well, I don't know. What was the low?
Oh, no, what am I talking? Never mind.
It
might have. I have to wait for an uptick, it looks like, on Ford. I'm going to try and get it here either way with a stop right at 1335. That's just kind of annoying. I'm now out of Meta, so we'll slap the fail on that. The way up was the way to go. On the way down, just hold on to Dodge. Tesla, I might be able to get 195s. This market is definitely turning. I know I want Ford. I don't know how far I want to chase it. It looks like I'm chasing it beneath 20, and I don't want to have to go too far away from that 20 level. That's frustrating to not be able to get that fill. But that's it. We're live. You know, these are real fills out there. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. And you try not to be too frustrated because it's out of my control in that situation. So higher low on APE. I elected this instead of AMC. I like the risk to reward if it gets back up to 285. I have not put any offers out there, so I'll go ahead and make sure I have those out. Amazon looks pretty much fine, except for the fact that it's putting in a higher low right now. So if we pop back up to 108, I'll take that. But that 105 might be the terminal point here. I think that's a pretty big level. I still like the Tesla short, so I'm going to try and get it in here, guys. Damn it, Ford. Ford might have been the one.
Ford.
Can't believe I missed that.
All right. Yeah, that sucks. We talked about Ford a little bit there.
I didn't think it went 10%.
Just looking at Softy, I do want to try this again, of course. Not again. I mean, I'm not going to reload at the same levels. We just took some money off there. We took out half for that 50 cents. Now we're trying to wait to see about a bottom here of 260.50. I want to average this about at 80. So we're going to sit there at 80 right there at the 50 period. Then watch out for VWAP coming through. And I don't mind a top break. So we'll take the top break, but definitely acknowledging that that's a slippery slope there on the top. So let's wait to see. Look at Apple. Apple taking out the top now, going to 154. Like, hey, man, if Apple's doing it, I mean, come on, Softy. You can do it as well. But let's just see what's going on right now in this market. There it is right now. A nice little take to the upside here. Let's see if it continues for Microsoft. We do have that out coming in. There it is. We just bought it. We bought that top on that break. It's not a huge position. We don't want to take a big position on any of these top breaks at 10.13, remember. So let's wait to see. Hopefully it works out. We are now long at 08. We'll take something here in the 30s. Why not? Here goes Microsoft back up. We'll also take something in the 50s because that is what we do. We scalp out here on the show. Well, I do anyways. We both do. Scalp out here on the show. Let's now see if Microsoft wants to make that dream happen and continue back up to the upside. My out, I don't know. I'm going to do some work on that. We'll figure something out. But right now, we're $3 in the money on Apple. That's an absolute banger right now. We talked about Apple going long, man. All you have to do today is be a member of Sticky Note Nation. It says Apple 151 long. We did test the short early in case that wanted to print, but it didn't. And there it goes. But Microsoft pulling back a little bit here, back through 262. We got to find it out.
Yeah, well, I found my out on Tesla, and that was a 34-cent hit when we shorted in front of 195. It's already at 196. Take your out when you can get it. Coinbase just bounced off VWAP. It's starting to go. I'm only telling you guys that because this is happening on Silvergate. Only they can get investigated over the FTX thing and essentially get back to even right now. That's just how squeezes go. But as far as squeezes go, if this gets anywhere near 25, I think it's a short. And C3AI, the AI name's going crazy. Finally, I get 4. I can't get 4 on the way down, but I can get it on the way back up, of course. C3AI is on a tear. Thank you guys in the chat for pointing this one out. This is a obviously beaten down name. It's in the right space. It is also squeezing to the upside, but this is pure momentum. And let's just look for the next consolidation. Breakout, consolidation, breakout. The next consolidation, if it's off 25, I want to join it, not fight it, as this is going absolutely crazy to the upside. Apple as well. The market's about to take out those highs.
Holy.
Was that Brendan?
Pretty impressive move here, guys. More earnings for you. 2U Incorporated beating across the board. A couple of positive moves from analysts on this one this morning as well. TWOU keeps popping up. Yeah, 25.5% already for that one.
I was probably wrong about Ford triggering SSR.
I think you said it did.
No, I said it didn't, but I think it did.
But it did. Okay,
yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah. It's all good, man. Okay, Saul Goodman, great show, of course. Better call Saul there. 155 now for Apple. Oh my God, I thought they'd had a miss this quarter. Up 3%. Do they like this market? Yes, they do. Like, would have Apple been up 30% like Meta if they somehow managed to beat the number? But huge move up here for Apple. Let's do a little bit of work on that one. We just got another piece out on Microsoft, so I'm going to let that float back to 261 where I want more long right now. So nothing on the 20-minute for Apple, obviously. You can extend out to the daily chart. We're breaking out right now. We have some wick highs at 156. I'm letting this one go. I don't care. Let's let Apple go here and see what it does. So Apple right now, hopefully we can get this going. We don't have to do anything. Look at huge level, monster level on Apple.
It's huge.
Right now. It's a huge one right there at 155. Here's Apple right now. Apple at 155 with a monster level staring it in the face. We're long 151. My number one stock today is Apple. We have this long, and there it is right now at 155. I'm just going to watch. Look, there it is. See you later. There goes Apple blasting through 155. Man, this is a good one. Let's spin it, man. Apple just rocking right now. Apple for the win here, guys. Monster move up. We're now $4 in the money on Apple. Let's just keep this party going, guys. Apple to the long side, Microsoft to the long side, Meta, AMD, all of them, man. Great trading today. Thank you for watching.
That was a clean break at 155. I mean, you see size on the offer. Always going to do it half out when it goes to 155.50 every single time, and then see what it can do because you get that whipsaw action sometimes. But yeah, market just took out the top. Ford just got back down to VWAP, so I didn't chase it, got the 19s. I did chase it a bit. I wanted 24s. It hit VWAP. I'll take some out in front of 13. I'd expect the potential lower high at 13. We'll see what happens with that. So at least 2 shorts are working. And APE is in the money, but who cares? At this point, it needs to actually make a real move. Meta's caught a little bit of a bid, so we might be looking for some longs there again. And C3AI is now taking out these tops. So it's found a bid at 25, a higher low. I want to join the party on this. I'll definitely add in the 20s. I'll consider adding at 25.50. And Tesla is going to get to 200. I shouldn't say for sure. Tesla is likely to get to 200 before Meta. Why do I say that? Because it's at 198.50. That is not actually saying a lot. It's pretty much right here, right now. The next dip has to be bought into 95, maybe even some 96s. And a 200 offer, maybe you go 99 short. I'm not going to do it, however. I'm just looking for these longs. I got to take some more out of Apple because I'm not long from the bottom like Sean. I don't want to get trapped if it goes over or under at 155. It's just starting to reject 155.50 again.
There we go, guys. Look at that trade right there. Another one, man. We're doing it again and again and again here. There it is right there for Microsoft. Right there, a nice little dollar in the money now as that just rips up to the upside. Man, this is a good day one more time. We only have one red trade here today. Well, Meta's flat. That was AMD, which is now starting to take out the top. AMD finally getting back to zeros. Oh, about that market being red? No. Nice move to the upside now, continuing. I like that take of Apple, man. We should have punched more at 155. Just wasn't sure if it was going to break. Should have done it, didn't. So nice trade on that one for Neil. There it is, man. 5,200 people voting. I voted nay to begin with, but there it is, yay. Not. Oh, super chat right there. What's up with the super chat? We missed this one. Did you bring this up already, Brendo? This is for Brendan. So RSLS. I'm pretty sure
I think
he did, but it's asking for Brendan again. So maybe we can go back over to there. Thank you, Igor, for RSLS. We'll look at that real quick right now. Halted again there, Brendo. RSLS right now, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 halts. So definitely I have to apologize. Brendan's most likely brought this to us probably 13 or 14 times, but I'm just infatuated here with this big cap tech trading.
Well,
so we'll go to Brendan when he has something more confirmed on that.
Yeah, and I think when big cap is moving, like you got to pick your poison. Like you saw me, I did trade CVNA, and then once I was done with that, I moved over to like AMC APE, and I get it. Like you probably could have got the same move in AMC. I'm going to assume you could have. I just prefer if I like the long in the group for any reason, then I'm taking a long in APE just because I know there's an arbitrage play there for the long. So we did get the long. I did get some at the 85 range. I'm probably not going to reload it because it just rejected that lower high, but very quickly, ring the register on those trades. There's plenty of wins to be had and more information from Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll talk a little bit about RSLS, a few others moving around here as far as small caps are concerned. I still haven't found anything on this other than this number right here. 450,000 share float on Reshape Life Sciences. This is a former runner, very, very popular on Twitter this morning as well. So a ton of mentions for RSLS. Anytime I see 450,000 share float, I'm only going to be long. So if you missed the initial move to the upside and the halt fest it was to the upside, I was just trying to be patient and wait for anything that resembled a pullback. 16 was this level that came into play a couple of times in the pre-market. Just bought in front of that, just took it out. So it was about $17, I think my average was. And then $5 to the upside, up to 22. But just halted downside now. So that's the first really significant reversal on heavy volume for RSLS, guys. So just keep that in mind. It's very, very thin. 450,000 share float on that. Crazy. This one as well. HSCS gave you a pop up to, I put the line in the wrong spot there. It's 3. 3 was the, if you go to the daily chart, 3 was the significant level. So I just shorted in front of that. Quick 50 cents back to the downside. Gene, the other one, tried this a couple times, still in it. But 2, a huge level there for Gene. Struggling underneath 2, guys.
Billie Jean is not.
Yeah, exactly. A good singing, man. Thriller, great album. We love Billie Jean.
My daughter loves Michael Jackson.
I mean, who doesn't? Let's call it like that. If you're a fan of good music, honestly,
well, you guys probably don't
about
want to
the
hear
character or all that kind of stuff. But we don't have to talk about Michael Jackson anymore because
let's
everyone
do some
knows
of
what's
this.
good. Let's just
let's do some of these things.
Let's do some stink faces.
Everything's working. Apple's up to 157.75. Instead of buying tops on C3AI, I bought the dip into 25. Already took some out in front of 25.50. I want to reload it if I can get more. I tried to get more, couldn't really get more down here. Let's see if we can break out the top on C3AI. Apple's going nuts. Ape is going up. The shorts are okay. The only one I'm actually even concerned about remotely is going to be Ford. Ford's above VWAP here. We did take some out. I don't want to give this one too much room past that previous high. We want to go back. Alibaba, by the way. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, DJ. Baba's starting to come back to the upside as well. So I don't want to just jump in front of it. I want to see where it slows down and curls, and I'll take a shot at some Alibaba. But just about everything is working pretty well here. You want to hold on to some of these, give them some room to run. Just a quick update. I liked Ape. If you're trading AMC for whatever reason, the higher lows being put through, if they both break out and continue going, they'll probably chase each other. Obviously, this looks more bullish, but it doesn't matter. They both made a move off those tops. C3AI was my choice to go. And Meta's my best stock today, but that was because of this on the way back up. On the way back down, I was like, get decent scalp trades, lose, flat, get back in, lose, flat. But again, pot shots, but it's now bouncing off the original breakout at 190. Meta might not be done yet. It is arrows up today on this market, which is now screaming to the upside. Hold on to your longs. I do have one short on, and I've been looking to add to this short. We had one off the open, and now Amazon feels like it wants to threaten. If it breaks out at 108, it's probably going to give a separate trade at 109. So I'm going to zoom it in here because forget about that pre-market. This is a level right here, right now that I think is worth it. If it pops, gets above 8 and fails, I'll jump in here, scalp to VWAP, scalp to 106. But if it gets through the high, I don't want to give this past that 108 like 25. Right here is about 108.20. So I don't want to give it past that. It's the one short that actually never went out of the money here at any point today and was the first trade I was in. It's time to take a shot at reloading it. Oh, by the way, before I do that, I just have to adjust stops. The thing about C3AI is if it breaks the high, I'm instantly moving my stop. Once it breaks the high of the day, my stop goes from beneath 24.75 to about 25.25, but I just got the reload, and if I got a reload at 25, I want to make sure I'm getting some out in front of 25.50. I want some out in the middle. I want to hold for a high break. I'm always paying myself when I'm scalping the consolidation and holding some for the break of the high of the day every single time. So I've already done it twice now. Time to start holding because the stock's up $4. If it wants to squeeze more, I'm here for it.
Guys, look at those positions below, right? This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes you got to just hang out a little bit, make sure that your trades are coming in. We stepped up on AMD early. We got smacked. So I'm going to be adding to my portfolio or my toolbox more patience, man. What's up? Shout out to Guns N' Roses. I'm just going to wait for these plays to come through because look what happened when Microsoft came in. That's a 261 buy. 261. We just took some out at 264.07 there. Okay? The only thing we screwed up on was Meta, where we for some reason spat in the face of a $5 winner there, let it come all the way back in before we took flat, which is ridiculous. But we have a $5 winner on Apple right now as well. Look, try the short, out win. Try, like that Carvana that Neil talked about. Try the short again, out. That was like a 30-cent hit. Then boom to the upside. We can take 30-cent hit, guys, if we're going to take $5 winners. So this is what we're doing right now. We are rocking and rolling. We're not up as much as we were yesterday, but it's only 10:25, and we're trying to make that thing happen one more time here for you guys today. So I don't know, man. What's up with my guy Palantir over here as well? Let's see what that's doing. And again, just thank you everybody for watching today. I mean, we can't be happier with the performance. Palantir up to 9 again. We'll see if that can hold $9. That's the level that I was looking at. It's 10:30 right now. Thanks, Brendo, for the RSLS right now. Let's check back in on Snapchat. Oops, SNAP. I'm only doing this because, did you take that Meta long again?
No,
but okay.
Actually,
it was there at 190. Yeah.
The new thing I just got was that over/under deal on Amazon just now. So pops 8, doesn't get past the quarter, comes back in. So I add to it. If it takes out this quarter now, I'm not going to worry about holding it to 109. I'm just going to allow it to break that high. I'll have a blended price because I still have some from earlier on. This is probably the last name where I'll be aggressive saying I want the short if it's going to hold beneath these levels. It's definitely that last one. But Apple Apple just showed signs of getting to a top there. At the same time, I saw Tesla pulling off 199, by the way. 199 Tesla already got to, so it's getting there before Meta. That's pretty much in the bank at this particular point. But it's slowed down and pulled back. I could see Apple doing the same thing. It just made one of those interesting candles there. 156, fail, up, down. If it gets back beneath 156, I am going to take Apple out. I'm not long from the bottom. This is a top break for me, so I don't want to be terribly aggressive with it. But it looks like it's taking out the high. Oh, now I actually don't have to worry about the trail. I can bring it higher than a 155. Brendo.
Just seeing Michael Saylor on CNBC right now, guys. Watch MicroStrategy. There's this one moving around as well. A little biotech, Personalis. Back to the upside. PSNL, it's been popping up all morning long. New deal with Moderna on some mRNA cancer vaccine trials to come. So PSNL, back to day highs here.
Pumpkin spice latte.
Is that really?
PSNL, almost. We got an N in there.
Yeah, that's a little one extra.
Good call on that one. All right, so just in case you were checking out on me here, 550 now was the high there in the money as we touched 157 there. So that was a big trade. Probably going to think about getting something out on Apple, man. This is up just huge today. We're almost out of it all anyways, so it's not like I'm overly concerned about this trade right now. But still, a trade that we want to try to respect here, and that's going to be Apple coming in here upside one more time. I don't want to hold forever. We do have a new trade, and it's going to be Snapchat forever. Well, I don't know, 155.50 maybe. That's that drop spot right there. Let's go 155.50 out. So we will not hold forever, but we will hold for a while there. As I like having the professor beside me. He actually laughs at some of these lame-ass songs and jokes.
Because he knows them.
That
That's
we give.
the key.
Here it is, man. Snapchat short at 120. 119 and change right there. We didn't get full at 120. We got a piece. So let's wait to see if this one can print downside. I am bidding right now on Snapchat 12s. Maybe we should put a bid at 15. Let's do that right now. We're holding light on everything else, which is why there's a 15 right here, which is why we're looking for some more trades. We're light on Microsoft now. We're light on Apple. We're pretty heavy on Snapchat. So there's Snapchat. Comes right in. Why did we short it, guys? Yeah, pre-market high. So let's see if Snapchat wants to come back in right now. Good trade so far, though.
There you go. And the one trade that's been a slam dunk or a spike. We don't have a slam dunk one, man. It sucks. Amazon got that over.
We do. We have an alley-oop one.
I don't have it. It's not on my board,
I don't have it either.
man.
It's called alley-oop, Fahad or Mark. Or not.
Yeah, we like the alley-oop.
Not Mark, Fahad.
We like the alley-oop one. It's like throwing, you know what an alley-oop is. You guys know. The over-under on 108 worked out like a charm so far on Amazon. Pop that 108, short it when it doesn't break quarters. Back into VWAP, we scalp some out. Let's see what it does at that 105, 106. If it holds that, I can just get out of Dodge as strong as it is. That's like literally, it's like a skeleton. Like, what is even going on there? You gotta like slap my face on it or something, or I don't know. Or maybe Fahad should be the one dunking, not me, because he's a basketball maven. But I want to go back over to Ape just a quick second there. So Amazon just worked for that short. Ape just made another push to the high. If you're looking at AMC, just pretend I'm saying AMC, and it's probably doing exactly the same thing. So let's get that one out of the way. Little pop to 290. We got the bottom, the higher low. Holds 270. We grabbed it in after it made the higher low, got some 10 cents. We'll take like 15 or 16 pennies there as it continues to go higher. Apple just reclaimed 156.
Yeah.
Darn it. That's what I didn't want to be happening. So I'm out of Apple. And for myself, it's a bit different for me when you're long in here, long in here, long in here. When you're long there, always a bit of a tighter trigger. It's like take the breakout, scalp out in that range, then hold the last piece. But if it shows you a sign of a turn, I'm just going to get out. If the market wants to go higher, catching trends yesterday was not much of a trouble. You're able to get in longer, or anywhere you want to. But Amazon's now screaming through VWAP right into those lows. Yeah. Stick a fork in this one. Why? Because Amazon, at no point in this market strength did it ever get above 109, guys. And it's just lower highs all the way through. If there's a short today, it feels like it's going to be Amazon, although I'm sure Alibaba's giving a run for its money. Brendo, give me that crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of positive movement once again coming off of basically a rally all day yesterday for crypto markets. As always, make sure you take a second if you haven't done so yet. Hit the like and subscribe if you're brand new. Welcome, guys. We do this every single day. I mentioned Michael Saylor there. MSTR reported after the market closed yesterday back to the upside for MicroStrategy today as well. Here's Silvergate. If you missed it this morning, the DOJ looking into their FTX and Alameda dealings. Again, this report specifically pointed out that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, but they're just going to do a once-over just to make sure. As I was mentioning, nice positive rally coming off of yesterday for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. We're kind of chopping around within the range once again. So 24,000 got taken out at the highs up to 24,300. We're back to 23,700 today for BTC. But, I mean, this is a very bullish-looking chart. That's a daily chart, once again, for both of these, Bitcoin and Ethereum, guys. We're just hanging out here at 1670, 1680, 1665 right now for Ethereum, 23,583. Again, both pretty flat so far today. In fact, this entire board kind of flat after a rally yesterday.
Ford, for all this excitement, Ford is really, really boring. I know, relatively speaking, Ford moves 10 cents. It's actually not that bad for a $13 stock, but, you know, we tried 13. That didn't work. Way down was good. It makes a high here, 30s to quarters. Scalps some 19s down into 10s, reloaded in the quarter mark, and now it looks like it wants to break up. If it breaks the high, I'm just going to get out of Ford. You know, this actually looks pretty bullish, to be honest with you. But I somehow haven't been triggered long in GM yet, which I got to go back to because it doesn't make any sense. If Ford breaks out, I like GM. Maybe that's... You could just take a Ford break. I'm not going to. I'm going to get out of Ford if it breaks the high, obviously. And I'm going to go over to GM and say, why is it not? It's still looking at giving you that 42 look. I just say, why not go long the breakout on the strong stock instead of the one that had the bad quarter? I'm sure both of them can go to the upside. I'm just going to pick and choose what I think is the right one there. Tesla. Get there, get there, get there. It's trying, it's trying. So it just pulled back in here. That previous high, 195, 196, looks like it's a higher low support. So I'm going to look for 196, little cute little dip buy here with a tight stop because I want to be long in front of 200 so that I don't have to go long at 200. Kind of the same thing with APE. So you're long before it breaks 3, so that if it breaks 3, you're already into it. Brendo.
Reaction, guys, on this, but just be aware. Wall Street Journal reporting that the FTC is preparing a possible antitrust suit against Amazon. So that's just popping up in front of me. But again, not much reaction there.
Because there's always antitrust suits against all the big ones.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oopsies. Didn't mean to keep hitting that one, to be honest with you. I know it's going to go crazy right here for a little bit. We just moneyed the crap out of Microsoft. That just came right back in, guys. So, yeah, we're going to take that over and over and over again if we can do it there on Microsoft. Look at that. Look at this reload here on Softy. Let's go. Wow, Softy. Thank you, Softy. Actually, you've really made my day right now again, over and over and over again. I told you, man, when we step into Softy, we step into Softy. So this is a big trade here for me again. Let's go. Yes, sir. Finally, man, we are getting jacked like one coffee and one cannoli later. This is what we're doing, man. Maybe we can't have cannolis every day, man. We got to try to stay healthy. I haven't had one of those since our draft. But maybe we got to have more because this is an absolute monster of a day, man. Thank you for watching. Wow, nice move upside there for Microsoft. Came right back in. We bought 262s. You can see what we got long right now. Good day, man. Just wow, thank you again for watching. We're very, very humbled by everybody here one more time today. So thank you again. If you're watching for the first time, like Brendan said, we do this every damn day, and we bring the excitement. Hopefully we bring you the winners, man. Thank you for all the super chats. Let's just keep this community buzzing because we are the best. Follow me on Twitter. I put a whole bunch of stuff out already today. There's Snapchat right now. I actually put out my trek to the beer store. The Scalp Demon, Luca, and Sharif really got you guys going the other day, and we're here to deliver, man. I don't think we have party hats, so I got to say sorry about that to Luca. I couldn't get everything, but I got the beers this morning. I even phoned the store. I was like, yo, are you guys open to sell liquor? Because here in Canada, but grocery stores are. So we got that ready to rock and roll. Apple, huge move upside, man. Still making that move up to 157. That's a couple times now. I'm debating just taking this guy out at 157, but we are long Microsoft. That's the reload. We still got 40% of that position, and new positions reloaded here on Snap.
And AI just touched 260, so I want to shout everybody out in the chat. I love it when you guys bring us ideas because we see these things break the top and then just look for a setup, consolidation, breakout, consolidation, go long inside of the consolidation, look for the breakout. Now at this point, it's just let it run. Yada, yada, yada AI until it's not a thing. I understand it, you're chasing moves here, but it is a momentum play when you're looking at these names, and you just treat it as such, and that's what it's all about. Structure your trade, have an out, but ride the train. Do not try to fight this while these are going high. Unless you get to a crazy level, that's what it's all about. The trend is your friend. And remember what I just said about Tesla? So I got that cheeky little 190. I call it cheeky because it's like, okay, well, you're not really at a key level, but it kind of, I was in the long break at 95 and it couldn't really get past 95.5. So when it consolidates here, go for the long inside. Scalp some out so that you're in the money and you're playing with house money. Stop out beneath at 195.5 or so and give it a ride up to 200. That way you're already long into 200 and not looking for the break at 200, which is a better way to play. I was long on the break of 155 on Apple instead of long in front of it. It's always better to be long in front if you can structure that trade. So we'll see if we can continue to go upside on Tesla.
I like that.
At this point, I'm going to keep saying it because it's the way I voted. Tesla's getting to 200 before Meta does. I think that's kind of obvious at this particular point. AI looks good. Just going back over to the APE AMC thing. So APE is not quite there yet. It's close to this $3 level. Like, this is the double top. Remember, find the long on the way up if you can, as opposed to taking the break where everybody is going to be looking at the same break. So what am I going to do? We took some out 85, 90, 90, okay, 96, but same thing, man. 85, 90. Every 10 cents we're going to take some out. Now we're going to look for the top break, and I'm going to hold through the break of the high of the day as it does this. So quick 10% move, top to bottom on APE, and it has yet to break the high. AMC as well, by the way. That's looking like it wants to take the top as well. So that's up 10%. They're going to move together. It's just that APE also has the arbitrage going for it.
Oh, man. The professor has Meta long, apparently, but we have Microsoft long just ticking out for $1 right now. I'm thinking about just taking another piece. Let's just do it. And then I'm going to wait at 264 to the high side right now. So if it continues to rip up, man, let's just do that. High side take here on our boy Microsoft. If it continues to go, man, we're here for it. As me and Neil keep saying, if the trades keep presenting themselves, Neil and I will be here, man, for that. So what was so funny there?
No, because I said Neil and I.
Oh, Neil and I and Neil coming through right now. Speaking English is something that
I do it to my daughter all the time.
I'm supposed to be able to do it. But okay, so right now, this is the last. I've kind of left this one, and it's kind of bad. It's just Snapchat. Like, I let myself get into this a little bit here, and maybe I should not have. So we're gonna wait to see here what is happening with Snapchat. But I have that 1130 out right here. We're short at 23. It is a position, not a huge one. Like, considering, I mean, it's a decent size. It's just we won't lose that much on it because it'll be a dime that we'll lose. But, you know, right now I am a little infatuated with some of these other positions, including, like we said here, Softy just got some more out there on a couple reloads. Man, this is my number one. Actually, my number one stock is going to be Apple today. But, yeah, Microsoft, AMD, we can check back. If this is at 89, okay, still 88 at least, I can breathe on that one. So let's watch out here for AMD, maybe pulling back. This was the name that was red. Yeah, so 88.50. If there's going to be a short, man, forget about Snapchat. It might be in AMD if you do like the short. Apple, again, ticking out at 157. I'm thinking this is the out right now, man. If we break that down below, 156.50 is my out here for Apple. So if it's wrong, it's wrong. But it was 155.50, so we're kind of leveling this up. 156.50, and I'm going to get out here of Apple.
So I just want to clarify one thing. So I think I said something about moving my stop on AI. I just want to be clear about that. So the consolidation here, I've scalped some out. It's now making a break of the high, but it hasn't taken out 96. So I'm still giving it to the bottom of the range. It's like 24.80, letting it ride. If it breaks 26, it's gone a little bit too far. Like, it's gone over $1 at that point, and then I'd move my trailing stop up, likely to 25.50 area, but not yet. I want to see it take out 26 before I do that. You want to give these things room to breathe, as they say, and always go to Brendan when you get called. So Brendan, oh, it's sector watch already. How is it 10:40?
It's amazing.
Hey guys, yeah, time flies. I was hoping we would get there by the time we had to do this, but ever so close to positive territory here for the S&P 500. 0.13 only left to go before we get back to green on the day. It's primarily the utilities group and the tech group still dragging the entire market to the downside. Yep. Apple's up 3.5% if you haven't looked at it in a while. Crazy, crazy reversal. 1.2% there for QCOM. They reported as well. They were also negative to start things off. INTC 1.2% back to the upside. This GEN, an earnings name, down in the software group, 8%. So overall, these two groups, utilities and tech, making up most of the weakness right now. However, if you fly over to this side of the screen, this is where you're going to find Meta is in here. It keeps popping up, but trust me when I say it's in the communications group. So positive in a few individual names because of earnings coming through in the communications group. Energy very solid today, back to the upside along with crude oil. That's Clorox. They reported CLX 6.5% on the day. A lot of strength coming through in the materials group, banks as well, and industrials. So if we get a few more of these going in the right direction, we probably get back to positive, guys. Just 0.15 left for the S&P 500 before we get back to positive territory again. Make sure you hit the like, guys, and subscribe if you haven't yet today.
All right, thank you so much, Brendo. Yeah, 10:42. Wow, does time fly? How many viewers do we have right now? I want to thank everybody for coming through again. 9,000.
Jam.
Cha-ching, jam. That's a good one right there. Thank you so much. Over 2K. Let's get to 3K. Let's get to 3K. It's espressos in the midday show. It's some Heineken. I heard Luca talk about his favorite beer. Up to these guys if they want to have one now or join us on the closing show. But get your drinks ready. We got some pizza coming. I got to handle that when I'm off the show here. We promised these guys we'd get some grubbing for them. You guys helped us sponsor that. Let's get those likes up to 3K, man. Me and Neil shared the cannoli earlier on. They're gonna have one. Have it after, like have your pizza, then have it as. How was the cannoli, by the way, the professor? Amazing. Thank you for that one.
Of course.
I already know Neil's opinion, so we're not going to ask him on that.
Where's Luca?
Luca's in the back. He's already wrote me. He said, man,
okay,
wow. You know how Luca goes, wow, all the time. So that's that one right there. So thank you so much to Messina Bakery for that as well. Yeah, we've already hit 10K watching, man. I don't know if we hit it today. I think our highest ever was during Spicy Chip Challenge. I think we had over 17,000
That
or
was
something
insane.
watching. That was insane. But, I mean, Spicy Chips be damned. They ain't stopping us from trading. So here we go, man. Apple just got lifted and we got out. So there's our out on Apple. Unfortunately, it's there. Not much I can do about that. I did kind of like that fill there on Apple. So 157 there. We just took. I apologize to everybody. It was a $4.90 win right there, win, trade, whatever, on Apple. So we're pretty happy. We're ringing the register one more time here on Apple. So that's an out. Microsoft, no outs. Yeah, I mean, outs, yeah. We have lots of outs, but we're still holding on to 30% of that one as we're now $1 in the money on Microsoft. That Apple, I feel like, is going to come back and haunt me. But, hey, like you and I say all the time, Neil, it's not a winner till it goes into your pocket. And
exactly.
There we go, Apple. I let the same, learning from my mistakes.
What does Lucas say?
I spit Meta, something about chasing the dream, I don't know. But, right, that's for Lucas' statement there. Pay yourself and then hold the rest for the dream. I think that's what it is.
It's make the winners, keep the winners, drink the beers. Make the money,
that kind of
make
stuff.
the money, keep the money,
Yes.
drink the beers. That's
like
what he
that.
says. I like that saying. We'll go with that.
All right. Yeah, good saying there. And I was just saying back to Meta, that went right to 197, and I know Neil caught it out. That was a great out, but we didn't get it, and that's the only red mark there on my trading today. Other than, of course, we did talk about AMD, of course. That one, we did screw that one up. We got into it a little bit too early. Screw it up. I don't know if we screwed it up, but we were in that one a little bit too early there. AMD, yeah, a little bit of a hit on that early. That's the only blemish there. And it was longs until it broke the pre-market bottom. So, yeah, we weren't sure where this market was going. Remember today, man, we turned the bull into a bear, and it was laughing for a while. But now,
The NASDAQ, oh, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, just come to my chart for a second. I missed it by like 2 seconds. That's the NASDAQ, now green on the session. I'm double checking the ES because it's not quite there yet, but it's there in a couple of seconds. 4,200 on the ES. I'll get to Tesla. I'll get to Tesla in a quick second here, but oh, what the hell happened to my chart? There it is, my ES chart. I don't know what I just did to it. So 4,200 about to come in. It did briefly break it yesterday. You're getting to some resistance points. Why? Because some individual names are at big points. 199 is the current high on Tesla. I am long on the higher consolidation. If it gets to 200, I'm probably going to jam out of this one and then see if I can't play the next little bit of a dip. We're running out of steam. If the futures aren't breaking through that top, I don't know if I want Tesla carrying me here. And I just want to go back over to Amazon quickly. So enter twice. I don't know why I always have to enter twice. Amazon just got back up to like 108, and I missed my reload spot. So I was above 108 to trying to catch like the overs on Amazon for the short. Instead, maybe I should be a little bit more aggressive. Like I'll go like 107, like 95. If I can get that, I'll reload Amazon one more time here. I don't know how many times it's going to work, but I keep holding it for a break of the low, and it doesn't want to do it. So I'm scalping it out and doing okay, but I'm not doing anything at the bottom because I think if something flushes all the way back down, I want to be holding some Amazon and making a decision there. But that 106 is a pretty significant higher low, and I got to respect it. I'll bite on Coinbase. I haven't traded Coinbase today, which is probably a good thing, because yesterday I was short 80, that was good. Short 80 here would have been terrible. I was short 85, it was great. Short 85 would have been god-awful. So thankfully I'm not fighting anything on Coinbase today. Look at this thing absolutely charged. On the daily chart, where the hell is Coinbase going? It's already through here. Are you kidding me? Maybe it goes to 100. I'll short 100 on Coinbase if it gets there today. That's that is a 99% chance. Okay, it's like a 90% chance that if I saw 100, I'm going whatever short on Coinbase. There's nothing left on the daily. This is jailbreaking to the upside. The longs are fantastic, but I just reloaded a short in Amazon here, so we'll hold on to Tesla till it gets to that high. C3AI is trying to break 26. Once it does, I move my stop to 50 and let that one ride. But Amazon's the last short left. It's like the last of the
Mohicans.
Oh, you guys finished it for me there. I can't even finish my own sentences. Both Sean and Sharif at the same time were of the Mohicans. So.
All right. Yes, sir. Great film there, of course, and book, everything. All right. So right now we're going to start a new position. So we did get stopped out. We'll flush ourselves on the toilet there on Snapchat. I don't know, man. I always try to trade some of the weaker names coming through. So that was a Snapchat, in my opinion, anyways. But maybe we're wrong, and Snapchat is the best company in the world. But there it is. We just got stopped out there. It took some profits early, not late. Okay, so new trade idea here. I don't know. This is just sort of on the back of Meta. We know that Meta's been flying here today, and it's right back to the upside. Well, not back, but back. Oh, my God. We were waiting at 188. I didn't even see that get down there. That is embarrassing again. Oh well, we'll live. It's fine. But as Meta starts going back up to the upside, I just want to see about pins here, testing that 29 level. So if you're going to see yesterday, we broke it, but barely. We got to 29.20. I'm just going to hold out to see if 29 holds. That's it. Pretty simple trade here for me on Pinterest. Let's just see if that 29 holds. Not sure it's going to. Doesn't really necessarily have to. We're going to average up into that. My next trade is in the 80s here on Pinterest, but they're only holding one trade right now. Pinterest short, but the only other one is Microsoft. And the thing about it, man, it just keeps bouncing off 263. I want to hold this one for that dream of an upside play, but it seems like it doesn't really want to go. Our out on Apple, check back. Good, because now we're saved ourselves that 30 cents back downside. So maybe we do need to take a piece out here on Microsoft and just respect where it's bouncing and then hold something else for that dream again. So we'll do that. We'll take a 75. We'll offer 75s. We'll pull our other order. There it is. I think we just got it. Yes, we did. So there it is right there. Nice trade, hopefully anyways, on Softy. And now we'll just hold 10%. That's it. We were holding 20. We'll hold 10. And we will reload this at 262. But then we're going to get out on a break back down below that. So watch out here. We are back into Microsoft, and we do have we're into Pinterest, but we just took another piece out on Microsoft. And again, great out on Apple, man. Let's just do this, man, because we put money in our pocket by getting out, right? So there it is. We talked about that. Pay yourself. We did exactly that there on Apple. So good save there, man. Just saved ourselves 50 cents. Sometimes that's what it's all about. You take the long, and then you don't want to be in it forever. Good out there for Apple. Okay, man. Wow, Neil. It's 10:50.
It's already.
So,
wow.
yeah, it's Money Talks. It's Brendan, and he's at the big desk. Let's go, Brendo.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update here on currency markets. Very, very strong for the US dollar. I was just watching this one as well. Nikola popping up here on heavy volume to the upside. Not seeing anything yet, but just a heads up. Even Nikola trying to participate in this move back higher. Yeah, the dollar, big move back to the upside after the jobs number this morning. Obviously, more jobs means strong economy, means good for the USD. 102.4 right now, up 0.66 on the day. That has everything to the downside, including the euro, 0.5%. I mean, if you look at the euro itself, though, it's still holding on to key levels here. Really not that bad. Just a bit of a pullback after a pretty strong week for the euro itself. Same story for our Canadian dollar. Back towards some key levels once again, down about 0.4. We gave up on 75 cents once again, though, for the CAD, the British pound. Yeah, making a move right now. In fact, back to the downside, a full percent now, 121. I don't think there was much on, Eurozone bond yields higher as well today. There wasn't much specifically, though, from the UK that I saw this morning. Swiss franc and the Australian dollar, 1.5 down here as well for the New Zealand Kiwi, 63.8 cents for that. Green, though, BTC, Ethereum, and XRP. Guys.
Yes, sir. And
Ripple.
So we're still on the, I don't know, we'll see what happens. The market got to green and then kind of reversed. It's like, this will happen sometimes. You get a crazy rally. I'm going to go over AI and some of the positions I have on in a second, but let's go with the overall picture. You get to green and a resistance level, and before it can push through, there needs to be a pullback. Like, people have to take profits. Some shorts that have put it on there have to get a little bit out, whether they're stopped out or they're taking profit on a scalp short. All these things, all these little bits of selling have to happen before you can make the next leg up. I have now, it was a 26 break on AI. So I'm holding through here. I'm now trailing it back into this level, and then we'll see if we get, that's like 26.5, 25.5, and then we'll see how far it can go. I don't have offers out on it. And then APE did get through 3. It kind of did that up and down thing. So I'm not making a decision yet because it's holding above 3. I don't want to add to it just yet, but I want to give it some room to run. If you look at where it's going, it's a pretty significant breakout here. I don't feel like I want to make the add just yet. I want to see it hold that 3. We can always just see where it goes. There's nothing above here until you get to like the 3.5 area. So I feel like it could go another 5 to 10% with not too much resistance. Tesla did just double tap the high of the day there. Actually, not really. Okay, so it got to 198.65. The high is 199, but it did make a test at that high. If it punches through and does an over-under, like break 99, don't break 100, come back beneath 99, I'll get out on the way back in, meaning trailing stop once it breaks 99 without a 200 break. If it breaks 200, I move said stop. Amazon on the reload has done nothing. I'm short here, and it hasn't gone to VWAP. It hasn't broken my stop, so that short's still been pretty valid. Gonna hang on for dear life on that one. This is a day where you want to make sure, hey, congratulations. Well, congratulations if you're long, but you want to make sure you're paying yourself out. I thought I was hitting the ring the cash register. Make sure you're paying yourself out when you get to key price levels if you're the other direction. That's the only thing I'll tell you. If you're shorting something, when it goes down, take some profit because you're going against the trend. So it was early, it was a great short, but now the trend is to the upside. So have a reasonable stop. I'm risking about 30 pennies on this Amazon trade. Once it goes 30 in the money, I'm taking one leg out. When it gets to VWAP, I'm taking another leg out. And just lastly, before I go back to Sean, I never got into Alibaba. Bob is still relatively weak. I did miss my chance, I think, at VWAP there. So I was a little bit distracted, probably paying too much attention to Tesla, AI, those things. There was a shot at VWAP on Alibaba. The Chinese ADRs are the weak point in the market, and they have been for 2 days in a row.
All right, so I was just going to talk a little bit of education there, but it just dropped out. So what I was going to say there about Microsoft, this is a great educational point right now. We just put on the same amount of shares that we had right there the first time. We just put it on again at 262. But the thing is, it broke, and it broke lower. So what did I do, man? The same as always. We got long there and got out when it broke down below. We gave it to 261.89. Our out there was 261.88, so not bad. No, sorry, 90. We got some 88s, some 90s, so it flashed back and forth there. But again, a good out for me. And when we take the out, man, the L is like I just said it there. We were long at 04, so 90s for 15 cents on the L, but the win, yeah, a little bit more than that, to say the least, right? So that's kind of the stuff that I'm talking about when I'm talking about risk and reward. And then remember, like, how did we know that this was going to drop? Trading doesn't have to be rocket science. We say that all the time. It was a level that wasn't breaking, so we got out. Then we didn't hold anything back and allowed us to reload. How did we know to get out of Apple? Right there. We saved ourselves 50 cents. It was just a level. 257, we missed it. We should have got out there. We didn't. And now you can see what's happening with Apple. Falls back down in. We get out at a key level, and that's that. Now look at our Pinterest. Look at Pinterest. Wow. I mean, wow. What doesn't work on Snap works on Pinterest, apparently. We'll put a bid at 57. Hopefully it'll break through us. And then there's another win. I mean, it's only 10 cents, but we always take a dime first. So let's get out of some here on Pinterest. There it is, cranking through that level. And now we'll go a little bit more here on pins. Hopefully we can get lower, but there's a short for Pinterest. If this market fails, man, let's look at VWAP back here at 40, and then we'll look at it after that. But wow, again, did we get 3K likes? No, we did not. I'll leave that to the killers over there to my side. They'll definitely get that up to 3, but hey, maybe we can still do it. 3 minutes left. Let's see if we can go nuts here and get up to 3K. I hope your guys' account is green today, although anybody holding those shorts had some opportunities early to get out of them. I still think it could fade out late, man. The market now is just taking the 50
Remember
period.
yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. The market's just taking down right now this 50 period. I still see some upside here. Some upside for the shorts. Downside for the market coming in here, possibly, guys.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we gave Tesla a shot there. We took the $1.20 when it gave it to us, but, oh, you can't even see my out's right in here underneath that. The red is blocking it, but I'm out of Tesla. We gave a shot for that long. The same thing happened with C3AI. We took the wins where they were, and then it broke that high, and then once it broke consolidation, I'm out. We were taking longs off the 25 level, scalping it out, holding for like that dream of how high it could go. If the market comes down a touch, that's going to obviously mean I was able to get some out there on Amazon. Not all of it. We want to hold some to see how far it can get to that downside, although Ape didn't really do anything. So Ape, it's going to be a different story. It's still doing this over-under thing at 3. Now that it's consolidating, I might elect to add on a break at 305 because it's holding above 3 even. So that's a bit of a different bucket, I do think, when you're trading a small cap like that. I haven't checked back in on Carvana. So I had one trade in Carvana. We took the short. I have to zoom way out so you guys can see it. I took the trade short off of this 14.5. Got the short, got out right away. It actually went heavily against if you were going to hold it against you, but that's almost valid again. So I hunt back. It breaks 15, lower highs. This is why you have to have yourself a stop. However, revisit those ideas. If it starts trending and I like to short off 14.5 and it presents capitulation candle, big candle down, lower highs, I like those shorts off 14.50 if I can get those again.
All right, only 1 minute to go. Thank you again to everybody, man. Now up to 2.6K. You guys absolutely rock. I hope everyone's had a great opportunity to trade today. I just wanted to say another thing here as we'll go some little bit of self-promotion. We just did hit 6,000 on Instagram, so thank you so much for everybody to help me out getting that 6,000. We're going to put up some more reels and short stories and things like that, so come over and find. We have a fake accounts thing. We have Twitter. We have the Discord here as well. Shout out to Discord coming through, but you can follow us all on Instagram and on Twitter as well. So go find our handles there. But again, so thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought into the show. Trade ideas there in the chat. Let's just check out Carvana one more time here before we go over to the big guys. I know there's a lot of talk about this name. It's really settled down there off the open. So it did touch that 15, and now it's just bouncing off the 200 period at 14. So another look there for Carvana. But yeah, man, great show, Neil. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you to Brendan again. Thanks to Fahad. Fahad is literally the man. You guys might think that we were just joking about that. No prad today. The guy was hitting graphics. He was spinning those for you, Irish Mac. The guy got the hot dog on request for you. So thank you so much to Fahad, man. Doing Omen's work over there. Thank you so much. And Neil, great trades there, especially on that meta. Jealous of that out. That was a good one.
Yeah, look, it was. The thing about it, like, that out looks great today on Meta, but it's like if you do I've done the same thing yesterday. It's like the same thing I was looking at on GM where it's like, oh, I gave it up too early. That's how it goes. You trade your own style. And for me, when I saw that candle, it's like, this is my out. And on some days, you get the top wick and you look like a genius. On other days, you get out and it goes another $5.
Yeah.
That's just par for the course. So you have your own style, you work it. By the way, I got accidentally long Amazon and I got out. So Amazon broke consolidation. I got out of that long because I didn't really want it, and I picked up Carvana. It's past 11 o'clock. We're back at 2. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy the midday show. It's going to be wild. This market is nonstop action.
Get ready, baby.
Sharif and the Scalp Demon, go get them, boys.
We're always having side conversations, guys. What's up? I'm Sharif. That's Luca. This is the Midday Show. Let's get it started, baby. I've had one trade and one trade only all morning. It's been shorting and longing Meta. This one's paid off. This was really nice. So I had a bunch of shorts up here for retracements on the way down after that big move up. But this is the real big boy here. We get in 189 and I want to say a third. We profit through that 190 break. We go for a little bit more through 191. We wait till 191.5, and then guess what? I add to this one. So this is why I was happy with this trade. Typically, I would have been like, no, this is over. It's all over for me. I add here at 192, and then we scalp into that 193 push. So this has been a very nice, profitable, predictable trade for me. It's now, presenting more opportunities. I'd say it's consolidating above VWAP. It's, I feel the chart pattern that's brewing here, especially on the 1 and the 3 minute, is more bullish than most of these other ones, saving except maybe for Apple and Tesla. They're pretty bullish as well. But this one looks super good. I think it's coiling up here to an explosion to the high side, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Didn't get to trade yesterday. I had all sorts of FOMO. Went home after my medical appointment, got on the computer, got onto my program, and obviously had to dabble a little bit, but it was kind of a little bit late at that point. But great day yesterday. I envy you for being able to trade these markets. What a day it was. With respect to the futures, before I pass it off to Luca, 41.9175, the high on the ES March contract today. We're way near days highs, and we are days low. Days low is 41.32.5. We're at 41.86 and 3/4. So beautiful day to the upside today, despite that jobs number obviously coming a little too hot. Here we go. Meta setting up a little bit here now to break. I want to see it break that. I want to say 192.95. If it really gets going above 193, I'm definitely looking long into that 197 test again. I think traders are just messing with us at this point. It's absolutely a tradable stock. I don't know if this is a lot of organic buying. It's just like the ranges are great on this.
Man, anytime you get a day like today, and I was actually talking to some traders in the back saying, why did they have to do us like this? Why did they have to do Amazon, Google, and Apple on the same day? It's just not, and then on a Friday too? I love Fridays, I love Mondays, but still, man, you got to do it all on the same day. Things were wild, man. I had, a lot of trades today, a lot of excitement. The Meta bounce today, I think, was really, really clean off VWAP. The first time, I know you weren't in yesterday, but you were in the chat and you were just saying, we're all laughing because obviously Sharif is super long in his own account. Woo! And, seeing obviously Meta go to the upside and almost get to 200 today, he's definitely super excited. I know he is. So, congrats on that one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolute long. And he was saying Netflix too.
Netflix as well. Yep.
That's amazing, man. Yeah, guys, I shaved for once.
You look
I
good,
said
bro.
Friday. Yeah, usually I'm clean shaven.
Yeah,
usually.
I like the beard.
Every week I shave, but sometimes I go, you know what? Let me just keep the beard, whatever. So that was like a 2-week beard. It wasn't a real I wasn't going for a beard or anything. Now everyone's gonna be like, oh, you look like you're
grow
50.
it, man. People were doing that to Pratt too.
Yeah, it's funny because I literally have no beard all the time. Then I rock the beard for like a week or two, and everyone's like, oh, you look like you're 50 now. Guys, I can grow it again. Give me like a week, but I'm gonna keep it like this. Everything's good. So yeah, guys, today definitely an exciting day. Lots of volume coming through across the board. These are the days that day traders look for, man, because as a day trader, you want to jump in and out. For myself as a scalper, I don't necessarily. I should be going for the bigger move, and then, for example, this Meta, this looks really silly, where I'm like loading and then getting out, loading and then getting out. But the way that I look at it is don't change something that's working. Continue to do the same thing. But when there's more volume and more liquidity coming through, you can just take more size. So yeah, nice little scalp, and again, lots of things moving at the same time. So I'm in multiple positions at the same time. It can definitely get a little bit stressful when you have 3, 4, 5 things going all off the opening drive. But yeah, Meta strong. You know, Apple, I want to say strongest of the bunch very clearly. It's kind of crazy that, you know, yesterday it had the move up and then the move down. Like, I moved down off earnings. I did not expect that. But here we are reversing the whole move back to the upside from 148 to 157. That was crazy. I initially tried the short off the morning. I think Sean was talking about that as well, playing off the 150. So I did take the L there, then kind of reloaded it after we came back through, you know, covered a bit, then took the L essentially. And then these were basically all scalps. I was basically looking for the exhaustion play, then the scalp back through. And I basically scalping at the key levels of like basically even dollar levels. So 151, 153 short I thought would be good. This was fully covered. Then went long into 155, then short above 155 for the cover flush back through. I mean, you know, in hindsight, obviously I should have just went long and then covered at the top. But you know, hindsight is always going to be 20/20, man. You got to just react to these trades. So yeah, Apple pretty good, Meta pretty good on that one as well. Google definitely can't complain on this one as well. I did not expect the tighter range that it had in the morning. Everything ripping to the north side. Google a little bit slow to start, but then once it did get going, you know, following the rest of the market with that nice little bit of an up move. Yeah, and I was like short this name, and then we had ISM manufacturing numbers coming through at 10. Thought that we could really flush if this was going to reverse the whole move. We didn't, so I kind of covered that there as well. AMD was a struggle for myself. Amazon, I had a win on it. I had a loss on it. I thought we would really reverse hard. This was kind of scaling into the short and then taking the L there, and then you know, getting some of the money back on the short and then covering that. But I want to say that the key levels that are set up right now look really good. Amazon, you know, still down on the day off earnings. That 109 level yet to be breached, if I'm not mistaken. And it's pretty clean. So now looking at this, I think I'm going to jump into a short right now on Amazon. This is the level that I kind of want to play off of this general area over here for just a quick move back down. You know, if we can get a 50-period test or even a VWAP test, I'll be happy. I'm just looking at this like up, down, up, down, up. I think we go down again. It's starting to work for me right away, which shows me that the trade is potentially a good one. So let's see if we can actually get some covers just below 108 there for the move. Things are moving around, man. You know, if you're used to 20, 30-cent moves on a given day, on earnings, you have to plan for the bigger, broad. Enjoying the day, enjoying the show, staying profitable, super exciting day. Hit that like button if you're liking the video. And we're definitely going to get into lots of trades, man. Lots of trades. Yeah. Scalp Demon in full effect, that's for sure.
I got a little one going on here that I'm actually out of it, but that's how these small cappers work. You're in as quickly as you're out. 509 long on BBAI. You heard Brendo bring that to you today. It's up basically 40%. So, you know, I'm kind of overstaying my welcome. Punch in 509s. For that retracement on the bull flag, boom, 520s, boom, 525, and then there the break through the 31s. I hold the last little bit right back into my break-even point at 509, so a nice quick scalp on this one. The idea here was just basically to take the first, I want to say, or the second, excuse me, retracement after this prolonged move up, right? So bull flag here, then the continuation. Now it's flushing. Now it looks like a possibly, let's see what it does around 5 here. So we're no longer in the position. Let's see, does it flush here? Let me have a look at it from the 3-minute chart. I want to see what it looks like 3-minute wise. Okay, so it's making a bit of a topping tail candle on the 3-minute chart. We could see an interesting pullback here into 460 or so. BBAI, it's not short sale restricted, so you should be able to punch short. It's easy to borrow on my platform as well, so it must be easy to borrow, likely if you're able to find shorts. So this one would be interesting. It's giving you quite a bit of volatility here. Where did we get off the schneid? 350, I want to say, making our way all the way up to 535. That's top wick that I got, at least for the moment right now, at that 531 or so. So BBAI going nicely. What else have I been looking at? Also been looking at AI. Luca, are your positions right?
Those are correct, yes.
Okay, yeah, so it looks good. Thank you, appreciate that. I was also looking at AI. Brendo brought that to you this morning as well. So this was the obvious bull flag continuation. You get that nice little move up, that kind of condensing triangle, equilateral triangle developing, and then you get the breakout through the high trend line. So I was there, took a bit of that. You know, wish I would have gotten a little bit earlier, but around at least the low end of this trend line, around that 23, 24 level. Ended up taking the breakout through that 24.5, but ride that nicely into 25 and 25 and 25.20. So decent little move on AI as well. Yeah, it's kind of extended now, up almost 21%. Looks like we topped out there at that 27 level. A bit of a double top on the 3-minute chart, but you know, that it's not really saying much. Let's see if we get continuation through here. Let's have a look at the daily to see if we can go back a ways to see where we're going to encounter some resistance. So first and foremost, we got to go back a ways, and a ways is like almost a year ago. So we are at 52-week highs, if I'm not mistaken here on AI. Are we? No, it looks like we're not. So 52-week highs is 27.62. Where are we at? So we're like less than $1 away from that. So we are less than $1 away from 52-week highs on AI. So that should be an interesting area of resistance. Let's earmark that one real quick. That's 27.62. Let's go ahead and put that trend line in there. I'm going to be looking for that. That should be interesting to see if we can, pile through that, or we'll have some people initiating shorts. We're not that far away from it. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, then Tuesday, because this one's been a multi-day runner. It's been awesome to trade these AI names. You heard Google using the word AI. Everybody's been using the word AI on the conference calls, on the earnings calls nowadays. That's all the hype. That's what analysts want to hear. That's what's getting good buy ratings, and that's what we'll probably hear for like the next 3 months or so. We heard biotechs were a big thing, and now reverse splits were a thing, and now these investigations were a thing. Now it looks like AI is the thing.
Yeah, that's yeah, man. It's AI. I love bubbles, man. I love bubbles. I love trading them on the way up. It's, you know what it is? They all look the same. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's tulips or AI. They all look the same. The way up, there's money to be made. The way down, there's money to be made. It's definitely very, very exciting, and AI being that next wave. I'm waiting for. I mean, drones kind of already did it, but I sort of feel like the combination of AI, and then you apply that to so many different things, whether it be construction industry, whether it be drones, whether it be everything else. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how everything plays out into the future. And the way that I see AI, Sharif, I mean, everybody kind of sees it the same way, but it could be slow to start. Yeah. Right. Slow to start, and then it's exponentially faster and faster, and its application to everything else. So we could literally see nothing, right? And then we see ChatGPT or GPT and how it's kind of playing itself out. And I think Sean made a good point saying that Microsoft or anybody can really, Google can come out with one, and that's it. Everybody moves over, and so there's no way that you can know that this is going to be the one. But yeah, it's slow to start, and then it happens all very, very quickly. I mean, where are we in 3 years from now? We could be light years ahead. Oh yeah. So it'll be interesting, man.
Can I pile on here? I'm also thinking about how we're going to get there, what hardware we're going to need, and I'm thinking about the adoption, the mass adoption of GPUs, and who's going to be benefiting from that. And like the standout to me, I don't know, chat, get involved in this discussion. I'm screaming NVIDIA. I mean, who's ahead of NVIDIA right now in GPUs? I heard AMD apparently is trying to get into GPUs. Sean hitting that bang. I mean, I'm thinking it's pricey though. What's the PE on NVIDIA? Can we talk about that real quick? Because
yeah, sure. Have a look at it. Yeah, I know. Like again, I'm not a specialist. Well, you guys in the chat.
It's super high, bro. It's 92. It's like Amazon levels.
Yeah, there's definitely still growth to be had. I mean, I think earnings can continue to grow there, but it's it's definitely exciting. I mean, I don't know where we go in that whole kind of how it's going to be applied to different industries, but for sure, nevertheless, it will be very, very exciting. And I see somebody saying NNDM, NVIDIA, and what was the other one? MS is making GPU as well.
Yeah, I know, but like these guys are like kind of like the Lucids and the Rivians of the EV world. Tesla is like the NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's no, definitely, definitely exciting, man. Definitely exciting. Sorry, guys, I just want to update you. So I am out of those short positions. I'm going to be scalping around a lot at these levels, just basically using the kind of defined range here. So what I'm seeing here on Meta is this little bit of a topish area.
It's making a nice top.
Again, earnings were not today. It was the other day. We still do have the 200 level. But yesterday, my long that I thought, yeah, we're going to go to 200. Everybody else was right, and I was wrong, guys. So, yeah, it is what it is. I have no ego. I admit that. But 97, little bit of a kind of blow off top, now a little consolidation. So I do like the scale into the shorts for as long as they work. And then if they flush down, I'm covering them right away. So I did it the first time. It worked. Great. I'm going to try it the second time. We're going to see. Maybe this wants to actually run the 193 kind of over and dip down. Eventually, though, it is up 2%. We do maybe float to the upside. It looks like we could, and we did that yesterday. So I'm not going to hold on to this one. If it works for me right away and flushes, 10 cents, 20 cents, I'm essentially going to be out of those trades. So I'm just going to recycle over and over again. Google, I'm waiting for a pop through the highs. So if we can get another 107.50 test, I like the short over there. And again, guys, I am not it's not so much, counter trend. It's more so like, there we go. So, Meta literally like 93 short, cover 25-cent win, and then do it again and again and again. So guys, if you do see me in the chat, or sorry, in positions, just keep in mind that I'm scalping, and these trades could last like 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So yeah, just the heads up on that one. Michelle, how's it going, Michelle? Hopefully, killing the game with Ape. Look how bad this trade is, man. I took the long.
I heard someone ask you about Ape yesterday, and you looked it up, and you're like, what a swing.
Is a swing, man.
Because someone was asking about that.
Well, the thing is this, right? We're talking about this, and it's more of a swing because intraday it's not really giving crazy ranges until it starts to pick up. But this is a multi-day run, so it was just at 230 3 days ago, and now we're all the way at $3. And so do we go? I mean, if we get to 4 today, then maybe I'll consider the short. But for the time being, Michelle, I actually got into this trade long at the bottom, and I think Neil was discussing this, and I was essentially looking, saying, yeah, I like this, maybe 7-cent risk on it. Let's see if it can go retest VWAP. So I took the long, I got out of it, and now it's like above 3, and I just feel so silly, but it is what it is, man. Sometimes I have an amazing trade, sometimes I got crappy trades. This is a win, but now in hindsight, it just looks really, really bad. But congratulations to you, and congratulations to anybody who's swinging this long from the low $2 range. Yeah, definitely very, very nice move to the upside, and I think Neil said it best when he said the arb opportunity probably lies within Ape as opposed to AMC, and then if AMC gets going, you get the continuation there in Ape over there. So yeah, definitely pretty interesting. I know Sean's saying wow Microsoft, so let me pull this up very quickly to see. That was actually a super quick up move from 260 all the way into just above 263. Damn, I wish I actually saw that one. If we get closer to VWAP or below on some of these names, I will consider buying dips. But again, I'm not going to just be getting in at, the 50 period over here on Google for a long. I just rather trade the short side when we get to the top and exhaust. But again, not going to hold on to losers too quickly to the short side, too much to the short side, because yeah, we could just continue to float to the upside. So that's basically what I'm looking at. I'm looking at big tech. Yeah. I'm looking to take VWAP longs and top of day, top of range shorts for scalps, and just recycle a lot and over again.
Yeah, Netflix has been strong as well, so I'm kind of looking to weasel my way into that one, which I have. I didn't get the greatest price, to be honest with you, through that 377 break, but hey, we'll hang out around here. It's been relatively strong on the day, up 2.66%, but some still, I think we, on the futures right now, we're kind of double topping. So do we have enough volume and buying power to break through this 41.94, which is basically yesterday's close and today's high? Do we have enough buying volume to break through that now, or is that something that we got to wait maybe into that 132, 230 time slot? I think that there's a lot of market exuberance. So, during the 2020 period, it didn't really matter what time of day there was. You could punch along any time of day, and things were going in the pre-market, things were going in the aftermarket. In fact, I was on my computer last night, being the obsessive person with the market that I am after I got home, and I'm watching the stock run into basically 10 to 8. It ran from 4, it was like $1 stock, it ran up to 5. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, I had a couple of trades on it. Anyway, so things are starting to go again. The hype is back. So I don't know, maybe we could have some nice movements during these lesser traded market hours. Anyway, 41.91 is the top. We're back now into 41.83. So double topping a little bit. Let's see if we can make a newer low on the market on that 41. I think we'll have to break 41.75 to make a newer recent low on that one. We'll see what happens here. Now, with respect to some of these other trades that we've got going on, there isn't really much in small cap world. I'm seeing soon SOUN moving here. Maybe we'll have a look at that. Let me just bring that in real quick. SOUN, there we go. So nice little high move on it here. Now retracing into VWAP, making a bit of a green candle off that. I want to say 255 bottom, 256 bottom. This might be an interesting area to get long if we can make a newer high here at 271. You could have also got in right here at 257 for that VWAP bounce, but that's, again, it's like you'd have to put that aggressively ahead of VWAP because VWAP's all the way down at 50. So there's a possibility for this one to go. Keep my eye on that. SOUN, that one is BBAI. We were talking about that one earlier. That's kind of retracing a little bit here off that 535 high. coming closer to VWAP, we could be kind of looking maybe for a dip bounce here at 465 on this one. Yeah, I'll keep my eye on these ones, but nothing really to execute quite yet. Having a look at some of these big cappers are all kind of taking a break at the moment and retracing southward. So I got really nothing here, Luca. I don't know what you're up to over there. You got Mullen?
It's you know, Mullen was an interesting trade. I had a pretty sick long. This was in the pre-market, so it's just unfortunate the way that it works sometimes. This was less size because it was pre-market, and I was like, okay, I really got to lock in on what I'm gonna do with all my other trades. And I kind of was playing off the 40-cent level, and then it just like ripped right off the morning. So this was sick. In, out. That was a nice little trade. Then I took more size for like the VWAP bounce continuation, and then I got out and I lost on that one. So it's I just sat back and I look over at the guys beside me, and I'm just like, man, sometimes it'd be like that, but it's all good, man. So that was, I'm not going to take any more trades on Mullen, but I just wanted to point out the 40-cent level on it is pretty solid. And if we look at the daily, that 40-cent level was a level from before. Now, it might not make sense, but this is a product of remembering key levels intraday and then just watching them and asking yourself, you know, is this level coming back into play today? So when Mullen actually had the news and then it opened, so it was news, you know, pending news halt, it opened, it ran into the 40-cent level and it reversed and then went all the way back down. So because of that, I was like, 40 cents is a key intraday level. And then this day, which was January 5th, when it broke 40 cents, it instantly exploded and gave you a winner. Now, again, it's only like, you know, 2 cents, 3 cents, but on a 40-cent stock, it's all relative, right? Obviously, you're looking at the size of the candles and everything else. So again, breaking through 40 cents intraday on January 5th, it had that nice, you know, free money explosion to the upside. And this is a product of mapping the level, remembering it, and then when it comes back into play, if you see that it's doing volume, clearly it was doing volume that day, it breaks the level, and it was amazing. It was an amazing trade to the upside. Then you had the first red day, which was nice short to the downside. Then kind of, you know, resisting the 40-cent level, and then finally failing before actually creating a higher low on the daily, moving back to the 40-cent level. And then if we look at this intraday right now, it actually opened above 40 cents. And look at this, bouncing off 40 cents, popping to the upside in the pre-market, testing 40 cents again, not breaking 40 cents, running to the upside, testing it again just before, or sorry, right off the open, then actually giving you the move up. So again, I can't swing things because I'm a day trader. So regardless, I'm going to be out of the position before the end of the day. So I might as well be out of the position when it gives me the win. But look at this thing, man. It is holding above 40 cents. And so if we do get back to 40 cents, feel free to let me know in the chat. I mean, I should probably throw a bid out. Maybe I will. But essentially, that 40-cent level is pretty interesting. I think if it holds, it looks good on the daily. I kind of like this for a swing. Now, the only problem risking off key levels from a swing trade perspective, which everybody knows who does that, is the fact that we can literally gap down to 35. So, I mean, it looks good, everything's good, and then Monday you come in and this thing could be at 30 cents, and it's like, well, you know, like my risk was all kind of bad, right? But you know, if I was in this trade, maybe I would say like worst case scenario is I lose like 10 cents probably. Does that happen? No, but again, you always have to factor in the overnight risk if you do something like that. But again, for a day trade, if we get to 40, I like the kind of bounce play back into VWAP. I think that'd be good, basically risking off that 40-cent level. That's all. We got 7,000 people still watching.
Oh, baby.
To anybody still watching and tuning in for the first time, my name's Luca. This is Sharif. I'm Scalp Demon. I love recycling shares over and over again. If you're enjoying the show, please hit the like button. We're here every single day, Monday to Friday, all day, streaming live, trading the markets. We sit here, we trade. It's exciting. I love doing this. Currently not in a position, but waiting to get into a few. I have a bunch of orders out here.
I'll talk about my Netflix position because I'm absolutely printing on this position through 376.98. Now $1 in the money on this one. Nice little trade to the upside, looking for that 378 break. There we go. We get the fill on that one. Let's go ahead and take another little piece out to secure some profits there. Now we'll hold a little bit of the position. We'll wait for a bigger move up. We've got a good cost basis on this one. $1 in the money, nice buffer. Let's go for $2 and $3 in the money now on Netflix. Netflix is an expensive stock. It can move quite aggressively. It's also spready, so be careful getting in and out. Make sure that you've got some resting stops or some good limit orders with whatever crossover you need on this one. You probably need like 10 or 11 pennies on the cross. That's why I don't like to kind of use cross on this one. Now, I'm also an exploratory short on BBAI. I felt like this was setting up for a bit of a head and shoulders. It's going to cost me about, how much is it going to cost me? It's going to cost me about 15 pennies to find out. I'm going to take that 505 break to the high side as my out, but I want to see it break down below that 480. Now, I may not, I may get shaken out of this one, but I'm definitely not going to give up on it. I'll look to get back in. By the way, this is a half position, so it's not costing me all that much. Netflix, though, full boy position as it continues to test that 378. Sorry, I got to jump back in and back between them because you guys know how I trade. Looking for that 378 break. That's what we're looking for here. I've got no resting stops on this one, though. I kind of want to see what it's going to do. Are we going to get an aggressive move? Because I don't want to have a resting stop when, it's such a parabolic mover up. But I also don't want to give back any money on this one now. We're moving into the lower 377s. Some of my profits getting kneed up here. Let's see if we're going to get a retracement off that 7-period moving average and back into the high 377s. There we go. Now we're back into the dollar in the money area again. Let's look for that 378 break now. Let's see if we can get it this time around. The market sitting at days highs, yet Netflix is continuing to print newer days highs. That's how you can kind of pick up on the fact that it is relatively strong. So let's have a look now quickly at BBAI. We don't get stopped out. We're still flirting below that $5 level. I'm just wondering if the algos don't test that 5. I don't know if I have my stop far enough away from that 5 break for the algos. They're going to hunt you. As my boy Luca likes to say, it's digital warfare. So we'll see what this.
Digital warfare,
yeah, absolutely. Man. So that we're hanging out here. We're in 2 positions. Very good on both, and kind of not great on the other, but the other one not as big.
Yeah, guys, it is digital warfare, man. It is digital warfare. Lemonade Galaxy, what's going on, Lemonade Galaxy? Saying I've been getting chopped out, hard to trade for me. It's trading is just hard in general. It is digital warfare, right? These bots, they don't sleep. They love pushing you off positions as soon as you get into them. That's why the main thing is to stick to institutional levels that you see. So, for example, Tesla 200. I know people are asking, Luca, please comment on Tesla. No problem, I was getting there. It's currently in a range that is channeling just a little bit, and I'm drawing these lines just for the kind of visual representation of what I'm essentially going to say. Tesla is strong, and Tesla was strong yesterday. Anybody who bought Tesla at 100 before the year started is almost up 100% on that position. So, you're looking pretty smart if you were long Tesla at around like 105, let's say. Now, going back to institutional levels and saying, trading is very difficult, it is difficult if you are trading around 197 right now. Because it's just like it's up, it's through it, it's back through it, it's kind of chopping around. So in this range, you don't necessarily want to do anything too crazy because it's going to move to the outer range that it's sort of showing you right now. Now, 200 is the key level that I think everybody's watching. If Tesla gets to 200 today, it's something that I'm going to take short for a scalp trade. I think we run into 200.
Baby.
I'm going to short 199.50 as this is just arbitrary example. Things could change, but short 199.50, playing off the 200, thinking that we can flush back down because there's probably just a lot of overhead resistance at that level. What is the odds that right now, going into the middle of the day on a Friday, we explode to 200 for the first time, break it, and go up to 201, 202, and just never look back? I just don't think, based on my limited years of experience as a trader, I just don't think that happens. I think we run up, and then we come back down, and then that's a perfect opportunity for scalp trades. Now, as we approach the top end of this range, as much as I want to short this area, playing off 199, and maybe I will, because it's creating sort of a little bit of, a higher low, lower high, maybe it sets in another lower high. It is up 4.9%. The rest of the market is just screaming to the north side. This could be anybody who's short here then got, was forced to cover because we then made a high. If this is a little bit of
it's a compression pattern.
I was looking at Sharif because again, everybody knows that I don't use too much. I was going to say bull flag, like what do you call this? Compression pattern. We break 199, we probably get that pop, right? So. Sure. Again, Tesla, I like the dip buys into 196. If we can flush down, I want to take that 196 dip buy. It was the top before, then we blew through it. We tested it 1, 2, maybe we get a third test and then move back to the upside. So for myself, long over here, cover in the middle. If we pop through 198 and then flush back down, short over here, cover in the middle. And then if we get to 200, short around the 200 level. If we break 200, flip long. It's just very, very simple for myself. Flip long, long 200, scalp it out for that trade over there. So that's my thoughts on Tesla. If we dip back into VWAP, if I could miss this trade, right? I'm going to be watching a few things, but if we dip back into VWAP, maybe try a VWAP long bounce. Do I think this is going to reverse the whole move and then go 192, 190? No, I do not, right? No. So I think, VWAP long, level line long, and 200 long or 200 short. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Dr. Crusher saying, is it me or is Luca zoomed in too much? Maybe, man. I'm like right up close. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully you guys are having a great Friday and living large, living the dream. And CVNA, I want to get to this very quickly. CVNA is pretty interesting from yesterday. So I don't know why the fills are not here, but essentially anybody who remembers from yesterday, we drew this line 18 to 1850 being the range. And so I had the shorts over here, and I covered at like 1750 and then, 17 area. And then I think I covered on this flush over here into 17. I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for a walk, whatever. So, had the 1825 short, covered all the way down. Oh, and I was like, this is the move. This is the meat of the move, guys. Like, look at this relative to what happened. So let me do this. Before,
here comes the move, baby.
Before it was, oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, before this was the covers, and then, covered over here. And then the move just happens as I'm not at my desk. Crazy, man, crazy move. I was hoping that this would happen today for like a first red day. I was hoping it would hold up around the 18 level. This was pretty textbook. There was a lot of sellers in at that 18 level. Then we actually faded into 1250 in the after hours. I mean, that was a banger short. If you get 18, you're covering 13. What is that? That's like $4, $4 winner, give or take, if depending you're averaging out there. I mean, that's a banger. And then here we are, all the way down, right? All the way down at 13. So even though it's up today, up 6% today, I kind of want to look for shorts. And I just think that, I'm going to use the levels from yesterday. And the better level for myself that I see to start is this area right here. Not vertical line. Let me do just a horizontal line. So going into 16. So we're just at 15 right now. We didn't really give a pop. Okay, these lines are doing their own thing. We didn't really give a pop, but essentially if we can get through the high a day, right? Through the high a day, I like that for a short into the 16 level. And what I'm hoping for is we can pop and then drop and then back to VWAP, and that'll be my cover.
All right, so we just made a new high a day on the ES, and some of these big cappers are moving along with it. So 41.93.5 now the high of day on ES March contract, which breaks through yesterday's close, but we're not really there yet. It's just a little tiny break. Yesterday's high, though, guys, where are we at with yesterday's high? 4,208.5. Let's go ahead and put that in there. 4,028.5. What a move up yesterday was. We test that again at the close, but don't quite make it there. And then we had that big sell-off at the close, you guys will recall. All right, we'll talk more about that and some of these big cappers that are making a move when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the week, wrapping up the session here for European markets as we head towards the weekend. As always, guys, make sure you take a second, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't done so today. Here we go. Here's a look at a few more final prints just coming through as I speak right now, but a bit of a mixed board as we saw the U.S. market obviously start the session very, very negative and then climb its way back to the upside throughout the entire session. This is the way things are shaping up as we await for some final prints still awaiting on Milan here specifically, but 0.97 downside it looks like right now, 0.28 for Germany, a full percent to the upside meanwhile for England, France nicely positive as are Sweden, Swiss, and that's the stock 600, the entire index there. 0.25% back to the upside, guys, to end the week. Back to you.
Yeah, Brendo, some rate hikes being announced in Europe too. It looks like they're both going to go with a 50 basis point hike, both by meaning Bank of England and the ECB. So they're pushing for tighter money supply. The market really doesn't really care. It's pricing all that in, Luca.
Yeah, man. I'm just getting this. Yeah, that's awesome information. I'm just looking. So I am sure Google here, and I think it was Ron Williams in the chat who was saying, Luca, you can have my Google shares. So hopefully we did a nice little trade-off over there. And yeah, maybe we could do a couple more trade-offs in the future. No, all for fun, man. I'm basically, this is what I'm looking for. I wanted that up move. If it goes higher, I'm going to scale into it. So I'm not really fighting the trend on this one. It is going to be a scalp trade. I'm short sort of into the 107.50 level, and I'm willing to kind of scale into it to get my average to be like I want my average in a perfect world just over 107.50 if it goes to the upside, and then I'll cover any potential flush that happens. So again, nice little up move. If we keep going higher, I'll scale into it just a little bit and then see if we can get a little bit of a flush back to the downside. John Spruill saying, why short Google? So I just take my trades where I think potential flushes will take place, and I sort of build into them, right? So again, I'm not the trader. It's, I could sit here and pretend, oh yeah, like I would be long over here off the pre-market low and I'm gonna hold to the top and then I'm gonna sell it at the top. Like, no, it just doesn't work like that for myself. So Google is now making that high, so I wanna take a little bit more short here. I'm hoping that I can short it maybe into the 108 level, and then if we get that little bit of a pullback, I'll cover on the way back down. So that's basically the plan with that one. I am scaled accordingly that maybe it's gonna continue to work. And then just throw bids out and basically add liquidity everywhere that I think the fills are going to come to fruition. So yeah, it does look silly because we're going up, but I'm basically a mean reversion on that one. Not a big deal. We'll see where that one wants to go. Amazon's back above 108, so I also want to take this one short as well here. And oh man, I missed that one. Okay, so that's like less size. Okay, no problem. But yeah, so a little bit of the same thing, same kind of range that playing off over here. The over 108 shorts feel good. So I do want to short over 108, and I'm willing to scale into it if it goes a little bit higher. Usually when I look at these 108 levels, I say, okay, if it goes to 108.20, like that's kind of what I'm scaling into. And then if it goes back down, I'll cover the flush. But obviously on a day like today, the ranges are a little bit wider. So I do expect that this can actually go 50 cents instead of 20 cents against me. So I have to factor that into my overall plan and then scale accordingly. Somebody in the chat was asking from before, how do you work on scaling? Can you guys talk a little bit about, scaling strategy? As a mean reversion trader, I think any mean reversion trader will tell you, you don't want the full fill, right? Because if you get the full size that you plan to get, then you're going to get smoked because you're closer to your stop. You have the full size, so you actually don't want the full size. You want 70% of the full size. 70% of the full size, and then you kind of want it to go back down. But you can work on your own scaling strategy. It can be, the same size all the way up. So for example, if I add here 100, I can add another 100, or I could do, okay, let me add 50 here, let me add 150, let me add 300, so you can take more size as it gets closer to the level that you love. It really depends. Everything's a little bit different.
Can I make a point about that too?
Yeah.
Like if you guys have target ranges. So for example, let's look at this. Let's look at this chart over here. It's AI. So if you had gotten in long on the retracement of this bull flag here, so like, okay, here's a bull flag and it's up whatever it was at the time. And it's a multi-day runner. I think it's going to continue. So basically have an idea of how it should run. So a bull flag, usually the continuation is the equal distance of the breakout to the top of the flag. So gauge that. So use that amount, use that move, and project it into the future, and then see where you expect the retracement to be. That'll be your out. So if you have an idea of where you want to get out, you can scale in, because then okay, well, here's the breakout point. I'll put 25% of my full position at the breakout point. I'll give it in another 25% move from the breakout point. I'll add another 25% or whatever formula you want to come up with. But if you know where your projected out will be from your entry, then you can kind of scale in at different intervals, maybe 10%, 25%, whatever it's going to be for you, depending on how you trade. So have some projections as to where you want to get out, and then you can kind of scale in. That's how I would do it there, to be honest. All right, so let's have a look here. I'm in another Meta long. It's continuing to print for me. Meta now looks like it's relatively strong, to be honest. It's bouncing off VWAP a little bit better than some of these other ones, but the market kind of just rejected, double topped here a little bit. At that 41.94, kind of broke above and made a newer high, but then immediately rejected. It looks like we're moving down 10 points off that high. That was a bit of a bull trap here. Look at this market really retracing down now 10 points off that high. Let's see if we can bounce back there. Yeah, nice. It looks like the guy to my left there probably had something short off that.
I have everything
top.
short.
Let's go. So basically, Meta retracing back into my buy area here. So we'll continue to watch that. There we go. BBAI finally printing for me to the downside. That's a nice little short. I want to see if we can break through that 80 now. So now we have that kind of bull trap to the high side, and then that continuation down, not printing a newer high. So I'm sitting here at 70s waiting to get filled. I got filled at 84. So this one's nicely in the money. BBAI short, kind of breaking my rules a little bit here, kind of taking this one short above VWAP, but hey, that's the way she works. Meta back into my buy area now. As the market continues to flush, though, Meta are not really responding as aggressively to the downside. Now 41.80 is what we're printing. Look at that nice little 14-point move. Good job, Luca. Nice timing of the market there off that top. Yeah, you know what? It's a great level to go short off. Let's be real. I mean, it is the top. It's the high of day. It's yesterday's close. So it's there's multiple reasons why it's important, not just a level from today. But hey, let's take the stronger names and see if they can weather the storm. So far, still break even on Meta. Nothing to complain about. Luca, something just went before I send it off to you. KAL just went to the upside here, halting at that $10.16. It's done in the last 5 minutes, it's done 300,000 shares, so it's moving. This one, be careful though. Halted now twice at 8.50 and then 10.16. Luca.
Yeah, guys, Amazon is back up here, so I'm going to short this one again. Basically, getting the getting the short, covering that on the flush, adding back at this level. I'm going to continue to recycle levels. Google, very nice. So basically, add off the 108 level. Didn't break. Nice little flush to the downside. Yeah, market basically went 41.93, 41.83 in like 3 seconds. So that was a crazy quick flush. Woo! And basically getting those fills on Google. Still holding a little bit of the position. Maybe this wants to get back down closer, just below the 50 period. If it does, great. I'll cover the rest of that position. Aiming for just 107 and just below on that one. Short CVNA as well. Thank you in the chat for mentioning that on the pop there. So basically scaling in just in front of 16, covering just a little bit on the flush. I hope we can flush lower into 15s. This will be discretionary. I'm just kind of watching it. If we flush, I'll cover at random areas. But the level that I'm watching right now, just for the time being, is 15, just below 15, essentially the high from before. So it kind of top, then it broke, and volume spiked. So if we get back down closer to this level, I do want to take majority covers over here and then maybe hold for 50 period and VWAP covers. But yeah, I'll just be recycling these levels over and over again. Kind of sad that I didn't have a lot of size on that first Amazon flush. But yeah, we are back up, giving the secondary opportunity, which I don't absolutely love it that we came back up so quickly, but I'm going to respect the level that it's creating. And then again, if we break 109 to the upside, which is like the full, we break 109 to the upside, that's a whole new level. So I don't even want to be in this short the closer that we get to 109. But yeah, I do feel like I can just continue to take 10, 20 cents on these moves, and life will be good, man.
Life is good, Luca. I know you champion that the most. All right, guys, we're pumping in this meta long again now, like 50 cents in the money, waiting to get taken out at 75s, but we're having a bit of a resistance issue here, topping out in the high 60s, but patience is a virtue, and I'm going to try to exercise some on that. Likewise, I need to exercise patience with this BBAI short. Still flirting with my break entry point. Took a little bit through that 50 period here on that flush, looking for it to maintain itself below 5, reject 5, and then kind of break down into VWAP here where I'm sitting at $4.70, but not making its way down there. I'm looking to add though, should we get wicked up in that 520 area, give me a better ACB on that one. So here's what we're doing. The market kind of not really rejecting. I want to say it dropped like a lot off that 94 top, popped all the way back down in 80, but retracing now back, made its way back up to 99 in the mid-80s. Anyway, a lot of noise. Can't really analyze every single minute, but we are scalping on these trades, so that's kind of what we have to do. So nice little, retracement here and staying near day's high. So the bulls, looks like they're still in session at the moment. They're still holding all the pieces until we can, make some newer lows. I would say a newer low is definitely that 41.75 through the bottom area of this wick here. If we can kind of make a newer low, maybe an even lower, maybe that 41.72, whatever. Either way, looking for a lower, new major lower low. Can argue about which candle to use here, but something that stands out. Anyway, Meta now retracing back into that 194 area. I wonder if this is a good area to add, or we're going to reject off these areas. We don't get filled at 75s, even though we kept testing 60s, the top of 60s. I think we made some 70 prints there, but not at the moment. Maybe this is a good time to add. So then I'll add a little bit here. How much did I take out last time? Yeah, so that's exactly what I add on this one. Oh, there we go. We get the fill. So adding a little bit there on Meta, trying to get a bit better.
Really?
What's up?
No, Michelle's saying AMC borrow fees at 400% on Interactive Brokers. That is actually crazy, but I don't know if you're talking about overnight holds.
Okay,
Usually
so
they're relatively
IBKR
cheap.
is absolutely horrible for borrowing shorts.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely horrible. Number one, you can't do it in Canada.
Day Trade the World is the best.
Absolutely, no question about it. Number one, you can't do that with IBKR in Canada. Only if they've got it short. You can't pre-borrow it. Number two, there was like some $10,000 rule. Oh, that's what it is. In order to get that added in Canada, you have to pre-borrow minimum $10,000 worth. I was like, okay. That's not going to happen. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, guys, I am actually loving the setups here on Amazon, CVNA, and Google, and I want to just look back at Meta. Meta's in floating territory, so I'm going to stay away from that for right now. I want to see Apple. It's also sort of in that kind of floating range territory. CVNA over 16 right now, so let me just see if I can get a little bit more of this one as we kind of pop to the upside. I basically want to, just scale into this one. Is that, okay, yeah, perfect. Scale into this one. I don't have a general hard level, but it's essentially 16 over under. If this rips to 17, then obviously I'm completely wrong on it. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. It should be going back down. This is why I cover, right? I take shares, I cover, I kind of recycle. If this comes back down through 16, I'll be covering some more as well. So I don't want to hold full size and wait for the full move as a scalper, because it could show me money and then take it away and then really go against. So I don't want to be claiming the full loss and then only taking part wins. This is why I recycle kind of areas over and over. And then if we do capture the move, that'll be great. But yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go here. So continuing to add to Google off that 107.50 as well. Had the flush, a little bit of a pop, a little bit of sideways action. Do we get another flush down? Going to try to cover some more down on that flush. And Amazon is now at 108 here, so let me try to just cover a little bit more on the flushes on that one. Pretty sick, man. YOLO and FOMO, what's going on?
I mention that.
Thank you for the super chat, $2 super chat. Why didn't you wait for 193 retest on Meta? I think you're referring to me. Let's have a look here. 193 retest. Oh, for the short. Well, so I'm watching like a few. I'm just watching like a lot of things. So it's like I'm gonna miss things for sure. I'm gonna miss a lot of things. Okay, so I got a little bit of a fill down there on CVNA when it flushed back through 16. So not really too worried about this position overall. Basically flat right now, but I'm basically building and managing risk and recycling over and over again. Amazon, I'm going to take the rest off Amazon at 108 here. It just feels like the right thing to do. And we're actually starting to flush down here on Google just a little bit. So let me see if I can take some off more over here as well. It's I know this might look a little bizarre to people who are intraday swing traders, but for me, I like to wait for areas that set up, and then I do this. I just do this kind of over and over again. So it's going to be a lot of trades. It's going to be a lot of kind of in and outs for 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents. I will rarely capture a dollar, like a $2 move. Like that's just not my style. Maybe in the mornings, if I capture a nice move in the morning and I actually think there's potential for it to keep going. But in the afternoons, for sure, no. Like I am just recycling shares over and over again. So that's basically the plan. Things are looking pretty good right now. CVNA is going a little bit back down to the downside here. So let me take some more. And yeah, man, that's the play on this one. It's just recycle as much as you can. And yeah. So.
All right, I'm in a Netflix long here. I went long at 378.77. We're already into 379.5. So looking to scalp some out here. Nicer position. Took out already 25%. Looking for that continuation. This has just been strong, man. It really hasn't consolidated sideways while the market has been consolidating sideways below that high of day. So I'm looking to take that button long. Already have a really great trade on it. Looking to add more on that one. Here we go back to BBAI. Looking really for this flat bottom break through that 480. If we can get that 480 break.
Let's go. That was a banger.
I love how excited you get.
Keep going. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't even concentrate on what I'm saying. Luca's so excited. 480 break through here on BBAI. If we can get that, I mean, I'm sitting here at 70s, I think, to get that fill. So pumped about that. Let's see what we can get on these ones. But my boy, let's go. Tell him what you're looking at.
Yeah, guys, so CVNA, I was waiting for the flush, and then for anybody watching that, it literally flew down, and maybe covering the full was not the right idea, but what I was worried is that it would flush down and then rip back up, so I'm taking the final fills just in front of the 50 period. Yeah, maybe now that I look at it, maybe it was an impulsive cover, but congratulations to anybody. Yeah, I'm fully out of it now. I wish I wasn't, honestly. I wish I wasn't. This easily probably goes back below 15, but maybe it bounces back and I can get back in. I mean, if we bounce back, to over 1550, then I'll just continue to take shares. So I'm going to throw some offers. Hopefully we can actually get back there, and I'll get the shares. If I don't, I don't. Congratulations again. I see somebody saying that I took 1K short at 1612. You're $1 in the money there. So that was good job. Good job there. Good job. Yeah, if we pop back, I'm gonna short this again through 1550. That was sick, man. That was like it went from like 1575. And then it was just like boom, like 35. So huge liquidity vacuum. I mean, yeah, it's not too bad. I am now long Tesla. I'm not really sure how I feel about this position, but let's see how it goes. I'm gonna, where am I here? 96.21. Let me just add a little bit more on this one. I'm basically playing off of that level that I showed initially, which I wanted to play off of. It's Tesla, so it's gonna dance around. If we go below 194.50. I'm going to get a little worried. I want this to bounce back up right now. I'm going for, so now we're already in the money on this. Let me take some over there. Okay, that was 6 scalp there. Now I'm going to try to hold for maybe we can get to 197. 197 just in front of that. I'm going to try to get out of that one as well over there. Yeah, man, today is a fast day, man. Things are moving very, very quickly, so you need to be able to react very quickly. Brandon saying stop making the wrong Tesla trade, Luca. No, man, it's good. I just net the win on that. Now I'm kind of waiting to see if we want to pop a little bit more. It's I just feel like I have to say this, as a scalper, it's not going to make sense what I'm doing because I'm getting in, I'm getting in, I'm getting out, I'm getting out. You think I'm long and I'm going to hold this against me. No, if it keeps going down, I'm going to get out. If it goes up, I'm going to cover it. So it's just a product of what it means to be a scalper. Especially in the middle of the day, man. These moves, they give you the win. You got to take the money. The market is calling. They want to give you some money. Are you going to take it? That's the play, man. So yeah, just over and over again, recycle the areas. Google is at 107. So let me take a little bit more over here. Yeah, these levels are pretty good, man, and they keep happening very, very quickly. So yeah, I'm recycling as much as I can. I know Michelle was saying. Actually, no. Okay. I just realized I had way too much coffee today. Okay. Guys, I had a lot of coffee today. Michelle was saying below 3 long on APE, and I think you were talking about over here on the flush and the rip. It is a solid level. It is a solid level. It's channeling over here. Something that I talk about on the show a lot, and I'll just kind of say it in this example. If you think that APE is going higher, and if higher is the correct way to go, what essentially market makers, which is whether it's robots or not, what they'll do is they get over a level like 3, and then they dip it below 3 because maybe people have stops at 299 when they're long, and then it gets over 3. They're like, hey, let me put my stop at 299. So in case we go back down, I lock in my win. Or anybody who took the 3 break maybe puts 299 or 295 stop. And so what the robots try to do is they push it there, and they trigger those stops, and then they take the fill, and then it'll bounce back. They do it again, they do it again, they do it again, they do it again. So this is a nice little pattern showing that, maybe it does want to continue to go higher. I don't know, I'm doing a lot. I'm doing a lot today, so maybe I'm going to stay away. Maybe I'll try 8, but I would rather try it closer to a VWAP or a 290. So yeah, maybe I'll bid 291 on this one. We'll see if it wants to get there. I don't absolutely love it, but I see people in the chat saying CVNA. Rachel, I have a feeling you still have a lot of energy even without Spros. Yeah, I have a lot of energy in general, and to be honest, Spros don't really affect my energy. It's because I drink a lot of Spros, so I have a very high caffeine tolerance. CVNA kind of feels like we're not going to actually get back up, so I'm kind of sad. I'm sort of offering. My initial plan was over 1550. Going into 16 and then looking for the flush. So I did it, right? I did it. Then it gave me the flush. Okay, nice trade. But I still want to respect the fact that that is a good level. And if we do get back there, we could, and then I'll take it short, and then I hope we keep going down. If we flush lower from here and then go to 14, don't remind me about CVNA anymore. If you're in the trade and you hold it, just be happy for yourself. I'm just gonna be sad, man. I'm gonna be sad. So. I noticed that I'm not in Tesla anymore, so I think we actually got the pop back up. So that was pretty sick. That was just a product of identifying a level and scalping it. So, this was the level. It topped out over here. It broke through. It bounced once, twice. I was like, if it gets there the 3rd time, I want to take the long again. And then I'm going to go for the middle covers. And I throw out orders discretionary at random areas. I don't even know, how I pick these kind of prices. I just think, if I'm in at 95.70 or whatever, like maybe it can pop to like 96.50. So I think my out there was just in front of 96.50. But the way that I chose that was very quickly, like this is like a short-term thing, but like we bounced here, here, and then here, then we broke. So if we rip back to the upside, I think we quickly stall, so like support, quick resistance, but it's like a quick, whiplash liquidity vacuum resistance level. It's not like it's invalid. It's not valid anymore, I don't think. Like we could easily go through it now and go back to the upside. So yeah, I'll take the quick wins as they happen. Google is flushing even more here, but I think I missed, yeah, not a bad fill, but yeah, I'm just like crossing into like taking the fills. I'm not like waiting on the book or anything. So that was nice. That was a nice one there. And someone's saying full BOVESPA short here just for a quick scalp. Yeah, man, in the middle of the day, you want to make sure that you're scalping as much as you can because in the morning, things are going to give you the extended moves. So like if you have the position and starts to work for you, you want to hold those. But if you are a scalper like myself, lean into your strengths and just on a day like today that there is a lot of liquidity and a lot of volume, do the same thing that's working, but add more size.
What? Money. Where we get luck? 377.61. We just got some out in the mid 379s. That's a $2 winner. We're still holding on to more than 50% of this trade, and we're gonna ride this one into 380. And let's go ahead and take some more out right here.
So Sharif basically, you guys probably heard him through my mic. Because he's just like, let's
was
go.
on, guys. All right, it's not Brad's fault today either. No one start ragging on Brad. The whole chat is going to start saying, Brad. No. All right, yeah, so there we go. We're out of more than 50% of this trade now. Now we dip back below 379 into the high 378s. We're long 377.61, so $1 in the money. I don't want this one to retrace on me. Super volatile is Netflix. Let's see if it can continue its way on that march to 380. That's kind of what I'm looking for there. I'm also in this trade on Meta. This one's starting to print as it curls back up a little bit. I dip. Where'd I get the fills? I got the fills there below 193. So now we're positive. There we go. Not yet. We're not positive yet on Meta. Still work to be done there. So yeah, we're in that trade as well. We're also in this BBI trade. We get the fill off the dip of VWAP. So profitable on this one. This one's looking good too. Now retracing back. Let's see what it does above 5. If it does get above 5, I'm going to take it all out, but it'll be a winner because we got some nice outs there. Netflix re-dips all the way down into my entry point. Do I hit the out here? Let's see what it does. I've got 61s long. Now we're in the 80s, so real close into my entry point here, and I don't want any part of this trade to be negative. So let's just wait to see what materializes. It looks like we reclaim 78s, at least for now. I got to keep my eye on this one. It's a dangerous one. Likewise is Meta 193.36 we've got. So we're looking for a bounce back on that. But the market kind of flushing off that top. I know Luca printing to the downside. Ironically enough, I'm printing to the upside on a big cap name, Netflix, but it seems to be secular today.
Yeah, man, I'm long Tesla again. This is like way less size because I'm actually going to try to go for like a swing back to the upside. So this was like a nice quick dip and then rip bounce play. Now I'm like super light and I'm waiting for it to, if it gets to VWAP, no problem. I'm going to hold this the whole way down. Then I'm going to add like a little bit more at VWAP for like the swing. Again, I'm not super comfortable in these intraday swing plays, but I just feel like maybe it could consolidate a little bit and now go back to the upside. So what I'm going for right now is maybe a 50 period cover, so just over 197, and then I'll try to go for like 198 there. So yeah, first target 197, and I'll just do just above 197, and then second target will be the 198s and higher. We'll see if that one wants to work. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough to like watch this go in the money and then take nothing. But I am going to wait for it. It's less size, so I should be able to wait for it, and we'll see if that one wants to work. Google is now flushing. Yeah, nice little flush here. I'm going to take the rest of Google off. Sick trade on Google there, so like basically average in, scale myself out. Recycle, pretty nice. Let's see, yeah, CVNA, there you go, guys. That was a banger. And Ape waiting for a dip back into 290 over there. We'll see if that one wants to come to fruition. AMD, the one that I did not do well on at all today, and I was kind of reluctant to pull it up. It is sort of barcoding over here, now getting just below VWAP. But a little bit of an up move and down move, holding the pre-market lows. I don't even know what I was thinking with this one. I just thought it was good. I thought we would like get a pullback and then rip back to the highs.
Fahad's trolling the chat in the chat. I gotta address this. It's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
Look what he says, dude. Come on. Hey guys, Fahad here. It wasn't Prad, it was me. I didn't unmute because we're under 3,500 likes. I'll mute again if we don't get 465 likes. Guys, get on it or we won't be able to hear any of us. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, man. Interrupt away, man. Never an issue, that's for sure. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But basically, you know, with the AMD trade, this is at the bottom of my board. I like loaded the boat into VWAP thinking we would rip back. We didn't. Then I punched out at the lows, went short, covered it for a break even, then went long, covered that for a break even, and said, I'm done with AMD. What am I doing trading this? I should be looking at other things. But that was actually a good pre-market low bottom long there. Tesla is now flushing lower, so this is no problem here. Let me add a little bit more over here. And yeah, if we get to VWAP, I'll try to add closer there. I wonder if I get that fill. Should be getting the fill very, very quickly there. Yeah, having a great time. 3.1K likes, guys. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. I'm having a great time here, living large. I am long Apple here as well. So let me see Apple to see where this is. But before I talk about this position, we are going to go to Big B at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go on a Friday, shaping up to be a little bit better than the way things started off. Very, very negative, obviously. Off the jobs number this morning, if you missed it, much higher than expected. Non-farm payrolls number this morning, 512,000 versus 188 expected. That sent the market sharply lower to kick things off. We've been doing nothing but going back higher so far throughout the day. 0.45 right now for the S&P 500. Look at the Dow, exactly flat at the moment. So we'll see how things shape up as we head through the afternoon here. Russell 2000 already green. We have the NASDAQ, both the composite and the 100, just 0.5% away from positive territory as well. A little bit back to the downside overall. If you're with us early on, some of the key movers today from the watch list, Amazon, Apple, Nordstrom's, we talked about Alphabet obviously as well, all coming off earnings. Nordstrom's with the Ryan Cohen note. Saw this one just pop up as well. Canada Goose, guys, back to the upside on heavy volume here. Just broke 21. Was down sharply yesterday after cutting their full year forecast.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, interesting one with Canada Goose there. See how that one does during inflationary pressures. But we are absolutely printing on this BBAI short. Cover. So we don't get bottom wick just yet, but you know, we're still holding, what are we holding? 20% of this position, so we'll still be able to scalp some out. It rejects VWAP, it breaks through VWAP, not rejects VWAP there. So interesting little move is brewing on this one. We're out of the Netflix trade. So here is where what we did on this one. Long here, cover, and then right when it flushed down into my entry point, I covered for the remaining amount. I was holding about 30% at that point, so 30% of this trade becomes break even. It retraces into the low 376s. So now retracing. Now Meta finding a bit of a balance here. I added this position here. So my cost basis is 193.02s. Let's see if I can go green or at least break even on this one. We're real close into my my break even area. So let that one pan out as we get a bit of a pop here on the market. So only 2 trades on at the moment, one not profitable and one profitable, but looking for to take this relatively stronger name above VWAP, at least to that 194 area. We'll see what she does, but we also have, you know, 196.77 top on Meta, and then we also have, you know, a recent high here of about, I want to say 194 3/4. So some resistance points still to reach. Let's see how far we can get up. Kind of feel like I'm stuck in this long, though. You know, I would rather not be in it, but such is the case. We'll see what happens there, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Apple, nice little bounce play. I don't really know what I was going for on this one, but it's sort of this level over here, playing off 155.50. I'm like, yeah, it is kind of strong, but it is a random level. But let me test my luck, and if it keeps going to the downside, I'll get out. Quick little scalp trade, so in and then out. It's now going 156, so I'm fully out of the position just in front of 156. Nice little 50 to 30 cent winner on that one. Definitely can't complain. Tesla, I got the reload, got some out over here dying because it was just such a sharp move. I was like, okay, let me take off just a little bit and then, yeah, ride this. So still going for 97 and 98s over there. Let's see if that one wants to work. That message was for Luca. Sorry, what did you say there? I missed it. ES, can you stop whispering to yourself? Yeah, sorry about that. I'll work on that one. It's, you know what it is? I definitely talk to myself, and He's
excited,
you know, I'm excited. I need some advice. Who am I going to talk to? I got to talk to myself over here. I'm having a discussion, and you guys are, you know, feel free to tune into the meeting that I'm having with myself. Yeah, guys, just, you know, going back 2 days, obviously getting all those super chats that were coming through on the show. Again, I just want to say thank you guys so much for sending the super chats. You guys are absolutely amazing. And we are men of the people.
Guys.
So we got pizza on the way. Should be here around 12:45. So guys, if you want to eat with us at the same time, feel free to order pizza.
What'd you think about the cannolis?
I had a cannoli in the morning. It was amazing.
Can I tell you? Here's why I liked it. It wasn't too sweet, and
Have you ever had?
Of course, I had one at the Big Desk.
No, but before this.
Of course, yeah.
Oh,
There
yeah,
was an
okay,
Italian
yeah,
deli down from my place. I had eclairs, I
Yeah.
had Kaiser sandwiches, everything, bro. I mean, like, this stuff I'm well versed in. But, oh my God, why I liked it was the crust was a sweeter of the part, and the cheese wasn't as sour. It's nice. It was cream. It was good.
It's
Yeah,
great,
it
man.
was done-
Honestly,
it was done
if you guys haven't tried cannolis or if you have no idea what they are, feel free to follow me on Instagram. Check my story. I did post it. I had a nice cannoli in the morning. And yeah, hopefully some are left there. Have
Bradley's
another cannoli.
here.
And yeah, guys, you know, so pizza on the way, 12:45. If you want to enjoy lunch with us, feel free. We will be eating it live on the show. I'm getting this Tesla fill at 197, man. What a nice move back to the upside. So now waiting for the 98s on that.
Oh, baby.
And then, yeah, if we run to 200, it'll be a whole new trade setup. Yeah, man, life is good. It's Friday. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. I mean, these are the days that day traders live for, man, especially if you're a scalper, intraday trader. Things are moving. Things are great.
There we go.
Yeah, I can't get much better than this.
Getting the fill on Meta, baby. We popped through that 193. We're looking for that continuation we talked about through 194. The market finding a little bit of a reprieve here, but look for the relatively strong names so you can benefit the most from the move up. You're not likely going to benefit the most if you take the weaker of the names and just compare them, and you can figure it out. So here we take a little bit of a piece. We add nicely at that 192.25 area. Let's see if we can continue. Let's have some resting orders here. Let's go ahead and put this many shares out near the $0.50. So we'll hang out at 40s. We'll see if we get printed on that one. But there we go. Some nice momentum there. Now, not the same thing is for Netflix. Kind of finding a bit of a curl, but that big move down, we'll see. We'll see what this one does. Hovering around 376.5. My eyes on that one as well. Sergio Campos with the $2 super chat. How much do we need to send you for cannolis? There we go. I mean, I don't know. If you're ever in Toronto, definitely come by the studio. Email obviously first, and we can arrange for you guys to attend here with us. And if we have cannolis on that day, we'll definitely share. I mean, I don't see why not, right?
Yeah, cannolis are usually, for anybody wondering, it can be from, it depends where you get them from, it depends the size. I personally, the ones that I posted on my story, those are my favorite. And then you can either get, there's different types of filling. So there's like 100% ricotta filling, and then there's you know, cream-based filling, which can be ricotta. Sometimes they have chocolate chips in them. I love all kinds of cannolis, man. I really do. And yeah, the price ranges, but I'd say like, you know, $1.50 per cannoli, maybe $2. With inflation now, I wouldn't be surprised if some places are charging, you know, an arm and a leg for them. But yeah, it's just depends where you go. They remember friendly faces, I feel like, and depending the bakeries you go to.
Absolutely.
I get deals at my bakery, man. I go in, you know, the girls, they see me, I start smiling, and I just, they always like throw me a little extra. Yeah, I've been going there for such a long time. Nice community over there.
Catface Gambino, what does it feel like to be Canadian?
It feels amazing. I don't know.
I like it. I like Canada.
I
mean,
Canada's
dude,
great,
if
man.
you ever come to Toronto, you're not really going to differentiate it much from
Special guest.
Look who it is.
You know,
You want
Brad
the mic?
coming in today, he's like, make sure there's cannolis for me. I was like, yeah, man, 100%. There's for sure there's going to be some cannolis. Yeah, man,
Bradley
cannolis is. Yeah, man, it's always nice. You know, it's nice to eat good food, right? It's nice to drink cold drinks, but there's nothing better, man, than sharing it with the people around you. That's what makes it good. And I think going back to what does it feel like to be Canadian, it's nice to see different cultures. I mean, Sharif and I come from two very different backgrounds, and we meet each other, and you know, we tell different stories. And he's like telling me about his past, and I'm like, well, that's pretty interesting. I don't know anything about that. And then I tell you, well, this is what I do over here, and this and that. And it's nice, man. It's really,
it's
really
a
nice
melting
to share.
pot. But like so are many American states. But like I think you feel you see more diversity here than most other states. I mean, like you get from everywhere, and that's kind of how I grew up, guys. Grew up knowing like every culture, knowing a lot about other cultures as a result of that. And especially when you make close friends, you really get to know their culture quite closely and their tendencies, and and you're able to compare and contrast and see a lot of similarities, and that's kind of what brings you together. That's why I love this country. And I'm sure it's like that in many American states. I know my sister lives in California, and it's like that down there too. So, but it's a beautiful city, and it's very clean and very new. When you're around the city, you see a beautiful mix of like all glass high rises with these old Victorian style brick homes, red brick. So it's like a city, honestly, like no other, and it's just getting better. We keep improving it. We have like a better transportation system being invested in by the province, by the city. It's like full scale. It's like New York in the early days, you know what I mean? Like wherever, it's all hands on deck with expanding and growing the city, and there's just so much going on, and that's why the real estate really is super high. All right, we get that fill on Meta. There we go. Now popping to the high side. Are we on Meta? Let's take a little bit more out here. We're printing very heavy, boy, on Meta. We take another one through there. Wow, man, spin the money on this one. Look at this pop on Meta. We hold, waiting for that relatively strong name. We're going to take some more out here through the break of 94. We take another one. Look at these triangles stacking up, man. How good does that look? We're running the game with Meta right now. So this has been a nice little move. Holding a little bit, not too much on this one. Very pumped about this move to the high side. Luca, we kill it on Meta here.
Yeah, I love somebody in the chat's like, now tell them how much you pay in taxes.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah, it could be worse though if we were in Quebec.
Oh yeah, but you know what? It's infuriating going to the States and hearing about some of the taxes that they pay down there. I mean, Texas, Florida, you hear about it all. California, obviously more heavily taxed state, but you get for what you pay for down there with the beautiful weather. But to be honest with you, it's sometimes quite frustrating because it's like double and triple taxation sometimes. That same money gets taxed over and over and over in different ways. It's like, enough already.
Yeah, it's like the triple tax system. But enough about the details of that. No need to ruin my day here. What was I going to say? Yes, you know what though, guys? It's negative. I know we spoke about this, but it's negative 30 degrees. Negative 30 degrees. So yeah, Canada, Toronto, it's a great place. But it's negative 30 and there's no beach and there's no sun.
That's not the same cake. Tell them in a few days it's going to be 8 degrees.
It's
like, be fair.
It's, you know, with the bad comes the good. And obviously the summer season is great, but it can get very, very depressing. And a lot of people lack vitamin D in the wintertime. So get your vitamin D.
Absolutely.
Double up on that. You know, 1,000, 3,000, what is it? What's the... oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, vitamin D is in terms of whatever. You know what I'm saying? 1,000, 2,000 of those basically
IUs you're talking about?
IUs, And on the tip of my tongue there. But yeah, man, just make sure if you guys are lacking sunshine, get your vitamin D, stay healthy, don't be malnourished, because as a trader, you will suffer. So yeah, make sure you get your vitamins. That is the most important thing. Yeah, no need to, don't 80 degrees in my, like, don't tell me about all these things.
Like, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, I don't want to
hear about
that's not
it.
actually like, yeah, that's, okay, whatever. Anyways, enough about that.
Do you like humidity though?
Humidity?
Yeah. Are you a fan of humidity?
No, not
Well,
really.
Florida is all humidity.
Like, I just like sun, like nice little breeze.
My cousin
ice cold beer.
was wise enough. Shout out to my cousin George. He works down the road here. He decided to have his wedding outside in Florida in the end of August, at the end of August. I don't know if you know what the end of August is like in Florida. My Florida people in the chat here, let me know. But it is 107% humidity. Needless to say, a lot of the women were really upset because all their hair got frizzy, especially Middle Eastern women whose hair is frizzy to begin with, right? So it like went, poof, right? My mom was not pleased about that, nor was my sister. Shout out to them.
Yeah, okay, anyways, back to trading here, guys. I want to see if there's any more interesting levels to recycle here. Sorry? Okay, I'm kind of chilling because I did like the trade here on Google, and I'm waiting for it to get back to the north side, but it's sort of now like hanging out here. Maybe we do get a dip. If any of these names quickly dip into VWAP, I'm going to take the long.
Growling back
so I'm
there?
basically waiting for this. But yeah, if I do see quick levels that I'm going to jump into, I'm waiting there. Yeah, hopefully CVNA can give a pop. Like, I'm hoping that it gives like a quick pop and gives me like those money fills, but yeah, it's just not giving the pop. I'm actually scaled to take way less size into this pop, and then if we do, for whatever reason, get to 16, it'll be like, I'll consider that for a little bit more size there. But yeah, if you see me guys getting CVNA fills into 1550, it's a little bit lighter size because I already capitalized off the first one. If I win the trade again, I want to, or if I lose this second time around, I want to make sure that I lock in my profits. So yeah, Google,
AI
Meta.
moving big boy,
Oh, yeah,
soon
AI.
moving big boy. AI just made, well, no, it's close to day's highs, 27.52. We're at 27.25, so it's closing in on day's highs. I have 27.75 marked off as a level for some reason on my chart on AI. Not really sure where that comes from. What do you see on that?
Yeah, AI is a nice, nice continuation uptrend here. In terms of from a scalp perspective, I don't think I see anything. It's kind of like I see danger on this for scalps, to be honest. But yeah, nice strong up move from 22, and this is obviously the one that went from 15. Now making another high 27. Where's the top on this thing? I don't know,
It's
man.
a continuation if there has been one. What a beautiful swing, man. I mean, I need to get better with that with these small capper names because they give you like opportunities for 200, 300, 400% returns on some of these swings. I mean, if you can catch them, especially with these, like we were talking about earlier, with these like the names, the biopharma that come in, like the AI that came in, the reverse splits. These run 3, 4, 5 days sometimes,
Maybe
so.
like 35 to like 42.
Is that what you see?
Just like on the technical. This is like the daily, guys, and I'm kind of zooming out to see. So I did that, and then, okay, I know
Every green candle is a bull trap, says Jeff Ross.
It's, well, this is the
I
thing.
mean, I don't know, man, because it continues.
It's like
If you're
bubble.
intraday, sure, but if you're a swing, no.
Like bubble, like let's talk bubbles here. If this is just getting started and it's really going to continue to go, first target would be, and I'm using wider ranges because we are now over like the 25 mark. Do we go to like 35, 50, 43, 52, 71? Like, I mean, it was there before. Where was this? This thing was all the way up at
Still
like,
going. Look at it,
71. This thing was, Jesus, this thing was at 163.
Yeah, it's a monster.
Yeah, this
Everything
is a
was
monster. I mean, maybe, where did it open? This was like the IPO back in 2020 at just under 100. So yeah, I mean, this is crazy talking about it, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bubble. If we're going to continue to go, you're going to get pullbacks and stuff. But yeah, who knows where this thing wants to go? I would not be buying the highs right now because it's, you buy the highs, you open yourself up to so much downside. But you always want to, if you think things can continue, you'll most likely get multiple opportunities to get back into it. So do yourself favors and buy dips. As a short seller, do yourself favors and short pops, as opposed to shorting into a hole or buying the highs, because then you just kind of open yourself up to extreme amounts of risk, and then it becomes tough because you could just be out of the money. You might not necessarily be wrong on the idea, but you might be just wrong on the price for the short term, and then why put yourself through more pain than you have to live through? No pain, no gain, but at the same time, you can sort of avoid the pain. Guys, just a heads up, Tesla is making its move back above the 50 period. Running potentially into 98s. Tesla is not Stressla today because I'm getting all wins on this name. So pretty happy with how it's playing itself out. My offer is basically in front of 98s, so in front of 198s. So if we like go up just a little bit more, I'll be getting out of that 198, getting out 198s over there. And yeah, if we get to 200, it'll be just a whole other trade. Everything that I did in the past, everything here will just be off the table. So, yeah, smoke the world. The pain is real, man. As a day trader, the pain is real. That's why we celebrate the wins. We sit here, we celebrate the wins, because when we go through pain, we hide it well. But, man, it's painful, I'll tell you that much. And the Irish Mac, the pizza is en route in the next 30 minutes. First pizza, chill a little bit. Then we'll have a Spro and cannoli. If you guys are planning to eat with us, in the next 30 minutes, pizza will probably be here. So plan for that accordingly if that's the plan. Somebody was saying, Luca, can you look at RSLS? Sure, man.
That was moving
RSLS.
this morning.
This was the mover from this morning.
Yeah.
I think it had a sick fade right off the morning. If I'm not, oh no, this
It
was
doesn't
into
look very
pre-market.
good right now, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
These halts are, anytime I see this, I sort of say, okay, I don't want to really deal with this anymore. It just gets a little bit more challenging, unless it's like halt up, halt up, halt up, and then it really gives a good opportunity. But this one halted up and then printed down, and then went up and then printed down again. Oh my God! Safe to say the over 20 is where the money shorts. Didn't really spend too much time there. But again, anytime you look at something with a spread that is like 10, 20 cents when it's not doing things, when it really starts to move. Yeah, man, the spread can definitely open up on that one. I want to just pull up Flow Checker very quickly to check this one. RSLS.
I could have told you.
400K. I was going to say you can check as well.
Let me know next time. I'll do it. 450,000.
450K.
Yeah.
So I'm never going to talk about this again, and let me just pull it off my screen very quickly. Yeah, guys, with a float of 400K, for anybody that doesn't know as a day trader, That's danger, man. That's danger. That is tape teleportation. This can go from 15 to 12.
It could have like 100 times flow rotation, 200 times flow rotation.
Yeah, but just more importantly, in terms of like managing risk, it's like this can go from 15 to 12 without trading anything in between. So if you think like, oh, I'm going to get into like small size, I'm only going to take 200 shares. There's just no liquidity, and it can just like to the other side, and you're just like out of the money.
We need that effect.
Yeah,
we need that effect.
We need digital warfare. We need so many things, man. If you're listening to this and you can do something about it, please do. This reminds me of that MG. What was it? MGSG? No, there was another. MSGM. Yeah, isn't this the one with the low float as well? Yeah, this is the one. And let me pull this one up. Let me do. Or let me just zoom out actually. So guys, it's not really doing anything today, but I want to show like an example of like how these low floats move for anybody that's tuning in for the first time or just has questions about day trading or saying, Luca, what essentially do you mean? So first of all, this stock was like a $10 stock, was it? And it had the moves, yeah. So this was a $7 stock, okay? Then it exploded to the upside. I had some okay trades on it, small size, like really, really small size. Then it just does nothing. These moves are so sharp. Like from here, like from 18 into 22, like this was 1 second. So like, like 1 second in and out, like absolutely insane. And then, like long here, getting it out, you have to get it out because, if it goes down, you can get absolutely screwed on that. But essentially, they then opened at like $70 and then did an offering. So could you imagine you're long this thing at like, I don't know, $30 and you're waiting for the open. And just before the open, at 9:25, they do an offering, and this thing goes from 60 to 30. So, like, the thing is with these names, low float, it's up. They're burning cash. They need money. They plan the offering. They're like, well, when's the next time our stock's going to be at $60? Let's do it now while the volume is there so we could do an offering. And everybody's waiting for the open because they're long. They held overnight. They're like, oh, my God, it's going to open at 60. And then they close in on the offering before the market opens. So that's savage, man. That's super savage. But, again, you guys have to be very careful with these things because if you're investing for the long term, if you're holding overnight, these are the risks. You have to understand, what is the cash position? What's their burn rate? Do they have money to continue? Do they have an active shelf? Are they going to release this? Are they going to do that offering? These are all things that are super important. As a day trader, it's not as important.
That's one thing too. Like a lot of people don't check the shelf offering to see if there's a secondary already on there that can be pumped at any time.
Yeah, man.
Right? Like that's one of the things that I first learned in the small cap game. You got to look at the float. You got to see the R-vol. You got to see the shelf offering, and then obviously you have to look to see if it's a former daily runner. If it is, then all the better, right? So a lot of the small cap game, it's a completely different analysis than these big tech names because there are so many things that can be manipulated and
I just said some good stuff. I muted on my own. Okay, it's all good. All right, so guys, what I was saying was with these small cappers, what you have to look at is obviously you heard him say about the float. You're looking at R-roll. You have to see if there's a shelf offering to see if a secondary offering can be dropped at any time, especially if you're swinging it because you could wake up the next day. All of a sudden, there's a secondary offering for I don't know how many shares in the shelf. In the shelf registration, you should be able to see how much they're authorized. It usually says up to this amount. You also have to look to see if it's a former runner, because if it's a former runner, you have to see, basically it gives it more likelihood that it's going to run this time. I think we got Brendo at the big desk with some breaking news.
You guys were discussing those different catalysts that we've had to deal with over the past little while. One of those has been the illegal short selling investigation, or companies hiring someone to look into illegal short selling of their stock. Here's the latest to join that club. BGXX, guys, just coming out with a statement saying they're going to do the same, an investigation into illegal short selling for this one.
So it had a day, look at that, this morning. Oh, pardon me? My mic is on, man. Yeah, okay, so I'm good to go. So we're talking about BGXX. GXX. Basically, this one, you know, as soon as you mention anything about a reverse split, it's like the new biotech. It's like the new new AI. So this obviously we'll trade these. No problem there as long as there is a catalyst and we know people are interested in it. So it looks like this one got going February 1st. It got off that, I want to say 65-cent area all the way up to that 188, retracing again, but now announcing that they're going to investigate. So there goes the stock off the schneid, keeps it going to the high side. Maybe they're setting this up for maybe a secondary offering, generate some cash that way, pump their stock up maybe to that $2 area. It basically doubles the amount of money that they can generate. So yeah, we see this a lot, no problem. If they're working within the rules and we're allowed to trade them, we're going to keep going with that. So Meta, finding another curl back up here so I don't get out of that position fully for exactly this reason. It's holding VWAP, and we are near to high of days and we are low, so I'm still feeling a little bit bullish. I'm long 192.34, so we're like $1.50 in the money, looking to test that 194. Again, we kind of broke it initially going up to that 194.05, but rejecting, but most notably here, we made a higher low. So now we need to make a higher high and kind of continue through that, I want to say 194.75 area and test 195. I'm holding less than, I want to say, yeah, I'm holding 20% of the position still. So already up huge on it, but really want to catch that continuation should we get one on this stock. BBAI, I'm holding a little piece left. Looks like we retraced back into $5, but rejected off 5 again. But we made a higher low here, so I need to be careful, and a higher high. So even though we did reject off $5 for the moment, I need to be careful, and I've got my stop set up here through the break of 505. So that will be my break even. I'm short, yeah, 506. So I'll make 1 penny off this if I get stopped out.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up on Tesla. So this is why, like, I hate holding for 198 because, yeah, man, 198, like, it's almost getting there, and then I'm not getting the fill, and then it's like moving back down. I'm like, okay, now what do I do with it? Do I still hold for 198? So it's just so much easier to kind of take the wins as they happen. That's essentially why I do that. AMD, I am getting the fill short. I'm basically starting my covers back into the moving average there. I had this order out from before. This is the very clean level that's up over here. It kind of tested 1, 2, 3 times, little bit of a blow off top, then flush back down. And then I think this was almost a 4th test, maybe, but probably not. But then this one definitely tested. So yeah, just respecting the level that it showed, getting the first fill there, waiting for a flush down even lower, and going to continue to cover that one. I basically punched long BGXX instantly. Like instantly punched long. I'm like, okay, this one looks good. Tape green is coming through. You have a $1.50 level coming into play. So my play was basically punch long as fast as possible, add to it, and then scale out into the 150, and then scale out above 150 if we break 150. So I got 1 fill, 2 fills. Now I'm basically waiting to see, does this one actually break 150?
Nice,
I have my orders scaled above 150 to take it all out. And yeah, we'll see if
the demon strikes again, boy.
Yeah, man, just like scalping, you know, things are moving, so you might as well, right? You might as well. So let's see if this one wants to keep going to the upside. My best out will be 169. I think that's kind of where I'm going for. So let's see if this wants to break that 150 level. Maybe there's stops there. Maybe it has the volume to continue to the upside. And yeah, I'll continue to recycle that.
Meta, keep going, baby. Let's go. Breakthrough 194. Where'd we top out there? 194.20-ish, I want to say. So here comes that 194 3/4 we talked about. That'll be a newer high. So that's what we're looking for here, to continuation into that 197 test. That's 2 times we rejected off 197. Yesterday, technically, we broke it, but retraced immediately below. Today, we don't really break it. 196.77 was the top. Go, Meta, go. Now we're in the 40s, baby. We're still holding on this one, and I'm not punching the out button. Now we're in the 50s. Keep going. Let's go. Let's break through that 75 area. Then we'll have that higher high we're looking for. The market moving up as well. 41.88 now, nearing again 41.94 on the ES March contract for that high of day possibly test. But this isn't really the time for it. 12:30, it really isn't the time. But like I said in the beginning of the show, back in 2020 and 2021 when there was all that craziness, it didn't matter what time we were punching in. You could punch in at like 6:30 in the morning and the stock would have done already like 2-3 million shares of volume. So when there's a market exuberance, when there's enthusiasm, there doesn't seem to be a restriction with respect to time like there are in other times. So there we go. Meta continuing to the high side, pumped about this one. I'm going to take a little bit out.
I don't know if I should take any out here. Now we retrace. Let's see if we can get through back to that 194.5. Retracing now below that 193, so we'll see. I don't want to get shaken out. I don't want to be the weak hand on this one. I'll continue to watch it. Netflix now. This one is setting up for a nice VWAP retracement. In other words, it's a short here. That's the way I see it. You have that big move down, consolidation sideways, and let's see if we can get that big move down. We had a huge move up the last couple of days on NFLX. We were like in the 350s. Before the Fed came out and started talking, and then we just made a 380 high today. So let's go ahead and have a look at the daily here on NFLX. Here's what I'm talking about. So look at that. We have that retracement. We get as low as 346, and then kaboom, 379.43 within like 3 days or 4 days. So it's a nice move. It's a continuation. I'm in this. I like it. Full disclosure. I'm long this stock in my own portfolio, but objectively, this is what I'm looking at. It's strong, and I want to kind of I want to short the high here, basically. So I'm going short. Netflix, possibly if we break through. I don't know. I don't know if I want to take a short. Yeah, okay, no problem. So I'll keep talking. Netflix, yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to punch short here, even though I do feel like it is a good short. I just don't want to give back any money. Up very nicely on Netflix on the day. One of my bigger positions. All right, BBAI, I'll think about that one. I'll kind of digest it, and I'll come back to it. BBAI, now retracing again to that $5 area, finding a bit of a reprieve off that 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. Pardon me. Okay. All right. So we're going to test that 5. We'll talk more about this one and some Netflix and Meta when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with the volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, quick look at what is moving around for a Friday afternoon. Ton of volume to contend with once again. Here's what is top of the list as far as volume leaders right now. Mullen, 188 million shares so far. TQs as per normal. SQs here as well, both over 100 million already so far today. There's Tesla as well. It's been just a crazy couple of weeks for volume in Tesla shares, already 128 million. Traded today up 4.7% for Tesla. Ford here off earnings, 100 million already. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already in the 100 million club. And then a few here pretty close. Apple, Zila, Gene from this morning, Amazon and SoxL. Of 10,569 U.S. listings, 3,745 positive on the day, 58.59 to the downside, 965 basically. Unchanged so far today. New highs right now, 243 versus 35 new lows. We're heading in the right direction, guys.
Yeah, it's sick.
My man over here making money wherever we're.
Every way possible, man.
Absolutely.
Every way possible, guys. AMD is flushing back to the downside, so pretty nice on those scalps. I did add a final portion and basically scalping it back into the 188s. Going for like 88s. If I can get the 88 print, I'll be happy with that one. BGXX, that was a nasty flush to the downside. So again, this is why like you pay yourself as a day trader along the way. It's like long. You get the next leg up. Okay, sick. Cover, but I want 150 to break so I can make more. But at the same time, we get a flush to the downside, and now I'm just like, oh man, I didn't really think about where my stop should be. So maybe like below 130. So if we go below 130, I'll be out of the full position of that one. CVNA, that was a nice flush. I didn't get, so again, this is like smaller size, so I don't really care too much. But like basically, I wanted to add a little bit more, and then basically covering. Now I'm holding to see if we actually can go below 15 for some VWAP covers on that one. But if we go back up, I'm going to continue to recycle that area over and over again. Tesla still with that one, holding it. Now basically nursing these positions. I think AMD fill is gonna happen in like the next few minutes. And then yeah, just chilling and waiting for the rest of these to come through. I think pizza.
There's some action on our right.
Yeah,
here,
action on the right, man. Show this camera to the left of me here if possible. You know, got some action or like this one, you know. And yeah, okay. And
he doesn't want to be told what to do, man.
No, man,
Come on.
Like it's,
I'm playing. Guys, we are now over $2 in the money on Meta, and I'm still not selling. I want that 195. I'm looking for that 195 break. We're long 192.34. We're printing now 194.50s. So let's go. I know we're not really printing newer highs on either the futures or on Meta, but I like where this one's going. I don't want to be the weak hand, and I want to take that run up to high days. I saw what this one did last night. You know, basically,
making a huge move up, then retracing. It was fantastic. You could have taken it north, you could have taken it south. It gave you all the opportunities yesterday. Meta, I'm talking about. All right, quickly here, my BBAI short. I am out of that one. And I get out exactly where I said I was going to get out, my break-even point. In fact, I got 1 penny below my break-even. So ends up being a profitable trade for me, but this one is strong, and it did hold VWAP. Yes, it wicked below it, but the closes were all in and around the VWAP line. So that's basically, this is what I would say a VWAP hold. And then you have a kaboom to the high side, making a new, holy.
Let's go.
All right,
Oh my
So,
goodness.
Lucas, do the honors. You can see your first one.
Thank
should
you.
be well
Oh,
done.
beauty, beauty.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
well, we're
sorry.
sharing with everyone here. Hopefully you guys got
You got
food
the
as
beers
well.
in the back.
Beers in the back. Oh, baby.
super
black olives?
Yeah, sopressata, prosciutto, black olives.
Oh, my
Oh, man, that
goodness.
looks amazing. That looks awesome. Hopefully you guys can see.
The smell is
Wow,
emanating.
Okay, let's
my
go.
goodness.
I think this
Is that yours right
no,
there?
This is the one you guys don't want, I think.
This is, here we
Well,
go.
that's-
There you go. Bring in the
oh,
pineapple.
Neil.
Neil, come in here,
Okay.
So
man.
we got pineapple. Well, we got hot peppers, though. Hot peppers. I'm trying to coincide with the heat here.
I wish I could give it 4 thumbs
And
down.
I love that.
prosciutto.
Yes,
good,
Neil.
though.
So there we go.
good.
Yeah.
Rick James
looks
reference,
good.
obviously.
I'm having one of
everybody
each for
all
sure.
this, man.
Yeah, thank you guys. You
You
guys
got
are the
some
best.
Sproles.
Hopefully you could smell it through the
What is
screen.
the
Yeah,
middle
man,
one?
This is
And then we got a
amazing.
cheese. And then we
And then we got a
cheese.
cheese. Yeah, like
Okay, in
something
the
that's a
bottom.
little less
Okay,
exciting,
okay.
but still
Okay.
good.
And we got more pizza
Fahadi
coming
saying.
for the boys.
And we
behind
got
us.
beer.
Yeah,
beers.
let's go. We got pizza
And
for
we got
everybody.
beers, baby.
You know,
The
it's
chat
great to be
lighting
on the
up.
prop floor, man, because you sit behind us.
This
you get
prop
pizza.
floor, too.
This is amazing. Yeah, this prop floor specifically. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna.
Are we
like,
gonna
take a
have one?
slice. Oh yeah, I'm having one
absolutely.
right now.
Can I have one?
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, we
What
share.
do you want?
I'll get one of these ones.
Share-
that He's
yeah,
always
sharing
talking
is
about.
caring,
You guys
remember
fill
that.
that whole pizza, man. That's
Yeah,
your
man.
pizza.
Let's go.
All
Let's
right.
go. Okay.
Sorry, guys, we're gonna have to do this
Yeah,
live,
just,
but you
yeah,
know
guys,
what?
feel,
You know how it is. Yeah, take that. That's yours.
Okay,
All right, I'm digging in
okay.
here, baby.
Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. Make Neil eat pineapple pizza with the pack chip. Yeah, okay. I
This
think
is
he's
fantastic.
safe to say he's probably never gonna eat that chip again. And yeah, I don't know about the pineapple
Jonathan
pizza.
Alberto.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
$20. Oh, you did it already.
Yeah,
okay,
I
my
just said,
bad.
yeah. No,
I
but
got
you
excited
do,
there.
You know what it is? I do the super chats quick, and then but you're better at super chats.
I don't
You're
know
like,
about that.
Let's go.
Yeah, man, I'm excited.
Yeah,
Thank you,
cheers,
Jonathan
guys. We're gonna have a
Alberto.
beer after this. Let me just bite
Oh,
this.
go for it. Let's close this up here so we don't have any accidents and this ends up on the floor.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys. This is really good, Luca.
Oh yeah.
Good call. I love olives, by the
And
way.
Tesla's about to fill too. Let's
Anybody
go.
from the Mediterranean, well, I don't say anybody, but olives, definitely a Mediterranean culture. Love my olives. Beat fanatic Sharif, remember to get Neil Roberts that pineapple without pizza. He's got one, guys, but it's just the trolling part that's funny. Bob
He's like,
says,
I don't have
Sharif,
to eat
that's
it, do
half
I?"
the pizza. No, come on. That's a full one. I can't be eating that much
Hawaiian one
carbs.
right here. We're just crushing this one. I love when you can fold the pizza.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's soft enough to fold. Guys, we are just absolutely printing very, very big boy
Amazing. Let's go.
on this Meta Long. We're about to test 195. We've broken through that top that I talked about. There goes a piece. I take a piece through that roof. Now we're holding a little bit. I'm going to hold this piece for the dream, baby. That's 196.77. Go for it.
Yeah, take one.
I don't want to
Super
eat the
Suto.
pineapple one. I'm going to eat this one.
Aw, no pineapple?
I'm not eating the pineapple pizza.
Neil's like, I'm not eating the pineapple. He's in the back. He's like, do I have to eat the pineapple? Man,
so
no, just
funny.
eat. It's like trading, man. If what you're good at. And let me finish chewing here. If you're
Yeah,
good at
guys.
something, lean into it. If you like something, eat that one. You know, you don't have to. You don't gotta eat the other one.
No.
Yeah, pretty funny, guys. I'm having a time here. It's Friday.
yeah.
Life is good. I'm inside, so I'm not freezing.
No,
eating
it's really
pizza.
bad
We
out
got
there.
beers in the back. We're gonna have an espresso after this. I was telling
Absolutely.
Sharif, don't make me an espresso so I
didn't.
can have one.
I brought one for
Yeah,
myself.
so I can have one after. Because I did a double this morning and then another coffee. And it's kind of funny because even one of the traders in the back brought me a coffee. And he's like, oh, I don't know how you like it. So I brought it black. And I was like, that's it. That's all you need to know. Black is perfect. Yeah, guys, heads up on Tesla. I did get the fill here in front of 198. Huh?
These guys are
Oh,
killing
once
it
you go
over here.
black, you never go back. Yeah, man.
These
that's,
guys are
that applies
killing
to
it over here,
coffee
man.
And maybe other things too. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Tesla fill. I'm just gonna
It's
stop
a family
talking about that. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, man. Getting the Tesla fill. Feel free to show my screen here very quickly. Just in front of 198s. So it actually patience pays. And now this initial fill, I should have just held on and took the rest off over here. But out of that trade now, It's looking pretty strong. Every time I glance over at it, lots of buying coming through. I think maybe we could probably get to 200 today, topping, you know, around just over 199. But I'm going to try the short first. So if we run up to like 199.50, I'm going to try the short at that level, and then I'm going to throw an order out now so I don't miss that. Yeah, like 199, just in front of 199.50. I'll try that short there, like rip up, fill me short, come back down, take it out in front of 199. Like I'll go for 50 cents. If we rip straight into 200, I'm going to be covering that trade and then flipping long. This is assuming that I don't miss any of these things. Yeah, man, this pizza, this is awesome.
Fantastic.
This is awesome.
Fantastic
Hopefully
flavoring,
everybody gets a slice. Yeah, make sure everybody gets a slice. It's sharing is caring, man. It's nice eating pizza and drinking beers, but it's even better when you share it with everybody.
Absolutely.
That's what we're here for.
Jose
man.
Mercado, absolutely. I was actually mentioning Soon to Luca. He's saying, can you have a look at Soon? Got 50 shares at $3. Well, you're like, what are you? Oh, only 2 pennies out of the money here. So let's have a look at Soon. It's obviously a strong name, but you are buying near day's highs. I get why you're buying at 3. Let's see if you can hold that 3 level. Doesn't look like it's going to hold it to the T at the moment, but let's see if it retraces here. Obvious levels of support come in, at least for me on my chart here, that 285, 284 level. If you're long, you may be interested in either taking profit or taking a stop below that or adding there, depending on whether you sized in fully and whether you've incorporated adding into your trading plan. So 2 options is what I'm telling you, since you're already 50 shares long here at 3. Either have your stop, if you're fully sized, below this break here of, I want to say 280. I maybe sit at 279, or add in this area between 280 and 285 for maybe another test up. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this one to see if we can get any important levels. Obviously, right away, we can see it's a former runner, has big wicking candle days back on the end of December and early January. And again, a few days ago, look at this. On the 27th, it had a big boy day off that 155 going up to 237. You know, that's double. It's a 100% day. So it's obviously a former runner, and but be careful. Now, with respect to short float and stuff like that on it, let's have a look. Or I mean float in general, and then we'll look at the short float. Okay, it's a big float though, okay? It's 120 million shares, so you're unlikely, I don't want to say you're not, but you're less likely to have these kind of insane parabolic movements that Luca was describing with respect to some of these low floaters that can just go kaboom because, you know, there's only so many shares to go around. So Soon looks good. I'm not going to punch long into this. I may be more interested if it holds at 280 or, you know, if I see some more upward buying around there, but it doesn't look bad. You're not really a lot out of the money. You're 1 penny out of the money, 2 pennies out of the money right now. Either add in or get out below that break. That's the way I see it, Luca.
I see Neil in the chat made me laugh. He goes, somebody's asking, does anybody trade futures? And Neil's like, yeah, just Arun and Stephanie trade pizza.
Brad.
Yeah, you're typing as you're eating and you're thinking of pizza. Yeah, feel free to show my screen very quickly if you can hear me. Neil, kind of funny there. Yeah, guys, if you guys have, Arun obviously coming in the morning, sharing his levels on futures. Stephanie also trades futures as well. And I think she was saying if anybody wants to send us stuff from San Remo, you know, nice donuts and stuff like that, I think it's safe to say that I love San Remo. Like they got a nice hot table. The donuts from San Remo are amazing. And I don't know what the price is now, maybe like $4 a donut, which is insane. But yeah, guys, feel free to send in the apple fritters from San Remo. Absolute bangers, absolute bangers. Yeah, feel free to send those through.
You want to look at that one, Sidhu? Got a super chat.
Yeah, Sidhu. Thank you, the Louis family. Thank you for the super chat. Saying any thoughts on SIDU? Let's have a look here. SIDU. First thing I see, 50-cent stock. So I'm gonna pull up the daily to see if there's any levels on this thing. Let me just draw a line. Yeah, it looks like 1 overhead. So this, for myself, like I don't want to say like I love shorting. I do many things, but 1 into 120 is like, it seems to just be this like when a stock is below $1 and then it runs through $1, it's usually like 1 to 120 as like the overhead resistance, and it really doesn't matter the stock. So this one is, I mean, intraday, it's up on the day. It's slowly like making its way up. There's not really that much volume and follow through. Maybe this is a little bit of a head and shoulders, and then it goes back down and then stops moving. On the daily, it doesn't look good. I'm not sure what the catalyst was for this drop down over here, but I would say the main levels that I see from like a when in doubt zoom out is 65 cents, because that's where the gap down happened. If we break 65 cents, it can maybe like drift into like, 88 cents, but you're gonna probably run into some type of resistance at 65 to 70 cents. So that's the first area, 65 to 70, that's resistance. And then obviously $1 to $1.20, that would be resistance. As much as you believe that, if it breaks this, it can like explode because it's a gap and it could fill the gap. If the news is bad, what most likely might happen is the selling really started at 65, and if we get back to 65, it might hit some more selling, some more residual sellers that just try to get out at the price that it opened at. So depending the news, I don't know it off the top of my head, but just keep that in mind. There could be, there could be some resistance there at that level. Dogecoin member Luca, your hat brim is looking
let me just
chalky.
get to this.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's fine.
Let me get to the Hayes Records. Thank you, the Hayes Records, regular friend of the show, sending a $1.99 super chat, saying check IBM for me, fellas, up 30% on calls. Love to hear that, man. I'm happy that you're up. Look, from an intraday perspective, I don't really trade IBM, and looking today, 135.53 to the bottom side, 136.88 to the high side, $1.30 range for a $130 stock. That's not really what you look for. So obviously we're looking more from the daily perspective here. And first thing that I notice about IBM that is glaring at me at the moment, it's trading 68 times what is this? Sorry. It's trading at 68 times. So I thought I was looking at the wrong thing there. So the PE ratio is 68 times versus industry, which is 22.83. So what's the reason this is so highly valued? Now let's zoom out. All right. This is, for all intents and purposes, a 2.5-year chart. Look at this. We have no trend. You're obviously going to have to play the range here. And the range, the extremes of the range, it looks to be fairly intact. It looks like to be that 152 to the high side, the last 2 years I'm talking about. And then, where is my thing here? Horizontal line. And then for most, for all practical purposes, it's about 115 to the downside. So you're within this range for the last little bit. Let's go to the weekly candle, because we don't look like we're breaking out here. I mean that range continues. It even continued during the pandemic. Wow, and back into 2016, this is a good range. This 150 to kind of 110-ish area, maybe even 100 at its extremes. Otherwise, it really hasn't broken out of that area, and if it has, it wicks and it retraces back in. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is a few weeks here back in 2020. This is obviously March 2020, the big sell-off after COVID, and then retraces back into that area. So I don't like it from a long-term hold. If you're good at playing the ranges, like buying near the lows and selling near the highs or the halfway points, I heard Lucas saying yesterday he would sell at the halfway and then look to short the top side of it. Great. If you're good at doing that, do it. Do it over and do it until it doesn't work anymore. I personally don't like this. I like a trending market. I find it easier to digest, easier to understand. So, that's just my view on IBM, but you're obviously up 30% of the calls, and I couldn't be happier for you, dude.
CVNA, guys, is giving a little bit of a flush again. Just a heads up there. If we break the 15 level, I'm going to try to cover below 15 on the rest of that position. So I think my order is out there, so all is good. Somebody in the chat was like, Luke, I want to follow you on Instagram. So, just a quick little whatever here. This is my Instagram, The Italian Trader. It's posted in the chat. Bears versus Bulls, always post it. So that is the real one. It is 1,100 followers, give or take. There's some fakes out there, guys. I will never message you.
There's a lot of fakes out there.
I will never. I try to respond, and because people are, they say things, they respond to my stories, and I respond and stuff like that. But I will never message you guys ever, and then I will never say hello, how is your trading going? I don't care how you're trading. I hope it's going good. But I'll never reach out to you. So, be smart, don't get scammed. I'm never gonna ask you guys for money and stuff like that, ever. 1,100 followers. Nice to see that growing, slow and steady. Growing that. So yeah, guys, feel free, go out there, follow me. I post a lot of funny stuff, Italian
Memories
stuff.
over money, baby. I love that.
It's, what it is? Scalp Demon. Somebody's like, why not Scalp Angel? I just feel isn't that a thing?
Yeah, I like
Brad
it.
coined this initially, and he was like, oh, you're the Scalp Demon, on your game, doing your thing. So I feel like that's a terminology.
Yeah,
where
and you want to be
Angel,
menacing. Sports teams aren't named after nice animals.
Yeah,
they're after aggressive animals. Hey,
this is digital warfare.
Yeah.
I can't be out here being an angel saving the bots. No, I'm battling these bots. So yeah, kind kind of funny. And guys, memories over money, always, always. Memories is what we relive when we die, maybe, probably. I don't know what happens there.
I don't know.
Money, you make it, you lose it,
Meta
you spend
flushing,
it,
though.
whatever.
Guys,
and
I just want to
Life,
mention
as
this
everybody
real
knows.
quick. Meta is coming to the downside. We're getting a bit of a move here down the market. We're long. We're still $1 in the money. So, I mean, I don't want to punch out short. I don't want to punch out here. I'm going to give this to break even. My 192.34 is where we're long on this. We rejected. We did a bit of a double top here off that 195-ish. We didn't get up to 195, but it's in that 195 vicinity. We got up here at 1140, and then we tested it again at 1240, and we've rejected every time. So this could be, kind of the beginning of a down move or maybe a retracement into VWAP. VWAP would be around 191.60-ish at the moment. So careful with that. Careful also with the break of this neckline right here. I want to say that 192.20 area. If you break that, you make a newer low, and you need to be careful. Also, keep an eye first, before that 192 area, keep an eye on this 193 area to break. That's also an interesting area of support. If we break through, it looks like we just bottomed out here at 193 and then wicked right back up. So 193 and then 192, 192.20 are going to be the levels I'm looking for.
flash.
But yeah, now the market finding a bit of a top here and retracing back into 41.82.5 is that level on the ES March contract. 41.94 even is the high of day, so we're still obviously a lot closer to high of day than we are low of day. We're still negative on the market though right now, technically down 0.25%, 9 3/4 points to the south side. Yeah, but it's been a monster day. It's been a monster day, Luca. And
It's yeah, monster day, man. Monster pizza. Maybe we get a beer going right now.
Oh
too.
yeah. Would you like me to get you a beer?
Feel free. Get
Okay,
a beer. We
let's
can.
go.
You can grab one to yourself. We can
Yeah,
split
of
whatever you
course.
want, man. Yeah, pizza, beer, cannoli, spros. Life is good.
we're
Can't
gonna do a
complain.
beer on.
Everything is going in my favor today, and it is the weekend. Pretty excited, man. I see a lot of people saying funny things about like the Instagram. Yeah, like. Or somebody's like saying they asked you what you're wearing. Like, why? Who cares what you're? I don't know, man. These scammers, they never stop, man. They never stop. But yeah, just report them and block them because it's not the first and it won't be the last. So yeah, it is what it is, right? I'm looking at CVNA waiting for 15 to break. This is where I would say like I'm gonna have my bid out because if we break, I think it like flushes down. I don't know where it's gonna flush to. But I just think like it probably touches VWAP, so like I'm gonna try to do like in front of VWAP over there. So I'm hoping that it flushes and I get the fill, and then whatever happens after that, I'll just be out of the position. It's all good. BGXX really stopped. This is kind of embarrassing. So I'm taking the win, but I was holding the majority of the position like for the up move because I'm like, yeah, I've been doing well, so let's just hold for 150 to see. Then it wasn't doing anything. Volume kind of died, so I was like, okay, let me punch out of like the size and hold some. Like I'll hold some, but not like the majority of it, and then readjusted my stop. And as soon as I get out, it just goes to the upside. So I'm like, okay, that was dumb. But
We get rid
it's
of
all
this.
good. Yeah, guys, we got Heineken's on deck, ice cold.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. We're allowed to drink here.
Yeah. I already
Yeah, of course.
cleared
We're
it with
allowed.
Sean.
This is what it's like.
We're
yeah,
good,
this
baby.
is-
All right, let's go.
yeah, life is good.
Let's go. Salut.
Oh, beautiful. Salud.
There you go, bro.
Cheers to everybody drinking beers.
Oh, guys, that's what Fridays are all about, a prop for a baby. It's been a good day. It's been a good trading day. It's been, a good little while. Everyone seems to be a bit more happy when the market's trending up, unless you're a full-fledged bear, maybe Michael Burry. He was yelling, sell.
He said sell.
Yeah,
I
he
don't know
said
if he's
sell.
getting
I don't
destroyed
know.
right now.
Anyway, so cheers, guys. The chat lighting up with cheers. Thank you guys for always being as like
Cheers to
lively.
more
Yeah,
beers.
absolutely. Cheers to the chat. We didn't cheers with the chat. I hope you guys have something on there. Maybe you're sipping one. It's 12 o'clock somewhere, as I like to say, or 2 o'clock, or however early you want to drink. But it's a good day, and what was I gonna say? Memories over money, baby.
Yeah, memories over money, and I'm not going to remember the money that I made today, but I am going to remember the memories that were made.
Absolutely.
Pizza, beers, hanging with everybody. How many people do we got watching right now, just so I know? Yeah, 5,600 people watching.
Let's go.
Yeah, hopefully everybody's enjoying the show. Hit the like button. We're at 3,300 likes. Like I wish I could keep hitting it, man, because I'm just having a great time.
Is that Canadian beer? It's Heineken, dude.
No, it's Heineken. Everyone knows Heineken. We do have Canadian.
Me? His.
I love, well, MGD is my favorite. But the thing is MGD it's like tough to, like down here I noticed there's not that many, like it's hard to find. You go to the LCBO, You don't find it.
I purposely thought that was your favorite.
Heineken's good too, man. The beauty of Heineken is it's non-GMO. So Heineken more expensive. You know, they obviously have kind of good brand awareness, so like they can upsell that.
Yeah.
But it's non-GMO. It's non-GMO. So Heineken, obviously, great beer. I love it. I like Heineken's, Coronas, MGDs.
Luca, we got to talk about this market that is coming in here, though.
Yeah, CVNA flush. Let's go.
Meta coming in. I'm long 34s, 192.34s. We're coming now into the 70s, so it's close to stop out time. That will be break even for me on the remaining portion, holding like less than 15%, I want to say. So the will end up being flat on that 15% if we don't find a balance at the moment. But it looks like 193 is coming back in the picture here, so we'll see what happens. But again, still a lot closer to days highs than we are days low, and I kind of want to take advantage of that by holding to the long side. I've got no trades on other than that one at the moment, but I'm seeing Cint come in here on my scanner, has halted to the downside. It looks like it made a big boy move to the high side there, and then, you know, as equally or as quickly as it made that move, it made its way down. Now halted at 992. Let's see what the tap is on this boy, SINT. Let's go here. The tap is 960, so lower than the close at the moment. We'll continue to watch what Cint does. Is it moving on any news? No, I don't see anything coming here. And if anything comes in, I'm sure Brendo will let me know. What is everyone up to? Jeff Ross saying Tesla $200 tease number 2. Yeah, 199 top on Tesla today. You'll have to wait for 200. Did it hit 200 yet? It didn't hit 200, right? So it's still teasing 199. There's an ongoing like bet. Which one's going to hit 199? Which one's going to hit 200 earlier, Meta or Tesla? It looks like definitely Tesla will. At the moment, it's like $4 away, while Meta is $7. So
I feel like I need to get long Tesla again because it's giving me a feel that like it's going to eventually go to 200. It is a Friday, and that would be not gamma squeeze. Like I don't want to overuse the terminology, but like a little bit of a Friday. The options are expiring. The closer that we get to 200. The more likelihood that we like print the level, and then it probably just like stays at the level and pegs it. So yeah, Tesla long is probably good. Let me get long again over here. And
it's like at that 50 period, I mean on my 3 minutes, so that's a nice little area to get in.
What I'm looking at is like I was deciding the size, and I'm like I need to give myself room for it to go down a little bit lower. But yeah, I'm gonna get long again. So that was great. So I did it the first time, it went up. It's respecting the channel that it's in. I kind of like this. So yeah, this and then here. And so yeah, man, 195. If I could get a 195 fill, that'd be awesome. But I'm going to send orders just a little bit lower there, but we'll see what happens. I'm fully out of CVNA. CVNA, I finally got that flush down, so I'm fully out of the position. This was better size, so I actually had a bigger win here. And then this, I didn't get the full fill, but at least I got some of it. So kind of paying myself on the drop. And then final fill just in front of VWAP over there. I mean, it probably continues to go down. It's probably, you know, volume's dead. I wouldn't be surprised if this like goes into like 13 towards the end of the day, but it's all good, man. I'm just basically taking my money as I get paid. And yeah, looking for Tesla. I do think we could potentially get the 200 test. So that's basically my trade here. I want to be long, and it's back at this level. So yeah, if we do flush down again, I'll like continue to add to that position, no problem. Sized accordingly. Somebody in the chat, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was like, they were saying, oh, your beer palette is so simple. Oh yeah, Mike from the block. What's going on, Mike?
Your beer palette?
Excuse us. He goes, MGD, laugh out my ass off. What a simple beer palette y'all have. That's me. That's just me. I do like lagers. You know, if you buy me any lager, as long as it's cold, I'm a happy camper, man. I'm a happy camper. But I am getting into, I mean, I like Guinness.
No, I mean, I don't care for beer too much, to be honest with you. I don't really drink it when I go out. I'm more of like a liquor type guy. All right, guys, quickly here. 34s is our entry on Meta, so we're going to be almost out here as it comes back down. If I see 34, so then I'm out of that one. Hello. There we go. So we're out of Meta. It still ends up being an absolutely monstrous trade, but it does retrace on me, and that kind of just, what's going on here?
Yeah, we're getting flush now here on
There we
Tesla.
go. Oh, wow. I saw somehow I got short on Meta there through the flush and ended up making more money on that. That's hilarious. I ended up getting short by accident here and making like 50 pennies on this short.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Which is cool. Okay, I'll take that. But we get out of that Meta. Are we out of Meta? What's going on here? Why is this messing up? There we go. Okay. So now we're out of Meta fully. Okay, so something was going on there.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like any news on that flush there, but we're getting a very, very quick flush down. So I was saying like I wanted to average into this Tesla trade. So here's my opportunity. I am now like loading the boat here around VWAP. And if we bounce back to the upside, I will scalp some out for the quick win. But we'll see if this sell-off continues. If there's any news or whatever associated with this, then I'll kind of flip my idea and get out of this. But again, I don't want to see this continue to the downside. What I want to see is a quick flush through VWAP, a rip back to the upside, respect the level again, and go. So again, it is Tesla. I do have to give it a little bit of a wider range. So my average is 194.60s, which is essentially break even.
What a flush.
But if this is a dip and then rip, which has been the common theme over and over again, like this is so money, man. This is going to be so money. So even though it looks painful in the moment when you get into these trades and you're like, oh my God, it keeps going down, you have to stick to the plan. So my plan was if I could get below VWAP longs for them to rip back to the upside, like I have to do it, right? So I'm respecting the level and I'm giving it the kind of room that it needs. But if it does continue to sell off to the downside, then it is what it is. I'll have to take the loser on that. So we'll see if this wants to rip back to the north side. I feel like if we break 195 to the upside, this thing could easily be at 195.5, like super, super quickly. So I'm gonna just throw out some orders kind of in front of that. But yeah, the plan is hold the majority of that position if there's no news there. But yeah, for the time, we're gonna go over to Brendo now real quick.
Mover from earlier in the week here, guys. MSGM just halting downside. Apologies if you mentioned this already, but there it is. It was only a matter of time, but there it is. 4 million ATM there at the market offering for MSGM just reopening.
What a move down on that. Here it is, guys. MSGM. You heard Luca talking about that one earlier. 27.90 high. Look where we're at now. We're hanging out in the 1950s here. What a move down. That's below where we were the majority of the day. I want to say the majority of the price action hung around $20, so we're kind of below that now. There we go. Big boy move up. Now in the 2030s. So this one finding its legs, at least for the moment. Keep an eye on that 22.28 level, 22 and a quarter, actually, 22 and a quarter. That's the halt level. There may be an area of resistance there if you're short-minded and you're able to locate shorts on this one. Is this short sale restricted MSGM? I'll have to find out. I don't see it here, so I'll have to look. If this is short sale restricted, then obviously you're going to have to wait for an uptick, but you know, this might be an interesting rejection area, that 22 and a quarter on MSGM. I'm keeping an eye on that one, but what a move. This one definitely not dead. Coming back, there is MSGM. All right, guys, I got into a half position here on SOUN at, I want to say 284. I got into a quarter position at 274, and now I'm looking for is the VWAP hold and a bounce back. So that's my plan. I'm going to give it to 64s. If it breaks 64, I'm out. So that's going to be... Where am I? My cost basis is 81 at the moment. Yeah, 81 or 82. It says 82 here. So it's 82. We'll see what this one does. It's a 75% position here, but with not much room allowing for the downside here on SOUN, up 38%. Looking for a VWAP bounce. It's bounced off VWAP a few other times. Let's have a look at the 3-minute chart on this area here. VWAP bounce over here, holds VWAP the majority of the day, but here comes the test, that ugly V-shaped recovery down. If this is going to step down, I'm definitely looking for a short maybe below 256, 250, but right now I'm looking for a bounce because, well, you know, it's just been more of a bull than a bear market lately, and therefore these small cappers have kind of been acting that way as well. What is the chat up to here? Free Fly Friday incoming. You mean Free Fall Friday? We're retracing here on the market down into 41.62. That's a bit, that's a triple top or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's a multiple rejection off yesterday's close and today's high. Looks like we're retracing for the moment, but it is 1 o'clock. And, you know, the volume does start coming back here. Wow, Microsoft is just absolutely tanking here. I'm looking at it on my big cap chart. Look at this, guys, 264.20. We just made the high on Microsoft. Now we're all the way back down, testing that 260 area. There should be an interesting area for a possible support if we get that bounce, but the market not really showing its attention for stopping at the moment in terms of retracement south. And now we are close. Hold on. We are kind of halfway between today's high and today's low, whereas we were way closer to, for the majority of the day, to the highs. So we're about halfway now. So maybe a mean reversion trade here that could have been had on these futures, Luca.
Yeah, guys. So I basically added into Tesla, and I'm like, now it becomes Stressla. because it didn't rip back right away. So my average was 194.50, and I threw out break-even orders. Not break-even for the full position, but to scale down a little bit. Didn't get those fills, and I was like, okay, now I'm kind of worried. And I was like, do I add to fix this position for then a potential rip back, or do I just off it? I go, you know what? Not today, Stressla. So I take that off. It's a loser. That was nasty, man. I took that was like $1 win on some decent position. But you know what? If this rips back to the upside, I'm gonna be sad. Maybe I can find a way back into it. But I tried it. It didn't go back. It's going down. The rest of the market's going down. We're getting a VWAP test over here. I don't know if I'm thinking like, you know, Friday profit taking, nice up move. You know, like we could continue to see a little bit of downside there. And again, I don't really know why, but it looks like the market sort of stalled at the 41.90, which kind of was where it was. Then we actually dipped all the way down into like 41.60, 41.50. So yeah, I think there could be a little bit more downside. Next level, again, if Tesla wants to go back above VWAP, if it goes through 195, I'll consider the long over there. So I'll take the L. It is what it is. You have to kind of move on. You're not going to win them all. But I don't want to hold this one too far against me just because it feels wrong. And I'm like, yeah, self-inflicted stress. I literally was just saying, guys, let me do this, okay? I was like, not today, Tesla. I'm not stressed out, blah, blah, blah. And then boom, Stressla in full effect. So that's kind of what you get when you trade Tesla. I'm down on the name now, so I'm down. So like I had the win, and now I have the loss. And I'm like, well, I didn't have to do that. But I got to stick to the guns, man. I see the level. I try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, who cares? No problem. You live and move on, right? So, yeah, this sell of BGXX, which is the only position that I have on board left, doesn't look too good that I sold it down over here, but at least I still have some of that position. So we're actually going for 150 right now. So let's see if this wants to actually give a pop through 150. And I'm going to try to scale out above 150 as per the plan from last time. But again, I am lighter on the position. It's just a product of you know, myself, a trader, kind of doing what I think is right. So I just felt that I needed to off this because I thought volume died. But then for whatever reason, the robots were like, oh, you're out of that one. So now let's make it go back to the upside. So I mean, whatever. It is what it is. You know, you can't win them all, man. Even though I'm still winning this one, I'm not winning as much as I could have. But it's all good, man. I want to revisit a few of these other positions. So going forward, I'm looking for Apple bounce at like 154 if we can get there. So yeah, just a little bit of a VWAP bounce play. You know, we came on the show and I told myself if we go retest VWAP for whatever reason on any of these names, I want to try the longs there. So I think Apple 154-ish looks pretty good. So we'll see if that one wants to test. Meta's now at VWAP right now, which is really close. I'm going to... Oh, as I say that.
Yeah, it just broke it.
I literally say, like, I'm like, let me go long Meta. I had an order to already go long Meta, so, and that just filled. So, yeah, Here I am now in Meta long. Let's see if this wants to bounce back or keep going to the downside. It's just below VWAP, so I'm going to, like, watch. I mean, we could continue down. So if we continue down, then I'll be taking the L. But, yeah, let me just take, like, a little bit more here and see if this one wants to rip back.
Interesting little headline. I don't know if this was mentioned by Brendo at any point here, but Biden administration expands EV tax credits to boost for Tesla and Cadillac and others. So it looks like they're expanding the definition of SUV to make more electric vehicles from manufacturers like Tesla, GM, and others eligible for that $7,500 tax credits. There was looks like there was some public lobbying here by all three to have that change, but it's really unclear how it's going to affect that $20% price cut that it was announced by Tesla last month. So we'll see how that does. Obviously, the stock is up 2.7% today. Thank you. 2.7% today. You know, obviously one of the nicer movers as it usually is. But interesting to see, you know, some more tailwinds possibly coming in here. You heard Elon basically saying last week that he was going to start pumping those cars out like you know what in China, and he's able to produce a lot of them apparently out there. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going on. Anyway. I'm in soon. S-O-U-N, I'm in it. I'm in it at 281. We're at 75s at the moment, so I'm out of the money. I'm looking for a VWAP hold here. It looks like we're getting that VWAP hold at the moment. I'm
upset that I didn't add at lower levels. I could have had 66s or even 65s down here. I didn't get them. We're retracing into 77. So at least for the moment, it's good. I'm not really heavily sized into this one. And this one, even if it ends up being a monster winner through high of day, it's not going to be a big win for me because I'm in like a small position and it's a cheaper stock. I didn't really size in according to the price here. I didn't take like 5 times the shares or 10 times the shares that I would typically need to in order to make money off the kinds of moves that we have. But the market now is really showing its face. It's showing to the downside here. 41.54 we just came down to on the ES March contract. Meta making a big boy move down. Tesla making a big boy move down. Likewise with Apple and Amazon. Microsoft making a move down, but it's not as aggressive as these ones. It kind of already exhausted the move when it broke VWAP, you know. Look at that. You don't have the same type of move on the VWAP break as you do on Microsoft here as maybe on Meta. So the market showing that it's intending on going down, at least for the moment. We've had a couple of really, you know, good green upswing days. So it's only natural that we kind of get these reversions back. So if you're in any longs on these big cap stocks, you may want to either take profits like I did here on Meta through the break of my entry point, or you know, you'll be looking for shorts here. But it was obviously a nice rejection off yesterday's close and today's high of day on the ES, and that was a very predictable trade, but you know, risky because you are going against the trend when you do that, and that always makes me not want to get into these rejections off key levels here. So that's kind of how I see it. Let's go with MSGM here. Now it's looking like it's near day lows. 1801 is day low. We're at 1865. So this one looking like it may be headed more to the downside. It kind of tried to retrace up into that almost 21 area, but it was met with way too much selling, and it's now creating lower highs with a flat bottom here at that 18. That's just a matter of time, in my opinion, until that shoots to the downside, now down 20%. But I fear it may be a lot more on this one. I kind of want to be a part of this one, Luca. Headed to the south side here. Let's go and load up MSGM. It's a NASDAQ stock. There we go. So we have to find out quickly here what the situation is with MSGM. So I'm going to go ahead and find out if it's short sale restricted. Yes, it is. It is short sale restricted. So we're going to have to get this one on the uptick. So let's wait until an uptick here, and then maybe we'll get some short. But I'm definitely looking for that 18 break on MSGM. I don't see too much size, at least yet, at that 18 level on my book. But I probably more gateways will show up as we get closer to that level. Let's go ahead and take an exploratory short, wait for that uptick. I'll wait at 52s here to get a quarter position. If we can get a quarter position on that move down, that'd be great.
Yeah, guys, Meta is really going against me, and the sell-off is kind of continuing to the downside. So I added one more portion, which is like, let's fix my average here and see if it wants to pop a little bit so I can get out of this for closer to a break even. So 90-40 average, if we can get to, you know, 90, I don't know, 30s, like I'll just try to get out of this for like a 10, 20 cent loss. It's not something that I'm really too worried about. It's more so, you know, middle of the day, and now that I'm realizing, yes, profit taking, it makes complete sense. So I take the L on Tesla. I'm probably going to have to take the L on Meta. As for how much, I'm not really too sure, but hopefully can bounce back just a little bit. 190 was the level from before. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe it like bounced over there the first time. It dipped through and then ripped back up the next time. You know, even dollar level, more of a psychological level because it is 190. So maybe buyers do continue to step in here. If I was short, where would I be covering after a move from 194 into 190? Maybe I cover that at 190. So I'm going to wait to see where this goes. And yeah, I probably do get the fill at the top.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, let's go.
My goodness.
Special delivery.
Guys, bring the camera on in the middle.
Here we go. Spros for you, gentlemen.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go.
That's a lot of sugar, but
I know you've
it's
already
Friday.
had one, but I wasn't sure if I would ask you, but there you go.
Thank you so much,
Take
Sean.
that, put one on each plate, and you guys are good to go.
Baby.
Wow. Okay.
There you go. Okay, we're gonna
Guys,
have to cheers to this
I just
one,
want to
too.
show. Well, never cheers with coffee.
Oh, okay.
Never cheers with coffee.
Okay.
Unless if you got a little sambuca in there, then you can, no problem. As I'm watching this trade, somebody is like, cover, Luca, cover. Yeah, eventually. But guys, look at this. Wait, how do I like show this a little
I
more?
know, like the
Maybe show
contrast
other,
a little bit, maybe.
It's like, oh, guys, this is like, yeah, here we go. Look at that. Oh, there we go. Look at that, guys. And I think, yeah, no, it's this is amazing, man. So I had one this morning, and it was amazing. And I'm gonna have another one because it's Friday,
Luca,
so no problem.
we're obviously pleasing the chat here because Andy Fischella, did I say that right? I hope I didn't butcher your last name. $20 super chat, baby.
Thank you so much, man.
Wow,
Thank you
man.
so
We have
much.
the best fans in the world. Andy, if you want to know anything or if you have anything to say, make sure to @ me or Bears versus Bulls, and we'll definitely get your question or comment on the air live here. Thank you very much for that $20 super chat, guys. We always appreciate when you guys hit us with super chats. You guys are the best fans in the world, and we wouldn't be here at all without you guys. That's just plain and simple. Look at this man; he's enjoying his life over here. I love it. I love it. What? This is a great job, man. Let me tell you.
So good,
My man Sean is getting mic'd up here.
Are we good? All right. Yo, I just want to say one thing. We talk about this on the main show. I hope you guys can hear me okay a lot of the times. But we don't do enough for Bears versus Bulls.
Absolutely.
So, Bears versus Bulls. Get whatever you want and you expense us. So there you go. Get something for you
Let's go.
yourself. So grab some za, grab some cannolis, whatever you want, my guy. It's on you. Thank you so much. Get whatever
Thank you
want.
so much.
Send
Thank
the
you
bill
so
this
much.
way.
Bears
Thank
versus
you.
Bulls. The man, thank you for that. Gregarious Sean.
go.
There we go, baby.
Let's go.
Bears versus Bulls, obviously the unsung hero of the chat, always making us aware of what's going on.
He said
And
Lambo receipt in the mail. Food, we forgot to specify.
Lambo receipt
Food,
in the mail,
a meal,
baby.
Cannolis, get a nice veal sandwich, something, you know.
I love it. That's hilarious. All right, guys. Great time. All right. Did you you took a bite, so it's my turn. It's gonna
yeah,
be my
man.
second one though, man.
I know,
gonna be
like
a
you're
lot
I
of
know-
cheating today.
Yeah, a lot of cheat. It's Friday, cheat meal.
Oh my God.
Listen, hey, leg day. It all goes to legs.
I
it
could
all
do
goes
like
to
that.
legs. Guys, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So my strategy with overeating is if I'm gonna overeat and cheat, it's got to be on leg day because then it all just
Absolutely.
goes straight to your legs. You know. Yeah,
And you
Bears
burn a
will-
lot more calories during legs. There's no question about that.
Yeah, man. We do this for you guys in the chat, so hopefully you guys enjoy the show. Thank you so much for the likes that come through. We're at 3,400, 5,700 people watching right now. Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much for everything that you do. So yeah, enjoy a nice meal, and yeah, feel free to send a picture, and we'll share it if possible, if that's possible. I'm finally out of meta, so I am fully out of that trade. I took the L on it. I think I'm taking a 20-cent L. So it's like a fix the position and pray to God that it bounces back. I mean, if we do go back to the north side, we go up. It is what it is. But yeah, taking the L on that, but not a huge L. That was a dangerous move while I eat and enjoy this cannoli and espresso at the same time.
So good.
Multitasking is key to life, man. If you can multitask, you can do anything. Why do one thing good when you can do 20 things poorly?
Absolutely.
But I'm having a good time doing it. Choose to smile, choose to be happy. That is the key to life. I am long a firm here, which I think is actually, is this
Got
through
a
19
beer
right
and
now?
a Spro. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm basically, well, I was going for like a 19 bounce, but if we go through like 19, I'm just going to get out of this.
Sharif, QBTS. Sure, let me have a look at QBTS. I'm not really sure what that one is. QBTS, guys. This one is D-Wave. Let's bring down the chart. It is moving, kind of getting off the schneid there at 130 and then making 158 top. That's high a day. Not sure what the catalyst is on this or even what the stock is. I don't see a catalyst, so it's likely a sympathy play. D-Wave Quantum is a quantum computing company engaged in the development and delivery systems of quantum computing systems, software, and services. I wonder if this has any AI application, quantum computing. Does quantum computing have AI applications? I don't know. Chat, do you guys know? Put it in the chat in case you do. I'm obviously not that techie of a person, but anyway, nice little move up. It's on decent volume. But I want to see, you know, it's obviously very wicky. So this is one of these small cappers that's quite wicky. It's going to give you a 10 penny range here. And you can just see immediately by the wicks and the candles on the body and the size. So if you're going to get into something like this, try to get on the lower end or give yourself the room. So if it's averaging 10, 15 pennies of range per 1 minute or 3-minute candle, you have to give it that kind of room for a stop. Otherwise, you'll get stopped out on these. It's not tight, excuse me, like some of these other ones. So QBTS, decent move up here. Anybody answering what I was?
Yeah, they're all
they
saying,
all
but it's
do.
like
Okay, so quantum oil. Okay, so I'll have a look after at these. Anyway, yeah. So QBTS, keep it on your radar. It's making a move here, and I'll keep it on my radar to see if I can continue with it. Anyway, decent move. Let's see what I'm into. I'm into soon here. Now I'm almost break even. My price is 81s. There we go. We get that big boy move up. Now I'm looking through a break of 88s. So I'm flat on it now. I'm looking for a continuation. The idea here on Soon was a VWAP bounce. I used to call this, I used to take this trade a lot more when things were moving to the high side as opposed to the downside. It looks like things are trending more bullish lately. And here's what I mean by that. There's a trade that I call the VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially, it's a stock that's strong in the morning. It's kind of consolidated or retraced back into VWAP. It holds VWAP for all intents and purposes. And then, in the more voluminous, more liquid part of the day, 1:30, 2:30 onwards, it holds VWAP, and then it continues to and trends up to make a new high, and you kind of get it near and around VWAP. That's the play here. So that's what I'm trying to go for here. I'm looking for confirmation of that move, and that to me will be the break of 286 to make a newer high. So that's what I'm looking for on Soon. I'm also short MSGM. I'm looking for that flat bottom break. I want that 18 break. Where am I short? I'm short 18.11, so I'm out of the money at the moment on this, but I'm looking for that 18 break, so I'm going to go ahead and sit here at 1750, and obviously I'm not going to put right at 1750. There we go. So we'll cover at 1755, and we'll cover half. So we'll sit there. If we get that 18 break, I definitely want to be a part of that. It's now down 20% on the day and setting up for an amazing flat bottom break if the sellers can step in here, or maybe we can get some possible profit taking in and around this area. But there we go. Now we're testing 18s. There goes the flush all the way down, but very spready, guys. 25 penny spread, so I haven't been filled yet. We're testing 17.25, but we're still sitting at 18 on the bid. Now we go below 18, so I'm sitting at 1750s here. Let's go, let's get filled. We're still sitting at 1793s on the ask, so there we go. Now we're down to 1780s, just a matter of time before we get printed. 66s, let's go. Oh, right back up again. So I'll have to be patient on this one, but I think I've got the right trend. I'm in the money heavily on this one as we wait for that 18 break. It materializes. My only regret is I didn't add more to it. Let's go. Come on. Let's go down.
Wow,
this one taking its real time, but looks like my man's got something with Tesla here.
Yeah, guys, so I thank you for the ape long, Michelle, just convincing me into that one, the VWAP long. So taking 91s, getting out at basically 94s, 95s, holding it still just to see if we can actually run back to 3, and then maybe I'll take some at 3 if we get there, and then some towards the high of day. BGXX is, I should have sold it, man. I should have sold it.
What a trade.
It's all good. My stop's in. I'm going to let that one go. I already offed it there, so I might as well just hold it now. And I'm looking at Tesla. I was just like, wow, Tesla. Thank God I sold it there, man, because if I just averaged in, it didn't even give a bounce. So somebody, yeah, respect the level, man. Respect the level. I did respect it. Like, this was the plan. And then it just didn't go, so I sold it. That was a good trade. You got something going there?
Yes. What a trade on MSGM. A monster trade on MSGM there. Through the break of it, we get 17s at the lows. We take 18 11s. Oh, man, I covered too quickly. I knew this was going to do it. Look at this, Luca. Flushing to this is going to hold to the downside, guys. And I am not part of it because I poopied this trade. I poopied the bed on this trade. That's exactly what I did here. And I should have a lot more, but I absolutely paper-handed this trade. But the setup was absolutely right. Man, my goodness. Fake halt. You could even have a long here. Wow, what a trade on MSGM, but I don't get nearly as much out of it as I could have.
Cannoli hands, monster beers, monster trades.
Cannoli hands.
Man, what a day, man.
Cannoli hands, guys. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but the setup was absolutely valid, and that's what we get. That's the flat bottom break that I absolutely love. My two regrets are not adding into that 1855. What do you say? Cannoli handed. It was the second cannoli. Yeah, that was my second, guys. I'm going to blame this paper-handed trade on that second cannoli. It had me flying off the sugar. Guys, we just broke that high of that recent high on SOUM, but we retraced. So it's kind of concerning me here. We did the right thing. We made a higher low and a higher high, but we got to sustain that movement now into near high of day. I want to say high of day is, probably that 310 break. At the moment, we've reclaimed the 50 period. We're already above VWAP. We rejected VWAP here. The bounce, I don't want to say we rejected. We bounced off VWAP. That was the whole idea. I probably should have added again nearer VWAP, to be honest, because I had an initial high entry point that would have given me a way better ACB around these levels. But now I'm looking for the break of 3 or at least the break of 295 here, and then we'll start scalping some profits. Not a big position for me, but, it's important to do things right.
Yeah, exactly. You want to just do the right thing over and over again, and you know, profits are profits, man. Take those profits and run. Somebody was like, Luca and Sharif together would be the perfect trader because Luca has diamond hands on his scalps and Sharif has paper hands. Yeah, sometimes I'm like in positions that I shouldn't be in, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna off it if it gets here. Then it goes way above, and I go, should I add to this? But yeah, no, it's a work in progress, man.
Yeah, likewise.
I want to say quickly, just on Apple, it didn't actually dip into 154. I think the low there was like 154.30s, so I didn't actually get my bid. I was sitting closer to 154 on that one, thinking that we could like, you know, like flush and then like a quick flush down. So that's what I was going for. I mean, we didn't get it. I wasn't really watching it, but you know the long is good when it doesn't like even get there, right? It just kind of like turns around and then maybe goes to the upside. So at this point, I want to like do this here. Maybe if this goes down, then maybe I can actually get it the second time around. So let me just like do this here. Maybe if it like goes down and then like that. So like I'm gonna like try to get it, you know, maybe there, and then like just all the way like up straight. Actually, even faster. Even if it could just go like that. And then I'll try to get it out over there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But basically, that's what I was essentially going for. I was thinking maybe we could like dip and rip kind of thing. There is still a chance that we can potentially get that. But yeah, Apple being a little bit of a stronger of the bunch, it's not really coming back towards VWAP the way that Tesla did or the way that Meta did. Looking at Tesla, it is a little bit weaker because it didn't actually bounce and now it's selling off again. And then looking at Meta, I'm thinking, okay, maybe the Meta long again to try that if we can dip back into just below 190. So I'm going to have bids below 190 for that. But if we keep selling off, man, like I'm not going to hold this against me. It just makes more sense that now I'm realizing it's Friday. We had such a strong up move in the overall market, and easily people could just be taking profits. So, you know, we were at what? We were at 4,000 like 2-3 days ago. So like 4,000, and don't mind this chart being red. I got an Italian flag set up on the left here. But yeah, we're at 4,000. And then now we're almost at 4,200. So yeah, best believe there are people.
You gotta change the other colors. You can't have those red.
So
You gotta put them as black or something.
Let me show why. Or Prad, maybe do the other thing where they see it like the overhead coming down. You guys can look and I'll point at it in terms of how I got the setup over here. But yeah, basically I got a nice little Italian flag to keep me motivated.
Bring this camera over here. Okay.
Yeah, take your time, man. No pressure. But yeah, essentially, it's profit taking. You know, going into a Friday.
Hey.
Yeah, guys. So these are charts over here. These are charts, and I did the Italian flag because I'm like, well, it was black before. I was like, but it's so boring. I gotta like change it up, you know. So yeah, a little bit of Italian flag over there. It's kind of funny. So that's why that side is red. That's basically I have the market, then I have my main one, then I have my secondary one. And that's basically what I go there. So I think I got the Meta fill. That was a part fill on that one, so I was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good actually. Got most of that. So let's see if okay, maybe I'll just take some here. Quick little win on that one. I'm going for the fact that if this holds and if the market turns around for whatever reason, I think 190 is showing you a little bit of consolidation. But at the same time, this could be like a little interim bear flag. Then we go lower. And again, I don't really use patterns. I don't trade off them. But it's like you have the down move. Do we get a secondary move down? So the overall market, if we break 41.50, then we could really see probably 41.40 very quickly. But again, profit taking, do buyers step in? Is 190 the level to be had? Are we going to now pop back into the VWAP region and then go above VWAP and then drift up? I believe that if we go through VWAP, everyone's going to be like, okay, wait a second. The long is not wrong. We're actually going to the north side, and then, you know, sellers are not really going to step in, especially when this thing is just kind of drifting and potentially going to 200 next week. So
yeah, some Italian fans in the chat there that are very pleased with that, with the bar chart flag.
Yeah,
thing that you got. Your boy Giovanni Giambanco over here was very happy with that, as well as Huda. Igor Lil, he was very happy with that. There's another couple of people that were very happy with that too. I love it. It looks really good. All right, where are we, guys? We're in this Soon Long, S-O-U-N. It's not doing a whole lot, to be honest with you. It's hanging out at the, basically my break-even point, 282. It's hanging out around there, 282, 283, looking for that continuation. But the market kind of taking its breath here, moving sideways, but it doesn't, I mean, unless we make new highs here above 41.62, you're looking short, at least I am. You know, that big move down, that sideways consolidation, and that big move down again. We have like another almost 20 points, 25 points to the south side here before we get to day's lows, excuse me. So unless we make a move back up here above that 4162, 4163 area, I'm definitely looking short on the market and on these big cap names until they show me otherwise. They're all setting up those big move down, sideways consolidation, and then a continuation down again. They all look like that at the moment, to be honest with you. Look at this. Big move down on Meta, consolidation. Big move down on Microsoft, consolidation. Likewise with Amazon and with Tesla. Not so much, though, with Google and Apple, to be honest with you. Apple kind of looking like it's bouncing off that VWAP area at 155, kind of hanging around 155 below the 50 period and above VWAP, so in a bit of a range. But you feel if there's going to be an upward market move, Apple may benefit the most from it. It's definitely up the most of the day to almost 3% on the day. While you have Amazon down 6% on the day, Meta's up only 0.66% on the day. You have Microsoft down 2%, despite the fact that it didn't report any earnings or anything like. You got Google, justifiably down 2.25% on the day. You have Tesla up 2%, 2.2%. So definitely, I'm looking for Apple here to benefit the most from a market bounce. And I'm looking maybe at Amazon and maybe Microsoft to benefit the most from an Apple flush, benefiting me, that I'm short. That's what I'm trying to say there. So the weaker of the two look like Amazon and Microsoft, and the strongest of the bunch kind of look like Apple and Tesla, to be honest with you, maybe followed by Meta. All right, back to Soon here. We made another high there at 285, but we really can't get anything going. But there's really no reason for me to get out of this SOUN trade. It looks like it's setting up to the high side, and I kind of wouldn't be a part of it. I'm going to start putting out some orders here to take some shares. So 82s are my entry. I'm going to take some right before 3 breaks. I'll hang out at 98s if we can make it up there, or I'm going to be out below 68s on this one. So that's my plan. I'm looking for 98s long and 68s. I'm going to get out of it. NFLX, we were in this one to the long side earlier, but look at this top, 379.50. Absolutely rejects off that and does not look back. Now we are testing the break of 370. In fact, we broke it already, retraced, and now we're coming back down into the break of 370. So all sorts of range here on Netflix to the downside and to the upside earlier. But I really wish I would have ridden this one to the downside, but I did not want to take it short because it was relatively strong on the day. It was making newer highs while the market was consolidating. And there we go. The flat bottom breakdown is materializing on a lot of these stocks. Microsoft flat bottom breakdown, Amazon as well, and maybe even Tesla here and Google. They're all kind of doing the same thing, continuing south as the market now at that 4150, breaking it now. We're in 49s, Luca, and it looks like we're at least headed to the downside for now.
Yeah, man, I offed my longs. I'm basically scalping AMD around here. It's nothing crazy, but basically scalping, it's like selling off. I'm going long. If it pops 10 cents, I'm getting out, but I'm going to keep doing that. But it's not looking good, maybe. I think it's a short, man. The market is breaking through 4150. The short is not wrong. Somebody, Cobissimo 85. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Luca, sell. I know it's been you saying that, but again, I am scalping, so I'm not really in a panic. I offed Meta because it didn't really look good there. But yeah, for the time being, we're going to go over to Brendo at the big desk for the energy update.
Hey guys, market not looking good. Oil not looking good right now as well. Headed to day lows with an hour to go in the pit session in Chicago for energy. We'll give you an update here on what transpired this morning. If you missed it, pre-market, 517,000 versus 188,000 for the non-farm payrolls for January. That was worse than expected. That had oil under pressure right from the get-go. I'll show you the chart here in a second, but wow, what a move to the downside as stronger U.S. job market pointing to higher demand in the overall economy and strength in the overall economy, and the possibility of higher interest rates to come, which is not good for people buying gas. 3% coming into play right now for crude oil. That was about the jobs number today. We topped out at 78. Straight to the downside ever since. Headed for day lows right now for oil, guys. Make sure you do take a second, hit the like, and subscribe if you haven't today.
Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And, Sharif's going to pull that up, but I just want to look quickly at XOM to see if there's any specific levels. It is back towards that pre-market low. Now, as we approach closing for oil futures, maybe this slows down and the move is essentially done. But what I'm looking at, I'm probably not going to take a trade on this, but I just wanted to say, heads up on the level here. Anytime you get a sort of move to the upside, a parabola back to the downside confirming, do we then hold the sort of opening price, the low, the pre-market low there, and then get a little bit of a relief bounce? Maybe. So I'm not going to take any trade on it. I know Sharif's got oil over there, so we can look at his chart as well.
Luca, we're seeing continuously lower highs on this is the US oil WTI, West Texas Intermediate, and this is the daily chart on this. We're continuously seeing lower highs, lower lows on this, despite the fact that we've been getting these stories about China reopening and there being inflationary pressures with respect to energy again. It really hasn't materialized lately, and I don't know if you've been noticing, but gas in Toronto has been getting a little bit cheaper. Now we're back into the $1.40 area. We were above 150 there for a little bit. It ebbs and flows, but the chart doesn't look great. I mean, I think I'm going to have a look here at the Oxy chart, the daily on the Oxy chart. Daily on the Oxy chart definitely looks better than the daily on the WTI chart. I'll tell you why. So you're seeing continuously lower highs and lower lows on WTI, where you're not really seeing that on Oxy. You're seeing it within a range. It's not making newer highs, but it's not making lower lows either. It's really range bound. I want to say the range is around that $55 area to the high side or to the low side, and then that 77 or 77.50 to the high side. Maybe at the better levels like that 75, it kind of just breaks above 75 and then retraces. So I'm going to say that 50 to 75, a $25 range where you don't see that on WTI. So interesting little tidbit there. Maybe that kind of tips the hat of Oxy a little bit, that maybe it is primed and ready to explode to the high side should oil find its footing here and come to the high side. But hasn't been looking good on oil for the last little while. Anyway, back to the trade at hand, SOUN. We are now out of the money again. We're long 82s. Now we're back into 75, so it's not looking good. But above VWAP, that's a saving grace right now. So we're not, we're following our plan. Nothing's really to change. I'm still looking to take profit before 3. I'm not going to add at these levels. I've added near these levels already, so it's not a newer level from which I have to add. So I'll leave that as that. So let's look at some of these other small cappers that are moving here. BBAI, we were in earlier. That's not doing anything. NVFY, that's Bubkiss. Likewise with PSNL, nothing really moving on my area here, but the futures continue to flirt with that 41.5.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying to play a little bit of a bounce here on Amazon, and it might now bounce without me, which is fine because I do think the level's going to break. We came into 105. There's a little bit of size there. It was a big sell-off. Somebody's like, Amazon is nuking. And I see you there, and I'm like, hey, let me try the bounce. Now, yeah, sure, now it's going to bounce. Towards pre-market low, I think I should have, I was just basically trying to get in and out on the size there. At this point, anytime something comes into a level and then stays there like this, it feels like, okay, yeah, there we go. So we're actually breaking down now, and we didn't really sell off. So let me try the long again here. Maybe we do get a little bit of a bounce. The first time, so when it comes into a level and then there's size there, perfect. Let me add some more here. So yeah, and then let me add a little bit more. Basically going for the whip back over here if it wants to happen. Okay, perfect. And yeah, so essentially anytime something comes, it either bounces very fast back up. If it magnets like this, it's trying to break to the downside. So basically the first play that I'm trying is let me get long in front of the size and get off on the size. So long, risk off the size, risk 2 cents, whatever. And then, so that's I'm okay to take more size on this because I see the level, I see the size on the book, I can get out on the size. So you see me getting chopped and I'm not really risking that much. And then when I do these where I'm okay, whip back, this is less size. So it's I'm long, going for the rip back up. And then, my average is basically 86. So if we pop back, are we going to print 105? Probably. We're probably going to go back and print 105. So down, back up. Let's see if I can get the fills for the scalp trade there. And anytime you kind of come into these sort of areas like this, it's going to do a lot of volume, in front of the level, at the level, and below the level. And as you guys can see, I'm just looking here, the volume. It's it wasn't really doing anything. And then volume really started over here. But then look at the volume that it's doing. And so when it's going to do all this volume as a scalper, I want to be in and in, out, 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 like short, cover. So yeah, now we're back above 105 there, and let me just make sure. Oh, I missed that above 105 fill. It's all good. Okay, I'm pretty light on it now. So yeah, let's see where this one goes. So the last piece, which is at 80s, I think it probably goes back. So let me just make sure I have the order out. I should have covered. The plan was to get the rest out over 105. So I shouldn't even be in this trade anymore. But let's see where it wants to go. Because if it does go back down, I will take longs again. So I'll just hold on to this one. But again, it's like in and in, out, out, out. I want to be out fully above the 105 for the scalp trade. I think I did an okay job at it, but I didn't get, yeah, here we go. Okay, let me just get the rest out over here. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that's the trade, man. In and in, out, 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 a little bit of a scalp trade. Basically losing on the first attempt, making on the second attempt. If we go back up, maybe I'm going to consider a short, then back into the level. I like the 105 here on Amazon. I'm going to try to recycle this area and see, you know, what happens. But I do like the short, like closer to like 105.15. So if it goes to 105.10 and above, I'm going to try to like short that there and then go back into the 105. Yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go.
Luca.
Yeah.
Do you see our like count today?
No.
Not bad at all for a Friday.
Oh, not
3,400 likes, guys. But they're, you know, what kind of disappoints me, and not disappoint me, but what catches my attention, that's probably the better word or the better phrase, 7,265 votes, but only 3,400 likes. No, I'm kidding. Of course, only like this video if you like this video. But I'm assuming, am I fair to make this assumption that if you're watching us, you may like us, unless you're watching us because you dislike us, and then you like watching something that you dislike. I don't know. Does that make any sense?
It's yeah,
I'm kidding, guys. Smash the like. Let's go, guys. You know? Of course, freedom, but it would be very nice if you guys smash a like. Also, like and subscribe in case you're not subscribed. Again, this is a subscriber-only chat, so to get to me and Luca and to Sean and Neil during the chat and ask us questions about different tickers, you're going to have to be subscribed, so hit that subscribe button and get notified when we go live on the air. We have, you know, basically, I don't want to say 3 shows. We have 2 shows, but we have a morning segment, a midday segment, and then we also have a closing segment. So kind of 3 shows. I think it would be really nice if we could get to 4,000 likes today, bro. I think we're about 400 away from that. It'd be nice to close out the week with 4,000 likes. It's been a monster day, at least on my account. I know this guy's killing it too. So hit the like button and share with your friends, guys.
Yeah, somebody's saying I just had half a beer and Sharif is speaking. I don't know if you meant to say just had half a beer while Sharif is speaking. It's a Friday beer, man. The first beer of Friday.
Sorry, guys.
Like, guys, I'm on the show, so I'm obviously drinking this nice and slowly.
Yeah.
But if I was off the show, that beer would not be there anymore. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, guys.
Bob W says 4K likes and Sharif and Luca shotgun a beer.
Hey,
I've never shotgunned a beer.
Not this, man.
Yeah, you
not
can't.
this. I still got to trade for the rest of the afternoon here.
Very true.
Yeah, I don't.
I know Neil's gonna do a shoey. I'm not gonna do a shoey.
At 10,000.
No. What, Neil? When is the 10,000 likes? Neil is gonna do a shoey.
Both of you guys.
Sean and Neil.
No.
Will both do shoeys live with whatever beer. Let's just throw something out there. With whatever beer you guys within a reasonable limit. They will do a shoey. If we get to 10,000 likes, we're already getting up there at 3,700. If we get to 10,000, you get to see the big kahunas do a shoey. And I'll tell you that I wouldn't do a shoey. I saw Ian do a shoey. Would Prad do a shoey during the grad party?
Ian did a shoey.
Ian did a shoey.
Out of like $300 shoes. Ian just casually did a shoey out of like $300 shoes. I was like, this guy's a legend.
I'm not doing a shoey.
Yeah, I've never witnessed. I don't think I've witnessed a shoey in person.
I have.
But it's not my thing.
Neither is it. It's not mine either.
It's not.
I have a video.
If I do a shoey,
if I send you a video, can you play it?
Yeah.
Oh, we have to get their permission first because it is them in the video. So I'll get their permission first before show. Okay, so Pradley says no permission. Boo! How do we? Where's the fail thing? There we go. He wants $30 per play. So if we play it once, we got to give. He wants his copyright rights or trademark, whatever they're called. All right, guys. Really appreciate that. We're at 3,700 likes. If we could get it up to 4,000, would be fantastic. Now let's cover some of these trades that I'm in. I'm in this soon trade. It's kind of just doing nothing. It's doing the right things, which is holding VWAP. Okay, not breaking below it, so it's setting up the right way, but that could change. If it makes a newer low, I'm thinking here if it breaks 265, I'm probably going to be out of this one because that'll be a newer low, and I may get shaken out. I'm not that much to begin with. have had a good day, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's wait to see if we can get to that 3 test. I'm hanging out here at 298 to see what we can do. What else is going on? AI coming back into VWAP. I wonder if this is an interesting area to pick up some AI here. C3AI is what I'm talking about. This one benefiting from the AI trend. No real, I don't think it's got its own independent catalyst today. I just want to make sure quickly here. No, that's not what I'm trying to get. Why are you showing me? There we go. So let's go into AI and make sure that there's nothing. No, there's no new headline on AI other than it's just a continuation off the AI hype. $26 is that bottom. It also happens to be VWAP. It's nice when those two intersect. You can kind of get double the amount of support that you typically would get around there. I don't know if it's double. I'm just saying more support when it's the whole dollar and VWAP. So possibly a nice little curling here or a flattening and then maybe a testing of days highs. This one has it been closing near days highs? Yeah, look at this. The majority of the time it's closing a lot closer on the green days to its highs than even its median or its low. So that kind of bodes well for our continuation, unless we're going to have a reversal here. So you can make the assumption that 2630 is where we're at now. We may end up at 2650 or 28, closing again near to highs. So I'll keep my eye on AI, possibly for a nice little dip trade here. Off VWAP, kind of the same thing as soon, but AI definitely a stronger name, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. Neil, thanks for calling that one out in the chat. There was an Apple bidder, 130,000 shares. It did get filled. I tried a little bit of a scalp long. I won on the first one, lost on the second one. Basically flat on the idea there, but I think I was late to the party, to be honest. But anyways, it did chase it up. So anytime that you guys see size on the book and it just sits there, most of the time with Apple, it'll find a way to fill all that size. So again, 150,000 shares, even though it seems large, even though you're seeing, no size on the bid or on the offer, and then, 1,500 lots comes up, it's Apple, man. This thing does hundreds of millions of shares every single day. Like, it'll always find a way to fill the size, unless it's, things are tanking and it's on the offer and just not going to fill. But it's interesting when the size starts to move. And so in this scenario, it was like bid at, 154.91, and then it was like it popped away and then it chased it up. So it chased it up and then it eventually filled like just above 154. So it is definitely interesting when you see the size and then maybe you front run it, so you take the long, then the size chases it up. That's like the kind of push that you like to see to help you with the trade. But then as the size fills, now we're sort of grinding our way back to the downside. Safe to say, stick to the key levels, man. It is okay to take trades based on what you see on the book, but it's even better to stick to key levels that you identify. So if you say to yourself, I want the VWAP long because that's where like the real support is, doesn't matter if size comes on the book. You think, oh, size is on the bid, this is support, it's going to go back to the upside. Look at us now. We're like 50, 60 cents lower than where I actually tried that. So good thing I got out of the size. It's one thing to scalp around it. It's another thing to say like, oh, the size bought there, I'm going to buy there because, well, you don't know. Maybe it's a short that's covering, right? So stick to the key levels. For the most part, even after this market sell-off, Apple is still above VWAP, which I think is absolutely crazy. And I mean, considering the fact that they started the day below 150, and then here we are, 154. The overall market is pushing towards the low. Man. And I'm wondering now, do we get a bounce towards the low and then a bounce back? And this kind of lines up with Apple. So like if we push to the low on the market, if Apple pushes to VWAP, I want the long at VWAP. And then if we bounce off the low on the market, I'm hoping Apple will bounce back up to the upside. So that's my next idea. That's what I'm waiting for. I mean, we have 15 minutes left, so I don't know if it's going to happen. I mean, anything can happen, really. But I'm just going to sit on the bid there to see if I can get those fills in front of VWAP and just below, kind of averaging in at VWAP, looking for the whip back, and then kind of scalp around and see where that one wants to go.
Farm Trader saying, Elon dumping on you again. Didn't he say he was not going to sell for some extended period of time?
Yeah, he's. I mean, I think he's done selling, man.
Yeah, he said he was done selling for a little while, right?
He just needed.
So yeah. All right. So that's what I see basically here is these are shorts, except for Apple. I'll tell you the truth. They all look short a bull. Like they're all in the process of being shorted to the downside here. They're all trending to the downside except Apple, man. If we get a bounce on this market, I'm going to be all over Apple. It's holding VWAP. And it's obviously way more relatively strong here. It looks like the buyers are really stepping up on Apple. They liked what they heard There's obviously something keeping it up here. They like what they heard yesterday from Mr. Cook and the clan that he's got over there. One of the guys' name's Luca too.
Who?
One of the guys, I think the CFO of Apple.
Oh,
Fact check me, chat. Yeah, a Maestri or something like that. Maestri, something like that. Yeah.
Luca, yeah, I didn't even know that.
What's his name?
He's a great guy.
How do you say the last name? He's a great guy. He's a great guy. Yeah. So he was all over the call yesterday too, giving his color into a lot of their projects. Guys, we got some super chats here to talk about. Diaz 29, $2 super chat. Thank you for that. Powell speaking Tuesday. I'm loading triple SQQs. Okay. But you know what? You would have done well with the TQQs last time he was talking. So how come the SQQs this time? I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Tag me, at me in the chat. I'd like to hear your opinion. Pinky 199 super chat. I don't like you guys. I love y'all. Happy Friday. What? We're spending the money for that, man. Absolutely. Okay, we'll hit the awesome button.
Awesome is more of
Awesome's better. I fat fingered that one. But thank you very much, Pinky, for that 199 super chat. Love you back, man. And please stay in the show. Hit the like button and share this with your friends. The more we grow, the more you guys reap.
That's what I was thinking, AMD as well. Yeah.
What are you looking at?
So Sean was like, loading AMD long. And I was like, I know. That's what I see. Because this level, I was just looking at this. And I was like, you're at 86.02? Yeah, already 86. Sean's saying long 86.02. That's a great long. I was looking at it, and I'm like, if we come back above, maybe it's a little bit of a dip and rip below. Look at this,
goes
guys.
Apple, baby.
1, 2,
I'm
3, 4, 5, and then rip to the upside. We're actually testing that level again, 86, 86 area. So I don't think I missed this. I think if we dip back into maybe 86.20, I'm going to try a long here. So let me try to bid 86.20 to see if I can get that fill. I just think like a little bit of a dip and rip, maybe a retest and then a move up. If we just skyrocket to the upside, I feel like I missed the trade, so I'm not going to really chase it here. But yeah, maybe give me a little bit of a pullback for the long there and then rip. And if it rips without me, congratulations to everybody who's long this. Yeah, it kind of feels like this could easily just continue to go to the upside and go to test the 50 period. Guys, keep in mind, as fast as things go down, they can go right back up, and even faster, because anybody who's like, oh, we're going down, let me short down here. As soon as we get back into the range, the shorts are like, oh my God, I'm going to be out of the money now. So they're actually punching the offer, sending it like even higher. So yeah, this could just like, that's why you'll see like dip and rips, because it dips, it breaks the low, shorts are in. Then as we go back up, maybe they panic, they're the one who is just crossing, and then it goes back to the range, then it stalls, then it continues to go to where it wants to go. So, I mean, I'm bidding. We'll see if I get the fill there. I feel like that's like not a bad idea. We'll see if I get that. And then, yeah, Apple, I'm just chilling on the bid, waiting for the fill there. And Amazon, too, is right back above the 105. Talk about a dip and rip over there. But I want to say that I said I was going to short it. It didn't give an opportunity where it came back above the 105. So I guess, like, you know, it is what it is. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I didn't. I think I had an offer out. I don't know. Anyways, I was trying the over 105s, but I wanted it at 15s. I don't think I would have gotten the fill. And then we actually went into below 104. So that was actually a money short. So when you trade like this, like when I'm going long here, you can't hold on. Like you can the first time, okay, because you get the whip back, liquidity vacuum. But the second time is confirming that it wants to go down. So yeah, as you guys can see, like I didn't add to it. I didn't want it the second time. It's not the same trade. I actually want it to be short, and then now I don't want to be short anymore because it's ripping back to the upside. But yeah, dip and rip action. Kind of wish that I loaded the long, but it's all good, man. Where's like maybe a level? Yeah, maybe 105 test. So if we can get back to 105, I'm gonna try like a long now because this is like an interesting market that we're in, and we actually like did a little bit of a dip here. Look at the ES. This is the 5-minute, but wick off bottom, move back up. We could easily be back at VWAP very quickly. And if we rip through VWAP, I feel like everyone's like, oh, we're going back to the upside. So a little bit of a profit taking. We could easily rip back to the upside on a lot of these names. That's kind of my thoughts there. So we'll see if this wants to continue. But I will remind everyone, stick to the institutional levels. When I say that, I mean stick to the key levels that you've identified. Be very patient. Don't impulsively get into things. That's how you lose money very quickly, and then you just don't want to be a trader anymore. So yeah, stick to the main levels. Be very patient. You see me trading a whole bunch of times. When I'm in like the middle areas and I'm not confident, it's like small size. So when I lose a little bit. But then when I see like a really good setup that I like that's when I take like a little more size. So again, find out what sizing works for you. Stick to the key levels. Take more shares at key levels if that's okay with you, if that's a part of your playbook, if you've made money on it before. But always do things that make sense to you. Don't follow other people's trades, man. Trade your own playbook. we're obviously here on a prop floor doing our own thing. But yeah, we do have our own ideas and we stick to them. So yeah, I will reiterate that.
All right, we're gonna have to spend this money for Apple, baby. There we go. We take the long on Apple through 35s. Now we're printing in the high 70s. Let's take another piece out there. We got up to, I think, high, so that's like a 40-penny winner real quick. They're on Apple to the high side. How much are we holding? We're still holding a sizable amount. So we'll wait for this one to continue to the high side. I'm not going to let this one go against me. It's going to be that same type of trade where I don't let it go past my break-even point. I think I timed it well enough to be able to do that. Now I'm looking to take some profits into the 80s if it should make its way up there. We're hanging out in the mid to low 70s at the moment, being met with some sellers. There we go, now back into the mid to high 70s. If we can get some in the 80s, again, I'm going to be out a little bit of this one. I'm using my flatten key, I don't like to admit, but you know, it's working for the moment because it is quite volatile to the high side. Looks like we're getting a lot of resistance here at 75. Definitely a seller stepping in. 75 is a very clear iceberg here. We're not passing 70, or are we? Oh, so there we go. There we go. We break through it. We're getting some into the mid 80s now. We're light on it. How much do we have? We still have 25% of the position, so still not a small amount. We're looking for that 156 test, though. We got some out in the mid 80s there. Now we're looking for the 90s, possibly. $35 cost average. Not going to let it break through that at all, but still a ways away from it. Anyway, the market finding a bit of a bounce through that. It went as low as I want to say. How low did it get there? Into the 40s. 41.40, finding a bit of a bounce now into the high 50s. 41.57.5 is what we're printing at the moment. So a nice little move there, and I want to be part of the stronger one. And in my estimation, Apple was a stronger one, holding VWAP and paying me at the moment. There we go, back into the high 70s. I'm going to wait at the 90s on this one. So let me go ahead and have a resting order here in the low 90s. I'm going to sit at 91s. There we go. But now we're back into the 50s. So yeah, it's a volatile one. You know, we've made a big move on Apple, and up 3% on the day. So there's going to be periods of retracement and volatility. We're 5-2 though, so a lot of volume starting to come back in on these big cappers. Pumped about that. Pumped to be part of this. Was someone calling my name? Or was I just hearing stuff? Okay. So anyway, now back into the 40s. So now we're going to get close into my stop area. I'm not going to let any of this go against me. We're back into the 50s here, Luca. I don't know what you're looking at there on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm long Amazon here. So into the pullback, I think we probably, I feel like we could rip up. Did I just sell some? No, I didn't sell some. So no. Yeah, I think we could rip up here, but let's see how it reacts. Basically, dip down, dip back up, drop down, and then test the 50 period.
Come on, soon.
If we test the 50 period, it'll be like a magnet, I'm thinking, and then we're gonna and then I would say maybe there's like some type of resistance like over here, which is like 106. So I'm basically buying this pullback. I'm willing to like scale in. I'm being very patient. I'm sized accordingly. I'm giving myself room to just add just a little bit more. I don't want to see this break through like 104.50. So like if we break 104.50 to the downside, then it's not good. It's invalid. So
there we go.
It's essentially risk like 50 to 40 cents, and I'm not in full size, but yeah, Amazon is definitely weak today. This is like a scalp trade though again. So like if we like rip back to the 50 period, that'll be like a more, I'll be trying to get out as we pop. So let's see if it wants to get back over 105 there. And then, take some fills just over 105.
Apple.
It's just, what the thing is? It goes down very slowly, like 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes to go down. And then is it going to be like 2 minutes to get back to the highs of that move? And that's just a product of, here was the quick up move. So the quick down move, the quick up move, the little pullback, the rip back. So that's what I'm going for on that one as like a scalp trade. We'll see where it wants to go. If it continues to go down, then I take the L. I mean, it is what it is, no problem. We got like 3 minutes left here on the show. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. But Tesla kind of bouncing back right off 190. Let's have a look here at Meta just quickly. See where Meta is. Meta is still at 190, so that general area of 190 to 189 holding for the time being. I think, maybe I'll stick with Amazon, but yeah, Meta is holding 190 pretty nicely.
Yeah, all right, guys. I'm still holding this Apple long here with 34s long. We're back into the 50s. We tested back the 80s, but we're in a bit of a tight consolidation channel here. If this one breaks 35s, I am out. But I really want this one to run into 156. I want to be able to hold it, but I don't want any part of it to go against me. Still holding 25% of the position. I'm also in this soon long. It didn't trigger a newer high here, breaking through 288. I'm sitting here at 290, waiting to get filled. Still above VWAP though, and still a valid trade in my opinion. So not offloading this one, despite the fact that it is making me wait. The more volatile trade, though, is the one that I got to keep my eye on here, which is the Apple trade, hanging around that $0.50. Looks like that move up in the market has been met with a bit of selling, as you know, it could be just a momentary retracement from a downtrend, and we need to be cognizant of that. Oh, yeah. Not everything is going to be an absolute retracement to the high side. And there we go. Apple now flirting in the low 40s. If this one breaks the 35s, I'm Gonzino, holding 25% of the position. Again, I really don't want to do that, but you know, rules are rules, and I want to stick to my word here. There we go. Now back at that 40s, it looks like we're being met with some buyers at that 40 level, at least for now. Apple up 3% on the day. I'm sitting at 90s, waiting to get filled, but you know, this one, it may not make it. It may make it on its own timetable, which may not coincide with mine. The Hayes Record sending another $1.99 super chat. Thanks for that, brother. Saying Sharif so proper inspires my degeneracy. LOL. I really appreciate that. That's funny. Yeah, awesome. There we go. Hayes Record is a friend of the show and an avid watcher, always participating in the chat. Thank you for that, the Hayes. Appreciate that. All right, so we're in both these trades. Both of them are profitable, but Apple, it looks like we're bordering on getting out. There we go. So now we're completely out of Apple. It ends up being a nice trade to the high side. We get as many as, I want to say 50 pennies. Where am I there with Apple? Yeah, so it ends up being a big boy winner. Very happy with that. But SOUN still doing absolutely bupkis, but I'm still going to hold it.
Yeah, I'm slowly building into this Amazon long. If it keeps going down, I'm just going to off it. But let's see if it wants to bounce back over here. We got like 20 seconds to go, Sharif.
Wow, man, that was super quick.
We had pizza, we had cannolis, we had espresso.
Several
We
Spros.
had beers. We had
everything.
Guys, cheers to everybody watching. Woo. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for, if you had beers on your side, feel free to tweet out to us, tweet out to Sean. Maybe he'll repost that. And it's been a fun time, man, wrapping up the week here. The Super Bowl of trading this week, and I don't think it disappointed, that's for sure.
No question.
Lots of exciting moves. You know, what happens next? Do we get a huge gap down? Is Michael Burry going to be correct when he said sell? Was he just wrong for 2 days?
Yeah.
And then we come into a big down move? I have no idea.
Who knows?
But for the rest of the day, we're going to have lots of excitement. You know, Sean, Neil, and Brendo will come at you with that fire. Thanks again, guys. Hit that like button if you did enjoy the show. And, you know, we'll be back for sure next week to come in with more banger trades. That's
well,
for sure.
I'll see him at 3 o'clock at the big desk, guys.
Yeah.
But for now, Brendo's at the big desk waiting.
Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon here as we head towards the weekend. Still going to be, it would appear, I don't want to jinx anything, but still going to be a positive week here for stocks right across the board. All 3 U.S. markets. The Dow's kind of iffy, but both the NASDAQ and the S&P there or thereabouts after we started things off, if you remember, earlier in the week with huge rallies right into the Fed. We get Apple, we get Google, we get Amazon, then drags us back to the downside today. I mean, if you zoom out a little bit on the market today, we're basically just going sideways. A huge wide range, but we test lower off the jobs number. We go all the way back up to a nice 1+% gain right across the board. And now kind of chopping around in the middle. Let's have a look, first of all, at where things stand heading towards the final 2 hours of the week. 1.3 there for the NASDAQ, 0.5% for the Dow. S&P about 0.9 in negative territory. Yeah, huge move down for crude oil, as I was mentioning there. Coming off that jobs number this morning, just an absolute tank for crude oil on the expectation of higher interest rates and lower demand. Obviously sending oil lower today. So not a good look there for some of the energy stocks. If you zoom in here, where was it? It was jumping. There it is. It's getting a little bit better. However, as far as the individual stocks are concerned, there is a little more green coming into play here for the energy group, which is good to see. A ton of individual earnings, as I'm sure everyone's well aware of this point. But among the few that are very positive on the day is Clorox, CLX.